And I don't know if you have any pictures of what happened in Seoul over the last 12 hours, but President Yoon Suk Yeol imposed and then lifted a martial law within hours. And what happened was really dramatic. So he came in, the president came in and said that we need to have martial law because there are pro-North Korean forces within our country who are threatening us. And he imposed this president's rule. The entire democratic setup there, parliament voted all in one go. I think it was 190-0 against this. The military came in and said, we will do what the president said. Common people in Seoul came out outside their parliament to battle it out with the military and with the security personnel. And finally, better sense prevailed, and President Yoon Suk Yeol came and said, okay, no martial law. So that was, I mean, we'll see where the Kospi is right now. It opened about 2% down, and it was very, very volatile. Their finance minister already came and said that we'll have this big boost if there is a problem. Just about 2% down even now. I would say one point, though, that the fact that their democracy prevailed with this huge threat to it is saying a lot. Overall, Asia also mixed, but what a story.
What a story. And, you don't, I mean, South Korea, Seoul aren't quite a nation in sub-Saharan lands, right?
Yeah,
it's a developed
where you have tin pot
nation.
dictators ruling the roost.
Exactly. So it was an interesting development, but well, certainly one of the key moments of calendar year 24, if you will.
Yeah. I would say it tells you two things. One, how fragile democracy is, because anyone in that position of power can suddenly feel they have to do this. Maybe their thought is that they're doing something good. And then, I mean, you have Joe Biden coming in pardoning his son. That's the world's largest and most powerful democracy. So anyway, back to what's happening with us. And we just pull up Asian markets for a second for you, just to show you what the trend is right now. And it's all in the red. Even the implied open, not massively down for India, but you could have a bit of a quiet start. Meanwhile, foreign investors were buyers yesterday, 3,665 crores. Domestic investors sold about 251 crores. So not half bad. A lot of dramatic events globally, but nothing major impacting Indian markets. I think we have our own factors to think about.
Yeah, I mean, Tamanna, it's been you actually can argue that it's been great going, simply because I mean, yesterday, by the way, yesterday I say, and it's a very interesting chart which we put on a show yesterday as well. But the Sensex has corrected by over 10%, 107 times in the last 34 years, right? So that's an average 2 times at the very least, or 2.5 times a year that you have over a 10% correction. So one shouldn't be perturbed by this 10% correction or nearly 10% correction any which ways. But the recovery has been very swift.
Yeah.
While it's been 3 days for the Nifty, it's been over 8 days, 8 consecutive trading sessions that the mid-cap and small-cap indices have made gains. And that's a telling statistic. This is the chart I was talking about. Thanks for pulling it. But this is the blue lines, the blue vertical lines are the number of times that the Sensex has corrected by over 10% in the history. I mean, just look at it. It's spread across. It has not happened too much in the last 4 or 5 years, and which is why we are not used to it. But it's happened consistently over the past. So don't be perturbed by it. But like I was saying, the good part is that the recovery has been swift. It's not a dead cat bounce. A dead cat bounce lasts for a day, 2 at best. This has been 8 consecutive days that the mid-cap and the small-cap indices have shown gains, and which is actually a really good sign. We're seeing the PSU banks participate in trade yesterday. So one, I think that the nature of the market is that for now, it doesn't look to be too bad. It doesn't look like it will be a slam dunk on the downside. PSU banks are participating on hopes of a CRR cut, and that's not probably untoward. I mean, in fact, most people believe that we'll not see any rate action, most likely. I don't know if Tamanna's view differs, but I certainly believe that we'll not see a rate cut in this MPC on Friday, but a CRR cut could certainly be in the offing in order to ease liquidity and spur some kind of growth without actually doing a headline rate cut. So that is something that seems to be a given.
So, you will see something strong coming from the governor in his speech as an indication, is my take, after the kind of shocking Q2 numbers. The GDP numbers were a dampener. It's a downer, there's no doubt. There's a feeling we need to do something, there's no doubt. I mean, not that even cutting rates will do anything immediately, or, it'll take a 2-quarter lag, etc. But directionally, even if there is no rate cut, You will have to see it. Also, interesting policy to watch because we're waiting for the possible extension for Governor Das. This is his last week technically, and there could be, what we're hearing is that there could be an extension anytime coming in this week or not. I mean, we'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see.
So anyway, very interesting policy.
Most certainly.
To watch overall.
Yeah, but the CRR cut, somehow, I don't know, my mind seems to be a given, considering that even if the capex picks up from the government side, we are looking at tighter liquidity conditions in Q4. So maybe that is a given, and maybe therefore PSU banks could well have a continuation, if not a 2.5% move, but certainly a consistent green on the screen for PSU banks at least. So that's one. The only disappointment to my mind has been chemical stocks, not seeing some sustained buying despite destocking stories coming about. So that's a bit of a dampener, if you will, but otherwise ship shape at the broader end of the spectrum, Tamanna.
Yeah. So broader end of the spectrum has been good. I think the big news flow today, and just a few stocks that I'm talking about right on top, is are you going to see any kind of reversal because of the kind of clarification that came in? We told you at the start of the show that the CBIC has clarified in reports of GST change proposals. Remember, reports had claimed that new GST slabs could be introduced. And they've now come and said that, there is no official report and no presentation yet from the group of ministers. Now, what are the stocks we're talking about? Let's pull up ITC. Reports have claimed that you could see as much as a 35% tax now on tobacco. And you saw ITC having a bit of a down day. Will you see a recovery there? I wonder if you'd see Varun Beverages, for example, because aerated drinks was also in that. Let's pull up a Star Health. Let's pull up, some insurance players as well, like a Niva Bupa. I'm marking out Niva Bupa 10% up yesterday. Part of the whole GST story is that you would have complete cancellation of 18% GST on certain categories of health insurance, and these two stocks had noticeably run up. They've both come out and given clarification saying that there's no official point on this. Will you see a pullback over there? That's one to look out for. Nomura, meanwhile, has initiated coverage on Oberoi Realty. So we're looking at Oberoi Realty as another stock today. That's a thumbs up as well. They've initiated coverage with a buy and a target price of 2,500 rupees. So that's a positive. They're saying pre-sales should record a 40% growth in FY24 to FY27. They're poised for aggressive business development and have relatively low net debt to equity of 0.02 times. 8,500 crore rupees is also ready inventory to be sold over the next 2 to 3 years. So a thumbs up definitely there for Oberoi Realty. They plan to pursue growth by raising funds of up to 6,000 crore rupees. Swiggy, I don't know. This is a bit of a mix. I know numbers came in just at the fag end of markets yesterday, so a bit of a thumbs down there. I would say most consensus estimates have been beaten, but the fact that their GOV, which is gross order volume, has slowed down is half of what Zomato's is. Significantly lower than Zomato's, and is showing a loss of market share. Might be a downer. Quick commerce has driven a 30% year-on-year growth. They're expecting a break even in operating income by December 2025, but gross order value is lower than Zomato for the first half, which indicates a market share loss. The numbers in itself, revenue is up 12%, but the EBITDA loss is widened to 555 crores. Net loss is widened to 626 crores. We'll have a more detailed piece from my colleague Mahima on the Swiggy numbers, and of course, Neeraj's conversation with the Swiggy team. But I'm not sure. You had a massive run up a couple of days. I think you might have a bit of a down day today.
Yeah, let's wait and watch. The brokerage notes also that have come out are kind of neither here nor there types on Swiggy, so could be interesting. Do watch out for that. Okay, not too many newsmakers. IEX is the first one, and neither a thumbs up nor a thumbs down from my end on this one, but certainly something to watch out for because there are pulls and pressures out here. So if you look at the November electricity traded volume was up about 16% YOY. Real-time market volume was about 28% YOY, but the pricing has come off, and therefore it becomes difficult to call this one. Under normal circumstances, about a 16 and a 26% traded volume and real-time market volume growth should spur optimism. So maybe the stock reacts positively. Do watch out for IEX in the session today. Reliance Power, and again, fundamentally, zero view on this one, just so difficult a business to analyze. But the news flow is positive today, may react and therefore bring it out. SECI's withdrawn the order banning the company from participating in tenders effective immediately, and therefore the company and its arms, except one arm, are eligible to participate in all SECI tenders. Doesn't mean they'll win, but maybe a shot in the arm. So do watch out for Reliance Power, may have a bit of a positive. So keep an eye out for this one. And RVNL, it's a small order win, 186 crores, not too much from East Central Railway, but who knows, may react a bit positively. So do watch out for this one as well. The first three on my radar for the morning. And then, Tamanna, there are a few others. The one that I definitely want to point out is Granules India. Now, viewers, remember, for people who missed the action yesterday, keep Granules in mind. It's entered the F&O ban, and that's why it's important. Yesterday, in the last half an hour, the news flow came out that there is an official action initiated, or OAI status, on its Gagillapur facility. Now, this is the strictest form of regulation from the US FDA, as a result of which Granules cracked. And how? 10% in a matter of 15 minutes. And it stayed there. It didn't make any attempt at a recovery because, yes, this is bad news. I mean, there's a lot of optimism that Granules will go through this and get over it in December. The opposite has happened. Now, the point is, though, that today it's entered the F&O ban because the market-wide positions crossed the 95%, obviously so, because of the heightened trading activity yesterday. So may not have as much of a strong reaction, and which is why you got to keep in mind, not possible to go long or short or it on the derivative side, except for the cash markets wherein you can play around with Granules. So just wanted to point it out that it's a very active stock, was amongst the highest traded counters yesterday in the F&O ban today. So keep an eye out.
I'll just add one interesting note I've spotted before we go to the deep dive on Swiggy. Jeffries on Supreme Industry has retained a buy with a target price of 6,450 rupees. That's an upside of 35%. So that's one to watch. They say that the management, that's after the management meeting. So they expect healthy volume growth of 20% in the second half of 25. That's a management stake versus a 9% in H1. I mean, that number caught my eye. So you're expecting to go from 9% to 20% on both halves of the year. Volume growth will be aided by channel stocking, seasonality. So that's understood. New capex. Pipe capacity is expected to grow by 13%, aiding market share. And they view the company as a good play on plumbing, agri, and infra play. You know, as spends also will increase in the second half, this could be an interesting to watch out for. So Supreme Industry is also one which would be a thumbs up because of the Jeffrey stake. But let's get a detailed view on Swiggy. Swiggy posted its second quarter numbers yesterday, and not necessarily a pretty picture. Mahima, is it a little difficult to take a qualitative view on Swiggy simply because in terms of the consensus estimates, it wasn't half bad. And they are very, very, I would say, confident of how they're going to ramp up their dark stores, etc.
Right, Tamanna. So, you know, in terms of how Q2 panned out for Swiggy, well, it did slightly meet street estimates. The street was expecting a slightly better results. But like you rightly said, the management has given some positive commentary, which is kind of in favor of Swiggy. Now, in terms of the key highlights, now business mix has shifted towards quick commerce, which is auguring around 30% growth YOY. Now, what the gross order value in food delivery and quick commerce is still, however, lower than that of Zomato in first half of FY25. This I'm talking about growth. In terms of the loss, in terms of the gross order value as compared to Zomato, they're still losing market share. So this is a downside for Swiggy. But in terms of the positive commentary coming in from management, they've said that adjusted EBITDA margin will achieve a break even by December 25. And Swiggy Bolt, which they just started 8 weeks ago, is now stands at around 5% of their total orders, which is a positive sign for Swiggy. In terms of the numbers, revenue is up around 12%. EBITDA loss stood at around 555 crore and net loss stood at around 626 crore. In terms of the segmental performance, quick commerce revenue was up around 27%. In terms of the average order value, that also increased 8% YOY, and they're exploring home appliances and the pharmacy pack, which is kind of a high margin business. So this will lead to profitability. They're also aiming to double their dark stores capacity by March 2025, and larger dark stores, which are up to 10,000 square feet, will offer around 50,000 SKUs, which will deliver within 30 to 40 minutes of range. And they're also targeting 2,000 orders per day per dark store going forward. In terms of food delivery, revenue was up 11%. The gross order value was up around 5.6%. Swiggy Bolt is now operational in 400 cities, and they're focusing on expanding within the existing cities. The take rate, however, in this quarter was slightly lower on account of more discounts given by the company. In terms of the supply chain, they expect to leverage this business for Instamart seller. And lastly, in terms of two key updates which came along with earnings, they are set to invest around 1,600 crore in Scootsie via right issue. And secondly, the board has approved incorporation of new unit for sports, amusement and recreation activities. The management said they'll do something around pickleball, but this is not going to be a very large part of the business. So these are the key highlights and how Q2 panned out for Swiggy.
Okay, so Swiggy, one to watch. What I thought was an interesting development yesterday, maybe not massive stock impact, is the fight over the letters 6E between two listed players and two very big brands. Interglobe Aviation on one end, which operates India's largest airline Indigo, has taken Mahindra Electric Automobile to the Delhi High Court over the use of 6E in the name of their latest launch, the BE6E that M&M has launched. The trademark infringement lawsuit came up before a single judge bench on Tuesday, but the judge recused himself from hearing. Indigo's counsel informed the High Court that Mahindra had reached out to the airline to address the issue. So now talks are on. My colleague Tushar, who's been tracking this closely, tells us the latest.
Indigo has taken Mahindra to the Delhi High Court over the use of the 6E name in its latest SUV, which is called the BE6E. The case came up for hearing in the Delhi High Court on Tuesday, but the hearing has now been posted for December 9th. Essentially, what the Indigo Council has said that Mahindra has reached out to the company to address this particular issue. Mahindra has put out a statement saying that we do not see a conflict as Mahindra's mark is for the BE6E, not the standalone 6E. It differs fundamentally from Indigo's 6E, which represents the airline, eliminating any risk of confusion. The distinct styling further emphasizes their uniqueness. Indigo came back in its response saying that any unauthorized use of the 6E brand in any form is an infringement of Indigo's rights, reputation, as well as goodwill. Remember, Indigo has been, or 6E is the call sign for Indigo for the past 18 years and forms the basis of the branding for the company in its in-flight services as well as premium services. Mahindra's BE6E, the trademark for which has been applied just a day before launch of this particular SUV, is for BE6E and not for 6E. Still, Mahindra is saying that it's in conversation with Indigo to finalize or arrive at an amicable outcome for this particular problem.
Okay, so interesting story where there is this fight over 6E. I don't know if you can patent a letter and a number. I mean, can you? The 6E is a brand, part of the brand campaign for Indigo for many, many years.
Yeah.
That I get. But they're two different categories altogether.
Yeah, and well, actually the patent laws are very, very strange in that, of course, there is proof at Indigo's end that they've used 6E for a while, but I mean, I don't know what class are they battling on versus what Mahindra is trying to do, and if there are different classes altogether.
Yeah.
I mean, just recently learned that there are some, whatever, 108 classes or thereabouts, or maybe more than that, under which you can file for patents as well, or these trademarks
Yeah.
as well. So it could be interesting, but let's wait and watch. This is great eye candy stuff. I don't know if something material happens for either of the brands.
No, I doubt it. I doubt it. Not for the stocks either. But we were talking about Granules a short while ago. So this clarification which has come in is important. We'll just get that up for you. The Granules India on the US FDA's OAI classification, which is a serious one, has come and said the classification doesn't impact ongoing manufacturing or sale of existing products from the site. The classification may impact review of pending submissions from Gagilapur for new products. We should actually pull up those lines if we can. If we had them on our flashes. They've undertaken voluntary remediation plan to address the 6 US FDA observations, and they have voluntarily paused manufacturing and dispatches in September to conduct a thorough risk assessment. They're now seeking a meeting with the US FDA to request a potential re-inspection. So I think the focus on Granules is going to continue through the day for sure. We'll just pull up the chart as well for a second, and the kind of hit that Granules has taken. I think the fact that they've paused manufacturing in September will not be seen as a big positive, though they are trying remedial measures, etc.
Yeah, I mean, so
any sort of light at the end of the tunnel that you're seeing in this statement?
No, so I mean, the Form 483 in September, obviously they had to pause. They've done that. I think that the problem for Granules would be that the earlier belief was that they will hit a resolution come December, and the fact that what has happened is quite the opposite, and the worst form of opposite is something that actually hits.
Yeah, it's gotten worse.
That is the issue with Granules. I would suspect. I mean, NHS is in the F&O ban, so no heightened activity today. But suspect that until this resolves itself now, the stock may not necessarily be able to stage a meaningful comeback.
Yeah, and could see some more pressure like it did yesterday. We'll just pull that up very quickly for you with the chart from yesterday's close on Granules and the kind of nosedive that it took. All right, now ace investor Mark Mobius has joined a growing chorus dismissing the Adani Group's recent indictment by the DOJ. He also suggests that such actions will likely fade away once Donald Trump takes over as president. Listen in.
Of course, there'll be lots of new investments coming into India, from China in particular, but from all over the world, because more and more India is going to become a destination for supply chains, for people to manufacture and get a supply of components and materials and equipment. Well, you know, I think Modi is the most important thing Modi has done is the digitization of the Indian economy. And that has, of course, led to great efficiencies. And that has extended to the infrastructure. You must remember that the internet is part of the infrastructure of any country. And he has done a lot to improve that. But in addition, as you travel around India, you'll see there's a tremendous amount of building infrastructure going on, roads, bridges, etc. And I think that will probably be accelerated because the Indian budget will expand with greater incomes. The budget will be able to add more to the infrastructure spending. I think I really don't know what will happen, but my guess is Trump will come in, and whoever's coming into the Justice Department will say, "What are you guys doing, sticking your nose into Indian business and spending all this money on a trial which probably will go nowhere?" So there's a good chance that the Justice Department will move away from the Adani trial, and I believe that there'll be another implications where the Justice Department will be reorganized in America and will be doing less and less involved in the overseas situation and more with the domestic situation. Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think a lot of people are now beginning to realize that with Trump coming in, this situation in the U.S. will probably go away. And you know, the situation with the hedge funds going after Adani also seem to have fizzled out. So a lot of investors, I think, are beginning to look at this and say, well, Adani is under pressure, but at the end of the day, their business will continue to operate and probably will continue to do well.
Well, as we slip into a short break, Adani Foundation, in association with the Department of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of Gujarat, has launched a unique collaboration to empower 7,000 Divyangs across Gujarat. The initiative was launched yesterday on the International Day of Persons with Disabilities at Gujarat National Law University. Listen to what Jeet Adani, Director of Adani Airports, had to say about the initiatives taken.
For our Divyang brothers and sisters, we have implemented initiatives that provide vocational training, accessible infrastructure, healthcare facilities, and emotional support. By reaching even the most remote areas like Khavda and Lakhpat, we ensure that opportunities for growth and empowerment are not bound by geography. These efforts reaffirm our belief that every individual, regardless of their circumstances, can achieve greatness with the right support.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole
Hello and welcome. This is India Market Open. Well, we're going to take you through what's happening in the futures and options space, and it was a day of trade where there's a little bit of confidence returning to markets with positive market breadth and the benchmarks performing, but we've also seen that continued slow improvement in your broader markets too. Let's start by taking a look at how things have fared yesterday. So the Nifty did advance by around 0.7%, and we saw a little bit of your earlier shots being unwound as far as the bank Nifty is concerned. Again, that's where we saw an over 1% increase there, and this time there were longs being built into the index. When it comes to the options market, the 24,500 mark now becomes a little bit of a fulcrum of sorts, with a lot of open interest on the 24,000 put and the 25,000 call. It's a very rough 1,000-point range. Markets are still figuring out where they want to go, but for now, this is what we are working with. And of course, in terms of stocks too, there were more gainers and losers, as I was suggesting in the market breadth. We saw longs in Tata Elxsi, Jindal Stainless Steel, Science, CESC, a lot of new entrants gaining a lot of traction as well as in the future space. And RBL Bank, Adani Ports and Canfin Homes, on the other hand, also looking at about a short covering. So all in all, it was a good day of trade. But what do we do with these cues? Even as we start seeing some positive traction in the stocks, well, we have Avni Bhatt of GM Financial who joins us on the show. Avni, good morning and thanks for taking the time out. Well, I noticed that the first pick for you is Indian Hotels. This is an interesting one because you've already seen a lot of strength come through, but you're looking to play further longs in this. Can you take us through why and how? Good morning, Avni, if you can hear me. I think we will get back with Avni. But, well, as I was mentioning, well, there are a lot of stocks out there in the broader markets where we are looking at longs. We're starting to see positive traction. A lot of these companies are actually starting to, well, break away from their 50-day highs, 200-day highs. In fact, the 200-day moving averages for a lot of companies which did test it are now, well, bouncing back from that particular mark, even though at some point in time they have, well, traded below that. And we're starting to see a little bit of recovery in a lot of these names. But we must remember that majority of the recovery is from names which have already been very, very strong over the past 12 months. It's essentially these names, these 30 to 40 names is where we continue to see positive traction. But, while we do have Avni if we're trying to get Avni, let me just quickly take you through her calls of the day as well. So the first one, of course, is Indian Hotels, where she's looking to buy, the call here. And to take you through the exact positioning, she's looking to buy the Indian Hotels 810 call and to pay a premium of around 19. This target here is 30 and a stop loss is around 13. And I believe we do have Avni with us. So Avni, I was just briefly making a mention of Indian Hotels. Good morning to you, by the way. What kind of analysis brings you to put this bullish call on Indian Hotels, and how are you playing it?
Good morning, Agam. In yesterday's trade, a dragonfly doji candle formation has been seen on Indian Hotels, which indicates there is buying interest at lower levels. And futures also, there has been a short covering of around 2%. Put writing activity has picked up at 800 put. And highest OI on the call side was at 800, and the stock has comfortably crossed that level. We'll be seeing some kind of unwinding happening over there. So I think it's ripe to scale up to around 835 to 840 in a very, very short time. So expecting a bullish momentum immediately. That's why we're going for a vanilla call option of December 810 call, and it closed at around 19 yesterday. We can keep a target of 30 and a stop loss of 13. In case if there is any dip in the market and whatever price, you may probably get it at around 17 to 18 levels. Whatever price you get the option at, the stop loss has to be 6 rupees, not more than that. And the second trade is Bharat Electronics. So BEL, it has given a breakout and close above the cluster resistance of 312 mark yesterday. After a very, very long time, it has been hovering, not going down, but it couldn't cross the 312 mark. And yesterday, it has given a close above 312. So unwinding was seen across strikes from 300 to 310 in calls. So, and put writing also picked up at 300 put. Short covering seen in futures also. That's why we're going for December 320 call in this. It closed at 5.5. And target will be 10.5. Stop loss has to be 2 rupees, which is at around 3.5.
All right. So two very interesting calls, and I agree with Avni when she says that both these names are looking strong, because we've certainly seen a little bit of momentum build up on the charts for both these names. But Avni, to very quickly take your view on the Nifty as well. In the near term, if you consider just this week, what are your expectations here, and what levels are you watching out for?
So Nifty, we discussed last week also, it will slowly and gradually move towards around 24,800 to 25,000. It won't be a linear move. There could be bouts of selling pressure from the psychological 24,500 mark. But on the downside, the supports are in place. Immediate resistance 24,500, and then once that is crossed, we will slowly move towards around 24,800, which I'm expecting to happen in this week or probably in the early next week by Monday or Tuesday. And on the downside, the supports are now at 24,280, which was yesterday's low. In case, if at all, there is any global news flow which is negative, we might see some selling pressure. Then in that case, the second support level is at 24,120. And similarly on Bank Nifty, we are expecting a move up to 54,000 in December series, but immediate resistance is at 52,800 to 53,000 area. And on the downside, support is at 52,500 and 52,250. So eventually, gradually, all eyes will be on the RBI policy that will come out. Probably that could play out as a trigger. But eventually, we should be moving towards around 54,000 in December.
All right, Avni, thank you so much for joining us and taking us through your views on the markets and, of course, giving us those two trading ideas with respect to stocks. We'll be watching out for that. With that, it's back to you all.
Yeah, thank you for that, Agam. Now, another set of stocks that you should look at is defense today. The Defense Acquisition Council has approved 5 capital acquisition proposals worth 21,772 crores. Now, this is a space which has been buzzing, but Anushi is joining us with the breakup of which companies are set to benefit from this. Yes, Anushi?
Hi, morning, Tamanna. A set of key beneficiaries that we are looking on the back of this news of Defense Acquisition Council approving 5 proposals worth around 21,000 crore. This includes procurement of 31 new water jet fast attack crafts for the Indian Navy. So the shipbuilding stocks would be in focus, which includes Garden Reach Shipbuilders, Cochin Shipyard, along with Mascot Dock. Other than that, there's procurement of electronic warfare suits, next generation radar warning receivers as well. This is to enhance the operational capabilities of Su-30 MKI, the aircraft that we are speaking. So stocks in focus in this space would be Bharat Electronics, L&T and Data Patterns. While on the last one, we have the procurement of 6 advanced flight helicopters for surveillance. This is to strengthen the coastal security and surveillance here. So Hindustan Aeronautics would definitely be a focal for this one. So a couple of stocks in focus on the back of the 21,000 crore of proposals that we are looking at.
Okay, well, watch out. And there has been some activity into these stocks from the lows for sure. So certainly got to keep this in mind. Thanks, Anushi. In fact, speaking of activity, what stocks could be active today? Let's get a sense of the profit watch list. Now, defense stocks, obviously, Anushi was talking about it. Watch out for Cochin, Garden Reach, Data Patterns, etc. Because 21,000 crores worth of acquisitions from DAC, so obvious one. RVNL, it is a positive, it's a small order, but an order win nevertheless, 187 crores. Could see a bit of a reaction. Watch out for this one. United Breweries has introduced premium beer. Amstel is in town. Maybe in town only in Calcutta for now, but coming on to the rest of the nation too. Watch out for United Breweries. IEX has given a strong November business update, even if pricing has come off a little bit. Do watch out for IEX. And GAIL, Jefferies has come out with a positive note on Gas Authority of India. Maybe that's a stock that could react.
Okay, I'm wondering how big a market Kolkata is for Amstel beer, but nevertheless a positive. All right, the other ones that we're looking at, JSW Infra, Investec is positive, sees a 17% upside. ITC and Varun Beverages, because FM has clarified on changes in GST, saying that it has not been decided yet, and both stocks had reacted. EPAC Durable, there's been a custom search. Custom officials have initiated a search at their Rajasthan manufacturing facility. And InfoEdge, their JobsPeak index is actually a little negative, which is why you might see a downtick in InfoEdge today. All right, so that's our watch list this morning. Kush Bora is joining us, first up, founder of kushbora.com. Very good morning to you, Kush. Are we seeing a bit of a sideways kind of trade today? What would be the call on the Nifty and the Bank Nifty?
Hi, Tamanna. Very good morning to you, Neeraj, and all the viewers. Well, Nifty, it's as you've seen, it's broken above that 24,350 range that it has been resisting for about a week's time. I think the bias is very clearly positive here. On the upside, you're looking at 24,650 and 24,800 kind of levels that we've spoken of earlier. However, small technical factors might come into play. Those being the weekly expiry that is around the corner tomorrow for the Nifty options. And also the PCR that has now approached the overheated territory of 1.29, 1.3 zones. So mild pullback cannot be ruled out. So if you do get a dip close to 24,400 or 24,350, that should be a good entry point for the Nifty. Or in either case, or in the other case, a break above the 24,500 mark will actually force the call writers to jump in and cover their short positions. either way, the view on Nifty remains bullish. If you do get a dip, that will obviously be a much better risk-reward ratio, and hence, closer to 24,400 is where you could initiate these long positions on the Nifty.
Okay. Top stock picks this morning, stock calls this morning, Kush?
Two of them. Persistent Systems has been doing well yesterday too, on the back of decent volumes. It went home with fairly good gains and closing near the high point of the day. So this momentum could continue in the near term. 62, 20, 63.50 are your targets. 58.80 is where you place that stop loss. From the cash segment, you've got PG, EL, PG, Electroplast. 3 strong days of very good volumes. And if you see the move on this one also has been very encouraging here. The 725 resistance was taken out a couple of days ago, and the stock has been building onto gains from there on. 790, 820 are your targets. 730 is where you place that stop loss. So Persistent Systems and PG Electroplast.
Okay. Persistent, PG Electroplast are Kush Bora's top calls this morning. Mayuresh Joshi also joins us, Head of Research Markets with India. Mayuresh, very good morning to you and great to have you on. I'm just going to start by trying to get your view on the clarification which came on GST rates. Was it, first of all, such a big concern that now you'll see relief? And is the clarification telling us this will not happen or will not happen right now? I think that's the big question. Are you going to see a 35% slab coming at some point, or it's out of the question for now?
Morning, Tamanna. So I think that's anybody's guess. But I think at least for the moment, I think it's a relief because with expectations of a higher tax rate, though the inelasticity of demand probably remains intact, specifically for cigarette makers to a large extent, because if volume does come down marginally, because of the price hikes, value proposition still gets maintained as far as numbers are concerned. However, I think with the clarification coming through, I think it's going to be a sentimental positive, specifically for sin stocks as we speak. And therefore, I think what happens next in the next few months, anybody's guess. But at least at this juncture, a sentiment positive for the space.
Okay. Mayuresh, before we get to today's findings, and actually even that stock is today's mover as well, because Granules has given some clarifications on that and saying that, we had paused and therefore there are no new production, these things from the Kagilapur facility. But OAI on that facility at a point of time when it was expected to get resolved. Now, it's corrected 10%. YTD is still up about 36%. Have you looked at this development and the implication of the same?
Morning, Neeraj. So I think two parts to your question. One, I think the expectation in the first place itself, whether there would be a OAI, I think that was not expected at all. And therefore, the knee-jerk reaction that you probably saw on the street was justified to a certain extent, because if this does come through and if there are some serious implications as far as an import alert is concerned, which will come to in the next few days, the facility is contributing almost 65-70% in terms of the overall revenues and expectations of the growth prospects that it brings to the overall balance sheet as well. And therefore, I think how serious these allegations will turn out to be in terms of import alert bans, etc., might have a solid say in terms of how numbers will pan out. Obviously, what you've also seen, Neeraj, as an answer to your question as well, the Indian FDA has also probably find a lot of local manufacturers. The products that Granules manufactures, paracetamol, ibuprofen, metformin. I think a lot of players have come under the scanner, specifically the private players. And therefore, I think when you probably now expect if this probably plays through, which company probably benefits to a large extent. Obviously, you've got the Trump administration, which might have some element in terms of tariffs as far as Chinese pharma companies are concerned. And therefore, the pricing as far as paracetamol, ibuprofen, and metformin were concerned, were subdued to a large extent. I think an alternative, and this is just my take, Neeraj, I might be totally wrong on this, IOL Chemicals, which probably has the same portfolio that Granules probably carries onto its balance sheet. Paracetamol, ibuprofen, which is a completely integrated facility with a 30% global market share. On top of that, they've got the chemical basket with IBB contributing 30% in terms of global market share, integrated facilities. And yes, pricing is an issue, but if all these things accumulate, and if pricing starts coming back because of shortage of supply coming through into both the local and the global markets, you might probably have Arrival Chemical, which might actually be a beneficiary of all the developments.
Okay. Well, so, okay, that's one set of things to watch out for. Maybe we'll try and get Varsha a bit later on to try and talk about this as well. But Kush, just very quickly, it's in the F&O ban, Granules is, so may not have as exaggerated a reaction as it is. But we were talking about this yesterday as well. Does yesterday's fall open up some downsides?
It does, in fact, and I will be now watching for levels of 525 and 520, where the 200-day moving average lies. And if that is broken, then you could see further downside up to 480 levels. But that has this level around 520 to 530 zone has been a medium-term support zone for Granules. So if it does take support and consolidate sideways as well, then from a medium-term, this might just turn out to be a buying opportunity. But it will be too early to catch this falling knife. So watch for levels of 520, 525. If it does sort of hold up, then the fall might perhaps be over, at least for the near term.
Okay, so the fall might be over for the near term on the charts, but I think Varsha is joining us and she tracks this closely. So Varsha, while we've gone over what the clarification is, I think what we need to understand today is the clarification enough to put concerns at ease? Is there any clarity or any clear end of problems for Granules?
I don't think so, Tamanna, because the clarification that the company has given is not something unusual. So company has clarified that this does not affect their existing manufacturing or distribution of the products, which is the norm. So, but here the point is, if the OAI, after the OAI, so why the stock was down yesterday? Because after the OAI classification, the company may get import alert. Now this facility contributes almost 70% to the overall revenue. Now if the import alert arises, the company will not be able to sell the existing products that the company is able to. So one thing is that. And the other thing is the new approvals will be halted. Now the 3 approvals were pending from this Gagilapur, which was expected to come in Q4 FY25. Also, so company had halted the manufacturing in Q2 also because of these 6 observations that were received by US FDA. Now this will actually affect their Q3 numbers as well, because when we had an interview with management, they said that this will affect their Q3 numbers. Now the whole point is the 70% of revenue is coming from this facility, and if company gets import alert, this might actually impact the company in a very far way. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that, Varsha. Chandan Taparia joins us now. He is head technical and derivatives research at MOFSL. Chandan, very good morning to you. Great to have you on the show as always. Let's start with your index calls followed by your picks for the morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. Nifty, which was finding hurdle at 24,350, managed to cross and headed towards 24,480 marks. So technically, the index is now at the verge of breakout from its inverted head and shoulder, which has bullish implication. Index has also surpassed its 50-day exponential moving average. So we believe now till it holds about 24,350 marks, the ongoing momentum could extend towards 24,750. If I look at the bigger time frame, the index earlier had witnessed corrective move from 26,277 to 23,267, and key retracement comes at 24,444 and 24,750. So I believe the ongoing momentum, which has surpassed the key level, will extend the rally towards 24,750. So looking for a fresh leg of market led by some short covering trigger. And if I talk about Bank Nifty index, here we have seen a major consolidation breakout, and banking index started to outperform the broader market. It has seen a consolidation breakout of last 42 trading session by holding well above 52,500 zone. So now till it holds above 52,500, we are expecting banking index to extend the rally towards 53,000 to 53,500 marks.
Okay. Okay. And top picks this morning, Chandan. I can't ask you about a Swiggy, but let me ask you about Zomato. Because after Swiggy's results, I think more focus on Zomato this morning, since it's clearly now streets ahead.
Yeah, so I'm positive on both the name. In fact, we are quite positive on the digital India or digital theme. So you can count Swiggy, Zomato, Paytm, Policy Bazaar, and a couple of more names. So if you want to talk about Swiggy, yes, we are positive from the listing itself. The stock has been making high tops, high bottom. However, we have limited price history. But I believe that till it holds above 4 85 marks. The ongoing momentum can extend towards 540 to 580 kind of level. Looking at the Zomato, the stock has seen a positive price action. However, it has been remaining in a range from last 3-4 days, but major supports are intact at 270, and with this support, Zomato can head towards 295 to 300 level. Talking about my recommendations, I'll go long on Oracle Finance, positive on the selective IT name, and this stock has given a long breakout of last 52 trading session. So one can buy with support of 12,250, and Oracle Finance can head towards 13,000 plus marks. Apart from Oracle, positive on the Indian hotel, major trend is positive. After the consolidating move of last 4-5 days, the stock is starting the next leg of rally. So with support of 788, one can look for an upside target towards 838 in Indian hotel as well.
I saw you smiling, Mayuresh, on the Swiggy Zomato question, so let me pose it to you. What did you make of the numbers?
I personally go to the retail stores and buy it, but yes, numbers have been...
No, you don't. Really? Even
No,
so, when you want to order from a restaurant, you leave your house, sit in a vehicle, go and order it and come back.
No, I mean, exceptional cases is fine, Tamanna, but I think a large part, I think we try to go by foot and probably get one of the Kirana stuff at least.
Mayuresh, this is, to my right is a lady who swears by click and buy. So it's an argument that you can't win against her because she lives that life.
I just ordered breakfast 10 minutes ago during this
So
show.
she lives that life. So, don't try to get into that argument.
Oh, holier than thou. All right, no, go for it. But yeah, on the numbers.
No, I think it's going to take a while, Tamanna, very frankly. I think so what Zomato achieved with Blinkit, it did take some time for them to turn around those operations. And as they did that successfully, I think what Swiggy might do with Instamart, I think that is going to be something that the street might ideally look out for. How these numbers evolve and change for the better over the next few quarters is something ideally that the street will then believe that what Zomato did with Blinkit, Swiggy might do with Swiggy Instamart, and therefore change the whole dynamics of the e-commerce business itself. But at that point of time, my own sense is that a large part of the move is in the price as far as expectations are concerned.
Okay. Well, let's see. The read-through for Zomato, as per a lot of brokerages, seems to be positive. Let's see how these stocks do today. But take a break. Come back with the pre-open session.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the long street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur,
Welcome back. Well, just a couple of minutes before we have the first opening rates this morning. Could be a quiet kind of a morning and maybe a bit of consolidation after a run-up that we've seen last couple of sessions. But focus on cement stocks very quickly. Goldman Sachs has released their top cement bets. Mihika is joining us for more on that. What is Goldman Sachs like, Mihika?
So on the buy rated front, it has a buy rating on only one counter that Goldman Sachs has mentioned, that's Ultratech Cement. It's neutral on Shree Cement, Dalmia Bharat, Ambuja Cement, and has a sell on ACC. Now, in terms of the outlook for the industry, well, it's stated that FY25 will be the weakest, one of the weakest years for the cement industry in terms of profitability, but they do expect FY26 to be slightly better. Now, they've noted how large players are adding significant capacity over the next 12 to 18 months, and consolidators also, looking up to ramp up their capacity. And they believe that the volume share fight will continue in 2025, which should also keep pricing and profitability in check. Now, they have stated that they do expect an improvement in demand to the mid to high single digits from here on, but the capacity utilizations are expected to remain flattish because of the aggressive capacity additions that we're going to see in the next 2 to 3 years. Now, in terms of which companies are better placed, they state companies with cost reduction levers and strong balance sheets, which are relatively better positioned in the near term, and the mid-sized names who are neither acquiring or being acquired. That's what they've stated. Lastly, demand growth is expected to remain better in FY26 at 7% versus 4.5%, the 4.5% estimate in FY25.
So that's the cement play that we're seeing as well. Kush, any view on any of the cement companies that Goldman Sachs has talked about? Any calls there?
Incidentally, on the same one that the Goldman Sachs report has a buy call on, which is Ultratech. Yesterday we mentioned that as a BTSC trade for targets of 12,100 and 12,400. Also, JK Cement is looking very nicely poised, but yeah, with the caveat that a lot of these names have had a vertical run in the last 3 to 5 sessions. So you might want to just wait for a bit of a pullback. But the two on my radar, Ultratech, as I already mentioned, is a buy call, and JK Cement perhaps on a pullback, close to 4,500 levels should be an interesting buy again.
Some of the defense stocks that we were talking about, and Anushi did a report a few minutes ago, are buzzing this morning as well. Look at a Cochin shipyard, about 5% up in just the first minute of trade. So, of course, we'll wait for things to settle. Adani Energy is having a good first morning. Honasa Consumer increase in stake by the promoters seem to have helped the stock sentimentally. And yes, it has been on recovery mode for quite some time. Garden Reach also doing fairly well this morning as we move along. I just want to get your take, Mayuresh, on defense calls. And after we saw the kind of GDP numbers which came last Friday, the bet is that capital expenditure will increase. You're also going to see momentum coming in on all sectors, but on defense specifically, do you see an upside over there?
So, Taman, I think the defense allocation, specifically from a budgetary perspective, is still expected to remain elevated. And therefore, I think with the order books that a lot of these defense players are carrying, it gives them revenue visibility, not just for the next 2-3 years, for the next 7-8 years, to say the least. Obviously, they've been executing well. So to that extent, the operating performance for most companies has been stellar. Last but not the least, again, I think unless they expand their facilities to a certain extent, the fixed asset turnover will be limited to the extent that they can sweat their assets. And therefore, I think with the expectations of rolling out numbers over the next 2 to 3 years, even if you take the best case scenario, I think the valuations are still a tad bit on the higher side. Having said that, I think this is one space that we continue to keep on our radar. We're waiting for declines. We're very, very patient. So if the declines do come, we will probably be very, very selective. Stocks like Cochin, as an example, stocks like BEL or stocks like NHAL, stay on our radar on any significant decline if they do come.
There is, of course, a very interesting note today. Actually, two contrasting notes, if you will. Not strictly a contrast, but JP Morgan is saying that some of the real estate companies are now entering the mid-cycle and fundraisers, etc. point to that. At the same time, selective bottom-up bets are being taken. So if there was a note from one brokerage on DLF and Prestige yesterday, I think it was HSBC. Today, Nomura has a note on DLF, and they are very constructive on DLF. or rather Oberoi Realty, excuse me. Nomura has a note on Oberoi Realty. They are very constructive there with a target price of maybe about 2,500 or thereabouts. There are two notes that have come on Oberoi in the last couple of days, so do watch out for this one. I wonder, Kush Bohra, from a trade perspective, how does Oberoi Realty look? I mean, it may start off maybe 2-3% higher today, don't quite know as yet, but what do the charts suggest?
Not bad at all. If you look at some of these real estate names, they've been consolidating. In fact, you mentioned DLF. If I just take a quick minute to talk about that, that has been consolidating throughout this year with a negative bias, and exactly as opposed to that move. If you see Oberoi Realty, it's had a very strong move. So the broad trend on this one is positive. So any kind of dip should also should be considered as a buying opportunity. I think more than a momentum play, this is more of a positional bet. Anywhere from a 6 to 12 month kind of a time horizon, you could look at targets of 2,200, and once that is taken out, 2,400 as well. So I will be in this one with a more positional view rather than more of a trading. Where the momentum is sideways, but as I said, the major trend is positive. On the downside, you've got supports near the 1,900 mark.
Okay. Well, do watch out, Oberoi. In fact, any real estate name up your sleeve, Chandan? Do you like any of these large real estate players?
So I like Oberoi Realty. The stock has given a breakout. However, yesterday it failed to witness the follow-up actions, but major trend is positive, and this consolidation breakout could see the next leg of rally. We have done a detailed study on the Nifty Realty, which has seen outperformance. Technically, it gave a breakout from its pole and flake pattern. So Oberoi will be on radar, and apart from that, I believe that a couple of more names, including DLF, could be in actions. DLF has seen a positive price actions, and I believe that the ongoing formation can take it towards 880 kind of level. So with support of 830, one can look for DLF as well. So Oberoi Realty and DLF could be on radar in real estate bank.
Okay, time for the big brokerage call of the morning. Jefferies has retained a buy on Supreme Industries. Harsh, why is Jefferies excited about Supreme Industries?
Well, they believe recovery is on the cards. H1 has not been particularly good. We spoke with management as well at the end of Q2. But in terms of H2, very constructive, overall very positive with regard to growth as well. They're expecting around a 20% volume recovery in H2, and Jefferies continues to peg that number. And rather the management guided for a 20% growth. Jefferies agrees that that is very, very possible. Second, they're saying that market share gains on higher capacity growth than peers will continue, and that's obviously a key positive. On the back of that, you're expecting an EPS CAGR of 22% from FY24 to 27. This is of course as per Jefferies estimates. Therefore, they're saying that buy the weakness, because the company is a great play with regard to where housing, capex, infra and agri demand is concerned. And any of those spaces, and if all of them fire, obviously positive across the board. It's a top pick within the SMID space for Jefferies. Key risks, of course, to keep your eye out on. One is a demand slowdown, and second is PVC volatility. Couple of those could likely dent some of the numbers there, but a 22% EPS growth seems very healthy. A 35% upside is what Jefferies sees on this one.
Okay. Well, the pipe companies, it's interesting because I remember a conversation, Harsh, that I had with Astral, and they were very constructive as well. Apparently, the PVC pricing scenario is changing, and that alone adds to the pricing power for some of these companies as well, and the margins for these companies. So let's see if indeed Supreme, Astral and the likes have an upside. But of course, Jefferies is constructive on Supreme because from a valuation perspective as well, I think this one kind of stands out much better. Mayuresh, any thoughts here on Supreme Industries? It's a stock that's kind of gained a little bit in the last 1 month, as have a lot of non-Nifty names. But do you like this PVC pipe space and Supreme in particular?
Yeah, I think it's a good space to be in. And again, I think being an ancillary to what is happening both in terms of real estate as a development and expectations in terms of even the agricultural segment, they expect it to do well. I think generally, across the piping universe, whether you're talking about PVC pipes, whether you're talking about DI pipes, there is a huge capex that is expected to come through. So I think the Nal Se Jal Yojana is probably the last two phases, and therefore a large element in terms of order flows, a large element in terms of PVC pipes actually gaining a lot of prominence, specifically for residential and agricultural uses, is gaining momentum. At the same time, let's not forget that we also need to expand our gas networks and oil networks. So around 12,000 kilometers of pipelines expected to be put in place over the next 3 years in the Indian context. And similarly, in the Permian Basin in the US, a large part of the expansion has started happening, as well as in the Middle East, as far as Saudi Arabia is concerned. So there is enough scope for piping companies to actually have their orders executed, get more orders, and therefore have a decent amount of earnings growth in the next few quarters. So yeah, remain constructive in this space.
Okay, that's on Supreme Industries. Let's just look at how the pre-open has settled. And interesting kind of day, very, very flat overall. No major movements. Bank Nifty also in a very range-bound kind of zone. I think a little bit of wait and watch ahead of the monetary policy tomorrow. I want to see what PSU banks are doing and if some of them are moving today. Let's look at the SBI, let's look at the Bank of Baroda and see what's happening there. Swiggy will be interesting to see because of the numbers that have come in. And, you know, while on the face of it, it is a bit of a downside. So let's pull up the Swiggy stock as well. The fact is that their outlook is positive and it got hammered a fair bit yesterday as well. So about 1.5% up on Swiggy as we open. The fact is, though, that their GOVs are growing lower than Zomato. That's why we'll pull up Zomato as well. Let's look at some other players that are moving. Honasa is seeing an upside this morning because of reports that their promoters are increasing their stake. That's one perhaps to watch out for in trade. We told you about all of your defense names. So look at a Garden Reach, a Cochin Shipyard, a HAL, all of them have shown some excitement. Oberoi Realty as well, looking pretty good. Kush, anything that you're spotting after the pre-open session, which is looking interesting?
I think some of the pharma names are quite, shaping up quite well. We've got Epigral, which is showing some kind of an, uptick. It has been consolidating, for some time. You've got the 50-day moving average, that it was trying to resist for some time. I think, a good opening beyond this 2100 mark, and a sustainable move above that could actually lead it to a 2250 kind of zone. So I'll keep this one on my radar. Not a trading call yet, but that's something that I've been, monitoring. And a move above the 2100 and a sustainable one could actually, get some momentum going from this stuff.
Okay, watch out for this one. Mayuresh, did you have a chance to look at the takeaways from the PNB Housing Finance meet and any thoughts on that? A lot of brokerages are very constructive there.
I actually didn't get the time to look at the takeaways, but I think looking at numbers and what they're probably expected to do, they have achieved a significant amount of traction as far as their core retail operations were concerned. But now, since they're getting into the emerging and the affordable space, which is a very, very tricky space to be in, because you've got smaller ticket sizes, but the risk of delinquency is equally high. But the management sounds very, very confident from the experience that they've now garnered, the pilots that they've probably run, that the emerging and the affordable segment can be the next big trigger for the stock itself. Expectations of reasonable amount of disbursements for this segment, the yields and the NIMs relatively higher than the normalized segments as we speak, as far as housing loans are concerned. And therefore, I think the expectations of NIMs actually stabilizing and improving with the presumptions of asset quality pressures not deteriorating within the newer segments that they are foraying into, and expectations of reasonable amount of balance sheet growth. I think these are triggers that can actually prop up earnings for PNB Housing. So yeah, I think this stock exhibits strong EPS-RS ratings as we see it in markets with India. So yeah, we remain constructive.
Okay, well, let's, we kind of miss it out. So now that the pre-open session has settled down, let's try and take in the top trades from both our guests. So Chandan, you've given us some ideas already, but now that the pre-open rates have settled, you have a sense of where the markets and the individual stocks may start. What would be the top bet at 9:15 for a day trade or a short-term positional trade?
Yeah, I'll start with Oracle Finance. The stock has given a major consolidation breakout, and I look at this name. Looking at the price structure, we believe that momentum indicator indicates the rally of 4 to 5%. So with support of 12,130, I look for an upside target towards 13,300 in Oracle Finance. Apart from Oracle, I'll focus on counter like TVS Motor, which has formed the multiple bottom. On weekly chart, it has negated its lower top low bottom and consolidation breakout of last 27 days with surpassing of key moving averages open the upside. So with support of 2475, 2480, we can look for a target towards 2700.
And Kush Bora, what would be your top call for the day today?
So Ultratech from yesterday continues 12,100, 12,400 remain the target. I think, VA-Tech Wabag, this was one stock that we discussed yesterday. On a very strong footing, I think this one could continue the up move. The targets on this one remain at 1900, 1950. So VA-Tech Wabag still on our radar.
Okay. Let's tell you what some of the big movers are this morning. Solar industry is looking interesting because of the order wins. HAL in back in flavor again. Cochin Shipyard, Garden Reach, all of those, and we talked to you about some of those defense stocks. Any of those defense names that you're liking, Chandan?
Yeah, so I think you ask about Garden Reach and all defense name, so we have seen a decent up move in market, and GRSC or Mazgaon Dock have seen a good momentum. So I have positive view on the same. GRSC has given a breakout from its pole and flag pattern. So as per the previous day closing with support of 1670, we are looking for a target towards 1800 marks. I can add the name of Mazgaon Dock here. After a long time, the breakout is visible. It started from high top side bottom. So with support of 4600, this stock can head towards 4850. And these are the momentum name. Whenever they start the move, the rally of 5 to 10% cannot be ruled out as per their behavior.
Okay, watch out for those. So some ideas out there for you already. Just a very quick mention of the profit watch list as well. These are the stocks that you want to keep on your radar. Some of the defense names should be in focus. IEX could be in focus. GAIL, Jefferies is positive on this one, so therefore this could be in focus as well. And let's move on to the second set, and these are interesting names too. JSW Infra, Investec is positive, and ITC and Varun Beverage is actually, watch out for ITC on open, and does it recoup some of the losses of yesterday. 1% down yesterday. Let's see what it's doing today. But here's how the markets are starting off this morning, and it could be an interesting morning of trade simply because could it be the fourth consecutive day when the Nifty does well? It's starting off extremely flat, and yesterday's big bang performer Nifty Bank is too flat too. Nifty IT is in fact pulling back a little bit in trade. Maybe FMCG is doing well. Mid caps and small caps, 1/3% for the mid cap space, and the small cap index about 0.4%. So the broader market's not doing well. 9th day that we've had a positive tick. Let's see if this lasts. But this is the heat map, and IT is sulking a little bit. Infi, HCL, Tech Mahindra, all of them in the red, Reliance in the red. So that's the red on the screen for you. Cipla marginally in the red. On the gaining side, ITC is in the green, marginally, about 0.5%, but in the green nevertheless. BEL on order wins is doing okay. Trent, Apollo Hospitals, Titan. So a little bit of a consumption flavor. Remember, yesterday was a completely economy-facing top 10. Today, some bit of consumption is making its way. Adani Ports is yet in the green after a 6.5% gain yesterday. And HDFC Bank is thwarting the losses of Reliance Industries. So, not too much on the large caps, Tamanna. Maybe BEL, and maybe it's percolating to some of the other defense names.
I would say ITC and Trent I would put in the same buckets of a relief rally, not even a rally, but a relief bounce back on the GST clarifications, because if you're going to tax all clothing items above 1,500 rupees, bad for everyone, losing the retailing space, and of course Trent there as well. Let's pull up the sectoral indices just for a second before we move ahead on what's happening over there. And Realty doing okay. Public sector companies are fine, but not too much red. I mean, to be honest, it's not a bad morning. No big movers and shakers, but not a bad morning at all. The broader indices are also a little sleepy, I would say, for mid-morning, and the Nifty and Sensex trying to hold on to gains. So I think the next few minutes of trade become very, very crucial in terms of what we can expect. All right, stocks that we're focusing on, reports that promoters have increased their stake. So Honasa in focus this morning was having a good run in the pre-open session as well. Has it lasted? Yes, it has to some extent, 4% up. Oberoi Realty in focus. There's a positive note coming in from Nomura. Nearly 3% up on the stock. Swiggy and Zomato, let's look at both of them. Results out from Swiggy, and it's been received very, very well, about 4.5% up. Zomato up about 1%. Defense stocks in focus, Garden Reach, Cochin Shipyard, HAL, you should look at all of them. We talked about over 21,000 crore rupees that the Defense Acquisition Council has okayed for new projects. And these are some of the counters that could definitely, or some of the companies that could definitely do well. Look at Garden Reach there, shining among the three that we've talked about. Granules has issued a clarification on the action from the FDA. It might be helping a bit, considering the kind of slam dunk that Granules saw yesterday. I wanted to see what's happening to Interglobe and M&M, if anything. They're in a legal fight over the use of 6E. Well, Interglobe and M&M, Mahindra and Mahindra, not Cochin Shipyard. So Interglobe is up about 1%, but M&M would be interesting to see down mildly in the red. So no big movers in early trade, Neeraj, but steam may be picking up.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit here and there, but very, very quiet. Though the small cap index, I must say, is up about it's about 1/3%. So that isn't doing all that badly. Now, just before we go to our guests, want to mark one of the other big mover in yesterday's session, KPIT, was up about 6-7% in trade yesterday. Let's see what it is doing today. Well, up about 1/4%, so very, very slightly. Not too many losers as well. I mean, maybe a Panesha Biotech or maybe a Balrampur Chini are some of the stocks that are sulking in trade. But yesterday had very big double-digit moves. Today, the top gainer is TTK Healthcare with about a 6% gain. And then the likes of Jaya Balaji, which is reacting to the systematics note, or a Z Media or a Wonderla on the post-QIP 4% up move. But not too many heightened movers in trade. Opening thoughts, Chandan Taparia, anything that stands out?
So like looking at the market opening, it is important for Nifty to hold a key level of 24,444. I'm closely watching this level from last couple of days. Yesterday it made high, drifted lower, surpassed the same. So today if manages to hold 24,444, I believe market will see some up move. The good part is that selective stocks are doing well. Selective IT names started to perform. However, the good part is selective, the beaten down name or momentum is visible on the defense or digital stocks. So we'll be positive on the same. If you want one or two fresh ideas in the market setup now, then I can focus on one more. My preferred name is the Dixon. Positive on the entire IT name. Overall, we are expecting 20,000 kind of targets in the stock, but on immediate point of view, with support of 16,900, Dixon can head towards 17,750 marks.
So Dixon in watch this morning. Kush, what is the interesting play that you've spotted this morning? SEAT also doing fairly well. SEAT and Titagarh. I would say some of the railway stocks are once again showing some move. JSW Infra in focus. There's a good note out on them. Defense is also all over the place with a positive up move. But Kush, what are you spotting after the first couple of minutes?
So an update on VA Tech Vaba, we've discussed this yesterday, this morning as well. The stock is, comfortably up about 1%, then a little more. 1900 being the first target, close to that. I think, this momentum could continue till 1950, the second target as well. So if you've got that position, you should continue holding on to this with a stop loss now at 1850, which was the initiation price. You've rightly pointed out some of these railway names are starting to show traction. Railtel, Jupiter Wagon, some of these names. So Railtel is on our radar. One stock that's popped out from a very different space is NetWeb Tech. Now we've seen a positive bias on this one. Any dip towards the 20-day moving average, which right now falls at around the 2800 mark, has been taken as a buying opportunity. It's consolidating, but with a positive bias, I think a breakout is around the corner, on this one. So that's something that you can keep on your radar from, with the targets of 3050 and 3200, and the 20-day moving average at 2800 comes as your stop loss.
Seeing on a Zomato, Kush, there's a CLSA note out this morning, and also again quite positive on Zomato. Of course, you're going to see some impact because of Swiggy. So what CLSA is saying is they've maintained and outperformed with a price target of 370 rupees on a Zomato. So that's a 32% upside. Swiggy's results show gap with Zomato has stopped widening but remains. Swiggy's food delivery has caught up Q-on-Q, but year-on-year growth still lags. Swiggy has guided for adjusted EBITDA break even 2 years behind Zomato. So they remain positive on Zomato's food delivery and quick commerce. On the charts, are you liking what you're seeing on Swiggy?
I do. In fact, I have been bullish on Zomato, for some time. As far as, the structure goes, I think the momentum is missing, and, there is a rounding bottom formation that will be completed around the 300 mark. So you could see some sort of sideways consolidation up until that level. But if you've got a slightly positional kind of a horizon from, let's say, 1 to 3 months, then you could look at targets of 300 and higher. On the whole, it's on a firm footing. Any dip that has come about has been bought into. And from, a technical standpoint, there is about a golden crossover, of the 20 and the 50-day moving average that is coming about. So all in all, it's got a few things going for it, fairly bullish. The only thing missing is the momentum, which I think will come once the stock crosses 300 levels. So if you have a positional view, you could consider, getting into Zomato even now. And the stop loss on this one comes in at 265.
Okay. So stop loss at 265 for a Zomato that you're seeing this morning. Mayuresh, just a quick view on, some of your key players, a BEL, also looking actually pretty good this morning. Siemens, are you liking any of these plays right now? Heavy industry plays?
So we will wait and watch. Obviously, I think the trigger for a lot of these heavy industries, capital good players, will be the capex that the government does in the second half, and it will be a significant one as we head into the next few months. How orders will come through and how they execute, I think that's going to be a key for most of these players. As I said, within the defense names, BEL, HL, and Cochin is something that we'll ideally like to see and have kept on our watch list on significant declines. But within capital goods stroke infra, I think we are being very, very selective. What we are liking at this juncture probably is a capacite infra, purely based on the fact that being an EPC contractor and a proxy to the real estate space, the kind of order book that they are carrying gives it visibility for the next 4 to 5 years. They are carrying an order book in excess of 9,000 odd crores. They've been executing well so far. The expectations in terms of the private-public mix and the composition in terms of the superiority that they've got in terms of niche high rises actually might translate into better numbers, in our opinion, going forward as well. Capacite, Tamanna, is something that we're liking.
Okay. Well, on that note, Chandan and Mayuresh, thank you so much for joining in today and giving us your thoughts. Really appreciate your time. Here's a slice of the Nomura view on Asia. Chetan Sheth of Nomura and his colleagues have written a note wherein they've spoken about Asia ex-Japan and how they are selectively constructive out there, but are cautious at the start of 2025. So they write that there is a cautious stance for 2025. Why so? Because there are 3 reasons: elevated geopolitical and trade tensions amidst looming tariffs, monetary policies that are less supportive than what they have been hitherto, and China's restraint on fiscal stimulus. All of this makes for a cautious stance for Asia at the start of 2025. But they say that investors will have to be selectively constructive on some of these markets later on in the year. However, for India, they are overweight India. They say they are structurally positive, but there are some near-term risks. Now, earnings outlook is relatively strong, expected to be relatively strong, despite some risks of an EPS cut or EPS cuts ahead. But they say that amongst the more defining factors or soothing factors is that India's equity index is one of the most diversified in Asia, with a mix of domestic growth and external facing sectors. Why is this important? In the case of a domestic slowdown, you have global sectors, but because you also have this large domestic flavor within the index, it cushions any kind of global slowdown as well. So it's an equal mix or near an equal mix, and therefore that helps the Indian market optimism. They say that we have near-term concerns on the market given the ongoing cyclical slowdown ahead. However, we think that the structural story is still intact, with the market likely to stabilize 1 or 2 quarters ahead of the bottoming of the economy. Now, this is some interesting things. Now, there are some charts, of course, that they have given in that note as well. I'll like to bring up 1 or 2 if we can, and just shows what they are talking about. So this is the EPS cut or EPS number that they were talking about, that how there could be a flattening of the EPS somewhere around here, but then the trajectory continues, as you can see, in FY26 effectively. So that is the first thing that they write about when it comes to the EPS for India. This is the Nomura view. And there is one more chart which is talking about the concentration of MSCI indices. The last point that I was making, that India is well diversified. Look at all the others and how concentrated they are versus what India represents. So that's a positive. last but not the least, on valuations, I think they make a point which is neither too constructive nor too bearish. They mention that India is currently trading at about 23 times earnings, forward P. They would be a buyer on India if the markets were to trade at about 21 times. So that's their view. They like to re-engage in the market. But overweight despite near-term concerns. I think that is the message that is very, very important from Nomura.
So positive message coming in there from Nomura, definitely heads up. The positive mood on the market is a little muted today. And Kush, I want to come to you on what your index call is. We've had about 15 minutes of trade, and we're seeing that we're really in a very narrow range. What is the Nifty call that you want to give for the day?
So I'd still wait for that pullback, Tamanna, that we discussed. I know we are at the 24,500 mark, which I mentioned that, beyond this, you could see short covering on the Nifty and hence perhaps, move towards 24,650. But if you look at the option, open interest for tomorrow's weekly expiry, the 24,500 call has a massive open interest. So I have a feeling that, some pullback cannot be ruled out. And plus, as I said, the PCR was already at, close to 1.3. So I'll wait for, that pullback. Now, initially, that could have been closer to 24,350, but I would now settle for, about a 24,400 kind of a zone as well, where, you could initiate that buy. So maybe there could be this dip that would come about. More constructive on Bank Nifty, which has now broken above that 2,000 point, 2-month-long consolidation, range of 50 to 500. So for targets of 53,500, if someone does want to initiate, then Bank Nifty is your index to go. While Nifty is, a buy on dip, Bank Nifty long trade can be initiated at the current level as well for targets of, as I said, 53,500. On the downside, your stop loss comes close to 50 to 200, which is close to the yesterday's low point.
Okay, Kush, we'll leave it at that. Thanks so much for taking the time out and being with us. Really appreciate your time this morning. Well, that's the view on the here and now from Kush Bora. Watch out for some stock-specific action as well. Oberoi Realty, as we were talking about, is amongst the key movers, up about 3% on a day when the market moves are not exaggerated. I must say the market is fairly quiet. The top gainers or the top losers don't really have double-digit moves to themselves. But let's see if the situation changes during the course of the day. However, let's talk about what the medium term could throw up for India from the lens of somebody who looks at a lot of global markets on the charts, but looks at India closely too. Tyler Wood, CEO and Executive Director of CMT Association, joins us right now in our studios. Tyler, good having you. Thanks for taking the time out.
Thanks for having me, Niraj. Nice to be here.
Yep, thanks, Tyler. So after correcting about 10%, circa 10% from all-time highs, there are a lot of flutters about whether this dip would be one that will not be bought into. It has been bought into a little.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
When you look at the charts, short-term, medium-term, long-term, what do the charts tell you about India?
I think we're in a secular bull market. We've had a healthy pullback. As they say, when markets move too far too fast, it's important to digest some of those gains. So on the Nifty 200, I think the lows were put in November. As we came into December, that buying also signaled some momentum resurgence. And importantly, yesterday we reclaimed that important 13,700 level for the Nifty 200.
Okay, why is that so crucial?
Prior resistance becomes support. It's the polarity principle, something we teach heavily in the CMT program. So reclaiming those areas that were support and now can lead us back to a trend.
Back to a trend. So do you foresee, Tyler, that the all-time highs which the Nifty hit about 2.5 months ago.
In September, yeah.
In September. Do you reckon those are something that are up for grabs over the course of the next 6 to 12 months?
Yeah, so the next important retest level will be 14,350 on the Nifty 200. And I think when you reclaim all-time highs, that's the most bullish thing that a market can do,
right.
Because you don't have overhead supply or resistance areas beyond that key level at 14,350. So I think for investors, there's a nice move that could be made back to that prior high. And then once we're above it, we've fully recaptured trend and back into the secular bull run.
So you're not quite basing your optimism on the Nifty charts. You're basing your optimism on the back of the Nifty 200 chart?
I look at the Nifty 200, it's a little less concentrated than the Nifty 50. So you like to see the average stock. You want to see more breadth expansion. Looking beyond just those top 50 names, I think is helpful.
Okay, so if we can pull up the Nifty 200, if we can, but nevertheless, that is the index that Tyler is saying is basing his optimism on. Now, Tyler, let's assume there are sectoral indices out there, some themes which do better than the others, right?
Of course.
So when you're looking through or sifting through what is looking good and what is not, from here on for the next 12 months, I suppose you look at 12-month charts and not necessarily day charts?
Yeah, I'm a much longer term investor than a lot of
Is
the
12
intraday.
12 months a long enough
Absolutely.
time frame?
Daily and weekly charts are really my core area. I'll look at things like quarterly charts on 10-year interest rates, and I'll look intraday for important entries or exits, but my long-term view is as an investor, so weekly charts are kind of my mainstay.
Okay, and weekly charts probably depict what the month or the quarter or the year might do, right?
That's correct.
So let's assume we're at the end of 2024, looking out at 2025.
Yeah.
If you are, I'm not asking you to make an exact prediction, but going with the thesis or the opening preamble that you gave me about how we are in a long-term secular bull market, what themes look set to take the Indian markets higher?
So I think there are a number of catalysts. If you look historically at interest rate cuts by the US, the biggest beneficiaries tend to be emerging markets. And I saw you just pulled up that chart about concentration within the MSCI indices. We've seen emerging markets underperform the US, except for India. India has been a strong outperformer on a relative strength basis in 21, 22, and now again, third quarter of 2024. So I see India as a outperformer or a leader amongst emerging markets. What we've had in the US just since our recent presidential election has been a market that's on fire. The information technology, the themes of what's happening with AI and semiconductor manufacturers have certainly brought a lot of foreign direct investors to lighten up their positions to emerging markets just with these last couple of weeks. But again, that's a healthy pullback within an otherwise well intact secular bull market for India.
Okay, so tech in the US, does it equate to tech stocks or the tech sector in India doing well too? Do you reckon information technology, which is IT services, or maybe the new age tech, that is Zomato, Swiggy, Paytm, PP Fintech, etc.?
Yeah.
Do you like both? Do you like one over the other, or you don't like either of them?
So in my work, we'll start at the indices and then we'll work our way into the sector groups.
Right.
Look at each of those on an absolute basis and a relative strength basis.
Right.
So each sector relative to the Nifty 200 shows you where leadership and laggards are. Amongst the leadership groups, information technology is there. We also have public sector banks, which understandably are outperforming in this recent drawdown. But there's a lot of diversification. There are things like real estate. We've looked at some pharma and healthcare names that are looking really, really sharp and outperforming. The information technology sector in India is definitely a leading group.
Are you at the liberty to talk some names with us? I mean, charts that look good to you. Okay, so let's start off with pharma because that's done really well.
Yeah.
What within pharma looks good?
Fortis Healthcare was a name that comes up. I do lots of screening and scanning of the entire universe. So what I'm looking for are things that are in trend with momentum resurgence and they're outperforming on a relative basis. Fortis Healthcare Group is one of those that's been in a strong trend all through 2024. Not sure if we have that.
No, we'll have Fortis. We'll pull up Fortis. Let's pull up Fortis on the charts. It's nearing 700 if I'm not wrong now. But you like Fortis Healthcare at the current prices? I
like Fortis Healthcare. It's I think a lot of investors look to buy things on sale. I do the same when I go into a shopping mall. I want to find the things that are at the bazaar on a discount. As an investor, buying high and selling higher tends to work better over time. So when you find things that are trending and outperforming, they tend to continue to do that on a forward 12-month basis.
Okay, so pharma, it's Fortis Healthcare. Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the names that came up on my screen.
Okay, let's try and take top names from each of these themes. We have about 3 more minutes.
Yeah.
So real estate.
Real estate. Oberoi looked fantastic. And it's really at the beginning of a turnaround. So I think we had some basing. It's had a strong run here in December already. And when you look at outperformance of a market that was in a pullback, the survivorship or the leaders within that pullback tend to be your new leadership going forward after the turn. So as the market returns to strength, I think we're going to see real estate companies like Oberoi continue to outperform.
Interesting. So you are not negative real estate, which is a good thing because it's been 3 years into the cycle, but the charts still look positive.
Looks really good. Yep.
Interesting. On information technology, I'm really intrigued. What do you like here?
It's a very diverse sector group.
Exactly.
Certainly Swiggy and Zomato are cutting edge technologies. They're changing the way that citizens are getting their materials and food and all of that. But I like, as an investor, taking a little more diversified approach than just picking single names. So within the US, everybody talks about NVIDIA. But NVIDIA is not the only name in the information technology sector that has been outperforming. So I would argue the same thing for India. A rising tide lifts all ships. And so if information technology is outperforming, some of those really cutting edge companies can pull along a lot of the other technology with them. Mahindra Tech was another one that came up in my scans that looked superb.
Okay. 30-second answer if you can, Tyler.
Yeah, sure.
Because we are going to be talking to Swiggy now.
Yeah.
You don't have charts benefit for Swiggy because it's recently listed.
Yeah.
But 30-second, Zomato, it has some charts now.
Yeah.
How do they look?
Zomato is looking like we're sort of ending that contraction period. With all stocks, you can see consolidation over time or you can see consolidation in price. And I think what we're seeing just in these last 6 weeks is a consolidation over time. They needed to digest some of those gains and looking really good.
Okay, digest some gains, but looking good. Great.
Yeah.
Tyler,
Yeah.
This was lovely talking to you. Thank you for
Absolutely.
this short burst of a visit, but it was lovely
So
to have
good
this
see you.
conversation.
Yes, and I'll see you again soon.
Most certainly. That's the CMT Association, Tyler Wood, talking about his fondness for some of these businesses. And, well, constructive on Swiggy. Now, the second quarter losses widened to about 620 crores for Swiggy, but the results were driven by quick commerce business that saw a 31% growth versus last quarter. In moments from now, we'll be joined by Sriharsha Majeti and Rohit Kapoor, who is the group CEO. But let's pull up the chart of Swiggy if we can before we get the management. Swiggy should be up on the screen because that stock has gained about 3% because the read-through of the numbers and the growth that they've put out has looked okay to a lot of analysts, and hence let's get them on in the screen. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining in. Shreyas, the first question to you. Put the quarter into perspective because growth looked okay. Hyper growth in quick commerce seen as well. Is this a sign of things to come?
At a high level, even if I look at the overall Q2, I think it's a sum of many parts. I would say that we've done a lot of work over the last 1-2 years to make the food delivery business stronger, improve the fundamentals, and that has freed up time, for the management team as well to be able to focus on, let's say, the growth agenda, the innovation agenda, in a way that maybe we haven't been able to for the last 2 years while we were managing multiple listings. But now, as you look at the trajectory overall, I think we're very excited with the progress that we've made on the contribution margin of the food business. We've demonstrated operating leverage, and we feel good about the overall path and how we're rowing together. And we are expecting to, we have guided for, let's say, a high teens in growth rate on an annual basis. We feel good about the overall path on growing profitably to get closer and closer eventually to our steady state guidance of 5% EBITDA in the food business. In the quick commerce business, it's a different story in that, let's say, the category is obviously going through hyper growth. We had a strong growth quarter in Q2, but I honestly think that it's really, really early days for the category, and we are still maybe 10% done on what it can be in, let's say, in the next 3-4 years. The category will see heightened competition. There are some quarters that are going to be up, some quarters down in terms of growth rates. But I think for us, the key is to constantly keep just thinking about the consumer needs that are latent and stated as of today, but also keep finding out what they may need tomorrow. And on an overall basis, we feel good over there. We're expanding our city footprint. We're expanding our overall square footage footprint on the dark stores. We're growing it by 2.5 times from March 24 to March 25. That's a reflection of our ambition, and we feel like we are getting started in quick commerce. It also allows us to add a lot more assortment than we have in the past. So even there, a transformation is underway, but it is a competitive category, but growth is expected to be overall strong for the next few years for the category, given the early penetration stages we're in.
Shreyash, there is a feeling, a repeat question to you, but there's a feeling that heightened competition is coming in from the players who are not in the industry thus far. An unlisted player we know is burning capital as well. How difficult will it be for you to scale while maintaining profitability metrics because you are listed?
I think, Neeraj, our compulsion is to build the foundation for a very strong, long-term sustainable business. Even in the report that we published earlier this evening, we're guiding to an overall contribution margin break-even on the quick commerce business in October, November, December 2025. And we understand that the path may not be linear, but it is imperative for us as companies to be agile and responsive to what we see in an evolving landscape and make sure that we're able to do this and that. So everything that we think of is how do we make Instamart successful in the long term, and if it means modulating investments in the short term, we have talked about how we will not shy away from it. It is important. Like I said, it's the very beginning of a $30 to $50 billion category, and there we may modulate investments in the short term, but we're still giving the guidance that contribution margin will break even by OND quarter of 25. EBITDA for the quick commerce business at some time in July, August, September 26. So we still feel like we can do this and that, but the key is to constantly keep thinking about how to keep the business strong in the long term.
Okay, Shreyash, EBITDA and profitability guidance is probably in line with what you said pre-IPO, if I'm not wrong, break even in 6 quarters, so the October, November, December quarter. What factors go behind these metrics?
Actually, we haven't given any guidance pre-IPO about profitability timelines. Constantly, we kept saying that we'll talk about it in our first earnings call, and finally, we were able to do it today. I think when you look at, let's say, the mix of the businesses that we're in food delivery, as Rohit mentioned, we've already gone from, let's say, a 0.8% to 1.6% EBITDA sequentially in a quarter's time. And we will keep getting closer and closer to that steady state design of 5% EBITDA. So that is one part. So the food business is continuing to grow at the high teens level and will keep increasing its overall profitability. So that will generate some money. If you look at the other business that we have, our dine out business is growing and is also on the verge of turning profitable as we enter the last quarter of the year. So take that. There are two machines. Obviously, the food delivery machine is the larger profit generator. Dine out, going out business also will start generating a little bit. And then you look at, let's say, the overall guidance that we've given for Instamart. While continuing to modulate investments, mindful of, let's say, the competitive scenario, we also believe at the same time there are a few factors that give us confidence in our ability to get closer to the contribution margin break-even. If you look at it, firstly, there are some revenue line items. We have, let's say, some ground that we can cover on the average order value size. As we add assortment, we feel good about our ability to grow the AMV. I do also think that we have opportunities to grow our advertising revenues in the Instamart business. The third thing is, if you've seen our overall store guidance, we're guiding to go double the overall store count and almost grow the store square footage footprint by 2.5 times. But that happens in March. After that, the overall maturity of the average store will start improving. So these three things, coupled with, let's say, our best guess on competitive intensity as things stand today, then coming together, we still feel like we should go gun for contribution margin break-even in Instamart and OND 25. So it's a coming together of foods growing profitability, going out, turning profitable soon, and a path for Instamart to get closer to contribution margin break-even by October, November, December 25 quarter. It's all these things together, to be honest.
Okay. Rohit, one question to you. The pace of market share gains or losses, does that worry you? The last statistic that at least we saw, your competition has gained quite a bit of market share at a rapid pace. You've kind of gone up and down the curve on this market share game as well. How do you guys think about it?
First of all, the market share there is, as Harsha said, we are very early in the game there. And the way to think about quick commerce is probably if you are in a football match of 90 minutes, we are seeing what's happening in the first 5 minutes. And things change all the time. And new players are coming in. So frankly, I think the way we think about the business is whether you're acquiring the right set of consumers at a certain volume to make a very large play over time, and also continuously improve the economics of the business. And we have also lived through this journey as a company, because if you go back 8-9 years, there were multiple people in food delivery. Like, probably Harsha will know better, like probably 8 to 10 players out there. And today, there is certain configuration of the market. I think the quick commerce market will also not exactly evolve in that direction, but we will see it change quite a bit. So the rather than focus on market share, frankly, with none of which is publicly available as well in terms of numbers. And one point we do want to make is we'll rather in terms of numbers or any share claims rely largely on the basis of 2 listed players out there, which is Blinkit, which gets reported under Zomato and us, rather than focus too much on selective numbers thrown about by private competitors who probably don't have the same bar on reporting and information provision that some of us need to provide. And I think that Harsha has made a point recently in an interview where private competitors or private companies which are large enough should be also looked upon in terms of information disclosure in a certain way. So I think 3 points. 1, the market is evolving fast. 2nd, new players are coming, so shares will be dynamic. 3rd, feeling very good about the trajectory of the business and the way the economics is shaping up, the way consumers are continuing to accept more and more assortment categories coming into quick commerce. I think we are in the early stages of probably a $40-50 billion category being created out here.
Well, we wish you all the best for that category creation. Gentlemen, both of you, thank you so much for taking the time out and being with us today. That's the management of Swiggy on the numbers and the outlook ahead. The stock has done well today. A clutch of brokerages, like I said, have come out and, well, you could argue given a bit of a thumbs up to the Swiggy numbers as well. So interesting, the outlook on this one. I was looking at a CLSA note which kind of spoke about this as well, about how this is a positive. And Swiggy guidance, the adjusted EBITDA break-even by 3rd quarter FY26, while 2 years behind Zomato, is interesting. And they, of course, a lot of people are therefore reiterating that outperform on a Zomato as well. It'll be interesting to see how Zomato versus Swiggy, if it is a Zomato versus Swiggy, plays out in such a scenario. Okay, let's move on. PNB Housing, the management held a meeting yesterday to address the way forward and the strategy on affordable housing business. My colleague Shabana Sheikh caught up with Girish Kuzgi, who's the MD and CEO of PNB Housing. Now, Mr. Kuzgi spoke about the growing affordable housing book and growing it to 5,000 crore rupees by the year end. Listen in to that conversation.
See, today our book is about, retail book is 68,000 crores. Out of 68,000 crores, affordable is 3,000 crores. So it is very, very small because we just started now. The growth would look little higher because the base is very small. But our plan is to get to 5,000 crores by this year end and to 15,000 crores on affordable by FY27. So that's a plan on affordable. We are not seeing, stress on the affordable or any other segment because we keep doing this check every quarter and we have not seen any stress.
So reports are saying that developers are not actually adding inventory to end customers. So how are you seeing demand on that front?
See, if you look at prime, if you look at emerging, I think there's a lot of developers who are coming out with projects. On the affordable side, because I think some of the developers feel that these projects are not viable and the time it takes to launch the project from the land acquisition takes too much of time, and therefore they feel they should focus more on luxury and premium properties. And to that extent, on the affordable, I think developer coming out with more projects, I think that has come down. That's only about 20% of the overall market. 80% of market is self-construction, purchase and resale transactions.
Okay. So, wanted to understand, you've also announced that, you would be creating a lab vertical, separate lab vertical. You're already into lab. Wanted to understand what would be the composition of that. You're going big on high-yielding products, keeping in, profitability in mind. So, could you just throw in a number for us? What would be the composition of lab of the overall total loan book of yours?
See, lab will only help us to the growing business. So the yields are not significantly higher in lab. It is few bips higher. So lab is going to help us. It is more focused on a particular product and therefore this new vertical. It's going to help us in our journey to 1 lakh crore. So this also is part of 1 lakh crore retail book size by FY27.
So, any concerns on NPA, given that, you're planning to grow affordable housing segment and LAP? Any concerns on NPA, given that there's going to be slowdown in the economy after the GDP figures that we're seeing? So, that economic activity is likely to slow down. So, what's your concern? What's your view on asset quality?
We've seen one data point on GDP. I think economy is doing well. There is definitely growth in the segment where we are in. And we have not seen any slowdown. I think the industry has seen a bit of slowdown in H1 that has to do a lot with the heat wave, elections, and of course recent election in Maharashtra. And in some of the states, I think there was some delay in the registration process. Otherwise, the demand is still intact. And in PNB Housing, we have not seen any, challenge on the demand.
So, wanted to understand what is your outlook on net interest margins, given that, rate cuts would be on the horizon. So, how would that affect, your margins? You're also diversifying your loan book. So, how do you see margins going forward?
So, we are doing multiple things to better our margins. So rate cut will have an impact. That is because of the lag effect. I think we'll be able to manage it because we are doing multiple things to increase our margins. We have guided 3.5%. I think we'll be above 3.5% on margin.
That is by the end of this financial year?
We have said 3.5% for next few quarters.
So, your corporate NPAs have come down significantly, since June 2023. Do you think that is the reason why you want to come back to the corporate loan space?
No, that's not the reason. I think we know that we had a large corporate book. It was under stress. Obviously, we wanted to take a pause, work on the book in terms of degrowing. We wanted to work on NPAs and resolve all those accounts. So now the NPA is zero. And we know this market very well. We are the third largest, HFC in the country. And we don't want to be away from this space because there's a lot of potential here as well. And therefore, this would be a more calibrated effort in terms of building the book very slowly in corporate. That's the reason our plan is going to be to get to a book of about 7,000, 8,000 crores in next 3 years' time. So we'll not be growing this book faster. We will do very safe, secure, sound business in corporate.
So what is the sanction pipeline line and what kind of... Okay. And what kind of sectors are you targeting in the corporate space?
Largely we'll be focusing on construction finance.
Okay, all right. So I also wanted to understand fundraising. You said that PNB Housing Finance is well capitalized.
Yeah.
So, how is the funding mix changing given that bank lending is sort of coming down? So, do you plan to increase your dependence on NHB refinance? How is ECB borrowing looking like?
I think largely the funding mix would remain same. So deposit we are at about 30-31%. I think that would almost remain there. So there will be a shift from bank to a little bit on ECB and NCDs because NCD is coming at a slightly lower rate. So there will be a small tweak, maybe 1%, 2%, 3% in next few quarters. Otherwise, largely the mix is not changing.
Can we expect PNB Housing Finance to tap the overseas market this financial year?
It all depends on the rate, so it depends on the price.
Well, important conversation, especially on a day when PNB Housing Finance's stock is doing well too, because the guidance that they've given is very, very strong. Remember, loan book of 5,000 crores by FY25, 15,000 crores by FY27. Girish Kausgi is reasonably bullish on the growth, and that's why the stock is doing well in trade. We take a break on that note. Up next, we'll get your conversation with Amit Paithankar, CEO of Wari Energies, and then, of course, get in Soam Asset Managers Sanjay Parekh to talk about the markets.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow, the newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow, the newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow, the newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow, the newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve.
Hi, thanks so much for joining in. You're watching Ask Profit on NDTV Profit. My name is Alex Matthew and with me is Mahima Vachrajani. We'll take you through the next 1 hour of trade. And it's proving to be a decent day of trade in the context of what we've seen globally. This is something that is positive. Let's take a closer look at how things are. Right now, you have the benchmark Nifty 50 that's trading with gains of about 0.33%. Of course, if you watched the programs earlier on in the day, you'll know that there is a little bit of political turmoil in South Korea that seems to have spooked investors in the Asia Pacific region, but that worry has not extended to the Indian equity markets. And you see in the broader markets in particular, you have quite a bit of gains. In fact, 0.5% gains for the mid cap as well as the small cap index, and very firm tilt towards the advances when you look at the overall picture in terms of the advance and decline ratio. It has closed somewhat, but it still remains the case. Just a quick reminder in case you did not know this, yesterday you saw buying by foreign institutional investors, and it is not a small amount. In fact, it was comfortably over 3,600 crore rupees in trade yesterday on a net basis, and in fact the domestic institutions were the ones that sold very small amount, about 250 odd crore rupees. But that is something that could be panning out in the session today as well. Take a look at the Nifty 50 components though. You have pretty even split in terms of the advances and the declines, but the advances are led by the heaviest of the heavyweights, talking about HDFC Bank, which is contributing quite a bit and trading not too far away from life highs at this young fee. And in fact, the entire IT pack up about 1% right now. Nifty IT doing particularly well in trade. There are several smaller stocks, individual stocks to focus on at the start. One that you were speaking about, Mahima, and that is Swiggy. Did you do the comparison, Swiggy and Zomato?
Yes. So in terms of the comparison of Swiggy versus Zomato, Alex, Zomato still is ahead of Swiggy in most of the metrics. But in terms of the commentary coming on from Swiggy, which is why the stock is up in trade today, they've given certain positive commentary. Like they've said that the adjusted EBITDA margin will achieve break-even by December 25. They're targeting doubling of dark store capacity by March 25, and they're also targeting 2,000 orders per day per dark store, which is kind of an ambitious target. So I think the positive commentary is something that is kind of bought the stock upwards. Otherwise, the results were slightly below the street estimates. So this is about Swiggy, but some other stocks which are really buzzing in trade today. One of them is Reliance Power. Now Reliance Power, if we can pull up the stock, is buzzing on the back of a positive news. It's up around 5% in trade as we speak, and it's almost locked in upper circuit. It is in fact locked in upper circuit. The next stock in focus is EPAC Durables, where EPAC Durables is kind of seeing a downward movement. We've been seeing EPAC Durables going down in the past few days. Yesterday it came out with its filing saying that SSIB officials have initiated a search in the company in their Rajasthan plant, and the company is saying that there are no search or seizure that has taken place, but because of this the stock is tanking in trade today. Let's also pull up something like RVNL. It did receive an order of roughly 187 odd crores. The stock did react positively to that, and it's up around 1.6%. So it's come down from its day's highs, but the stock is buzzing on the back of that. Welspun Living is also buzzing, where the company has approved sale of 100% equity shares in Welspun Home Solutions, which is a wholly owned subsidiary, and due to this the stock has seen some tanking. It's come off from its day's highs. It's down around 1.16% as we speak. Let's also pull up something like Keynes Technology, Mankind Pharma, and see how they're doing in trade today. United Breweries, also the company introduced the Amstel Grenade, which is a premium and strong category, and this is something that will kind of aid margins for the company. The Alcobev did see margins tanking in first half of FY25, but premium segment is something that all these Alco Bev companies are focusing on, Alex.
Certainly. All right. On that note, we should move on. In fact, I didn't point this out at the start, but that number that you see on your screen, that's where you can call us. And there is also a number that you are probably already aware of. That is the number you can send your WhatsApp questions to. We've got Vaishali Parekh, Vice President Technical Research at Prabhudas Leela, joining us right now. We will soon be joined by Shahina Mukaddam as well. Vaishali, good morning to you. Let me start a few questions off with you then. And we've got the first question coming in from Sumit. He's writing from Bengaluru. The stock that he wants to talk about is Pix Transmissions. It's currently trading at 2,600 and it's a 3,500 market cap company, 3,500 crore market cap company. His buy price is 2,131 and he's got 200 shares. He's wondering whether to book his profit right now, which is a considerable close to 1 lakh rupees, or should he hold for a period of 4 to 6 weeks with a possible uptrend from this point as well.
Morning to all of you. So I would say right now it is already run up quite a bit, but it's better to keep it with a trading stop loss. 2,500 should be a trailing stop loss because it's already in an overbought zone. But seeing the indicators, I think the stock may get into new round of momentum also. So since he's already gaining so much, I think no harm keeping a stop loss and aim for a target of 3,000.
Vaishali, the next question is from Prem, who's from Hyderabad, and he wants to know what could be the best company in the green energy sector to invest in. Do you have a view on this one?
So, well, I am tracking KPI Green, I'm looking at Inox Green. So these are all good companies for a long-term perspective. And I think chartically also it has shown a good trend. So I would say focus on these two stocks.
All right, let's pull the next one up, and we've got, in fact, an outlook that is being sought for IRFC. If you've bought it at levels of 375, let's pull up the chart and see where it's currently trading. IRFC, and it's 38 shares that were bought by Murli, who's writing in from Hyderabad, and he's lost quite a bit of. No, actually, he's gained quite a bit of ground. He's in the green. 375 shares, bought at a price of 38 rupees. Stock is currently trading above 150. On the charts, Vaishali, how does it look?
Continue holding because the stock is after making the recent high at around 185. It's corrected substantially and now it's showing signs of revival. So I would say continue holding with the stop loss of 145 because once we see this momentum coming in, I think 160, 163 could be the near-term hurdle. But above that, we can once again see 170, 180 targets. So in my view, it's a positive unless 145 levels break.
Okay. All right. Chakrapani is calling us from Bengaluru. Chakrapani, you're our first caller for the day. Good morning to you. And how can we help you?
This is regarding Jamna Auto.
Okay.
I am holding it for almost about a year. At 119 I purchased average price. Should I accumulate or add or sell? I just want to know.
Okay, got it. So let me get you a perspective on the charts then. And this is something that I'm going to you on, Vaishali. He's bought at 119 and so he's losing a little bit of ground and he's been holding for a year. 700, not a small amount, he's holding a considerable amount. So would you suggest adding more at this point?
So actually purely on technical terms, I'm looking at the weekly chart also. So for now, 100 acts as a very good support level. So I guess the risk reward ratio wise, it's an attractive level to add. But if 100 levels break, I would say it could get into a corrective mode. And for now, I think keep a range of 100 to 120. One can accumulate at these levels.
All right, the next question is Subramaniam and he's writing from Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. He's bought 50 shares of Balaji Amines, bought at 39 a piece, and he's bought this during 2012. The stock is currently trading at 2098. So he's sitting on significant amount of profits, which is almost 1 lakh rupees. Vaishali, what's your view? Should he keep holding this or should he sell? How does it look on charts at present?
So chartically, I think, we have seen a good run up, then a very long consolidation setting in, especially on the weekly chart because the horizon is for a longer term perspective. I think continue holding because the stock, once it goes above 2,500 levels, it's back on track for higher targets. So in my view, it's a positive view for now.
All right. I believe we've got Shahina joining in as well. Did we just take Balaji Mines?
Yes.
Okay, so we've done Balaji Mines. Sorry, I've been a little distracted. Solar Industries is the next counter that we're talking. And Shahina, good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining in. This one's for you. Solar Industries, if you bought at levels of 10,560, or rather, if you're thinking of buying, would you buy at the current level, which is around 10,500 or thereabouts? Suresh from Chennai wants to know.
Yes, you can buy even at current levels, though of course the run-up has been pretty sharp because if you see the actual performance, while the quarter has been more or less flat on a sequential basis, I think the prospects are strong, and that correction that we saw, we are likely to see a bounce back going forward. So yes, it's a buy.
All right, we have our next caller for the day. Balakrishna is calling from Hyderabad. Balakrishna, thanks for calling NDTV Profit. What's your question about?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to everyone. Yeah, as of now, Tata Power is a 430 level. Right now, can I take the shares for the 1 year period?
Okay, you don't hold any Tata Power right now in your portfolio,
Not
right?
yet, not yet. I am looking the correction, but I missed the 406. But today, the share is a 430, 432 rupees.
Okay.
Can I buy I am planning to buy the 100 shares for the 1 year. Can I expect the 30% profit of the?
Okay, Shahina, I'll come to you for this one. 1 year, can you expect 30% from Tata Power?
Well, yes, you can, but I would prefer that he buys it at a slight dip if he wants those sort of returns in 1 year's time. It is possible that the stock may correct another 20 rupees from here in the shorter term. So it is better you buy it at a better price of say closer to 400, 410, and then you could look at a decent return. So don't buy it now, buy it on a slight decline.
Okay, so we keep getting questions like this, and I've taken the liberty of answering this on WhatsApp itself, but I'm still going to take it up with the two of you. Maybe I'll go to Shahina on this one though. So we've got Arjun on WhatsApp who's asked, first of all, which penny stocks to buy in bulk at this juncture. And I've taken the liberty, Shahina, of saying that this is absolutely not a good idea, because invariably people think that you can buy and what is the potential downside, but people don't realize that if you buy at 9 rupees and the stock goes to 5 rupees, you've effectively lost a considerable amount of money, right? So having said that, he's asking then, from the ticket price standpoint and something that he can accumulate large numbers in, is there a stock that you can recommend based on the fundamentals?
Well, see, penny stocks, you have already given the disclaimer. If you really want to buy some with a long-term prospects, I would say something like a Yes Bank. It's about 20 rupees. It looks good even from current levels. You could look at some power stock, which is in, say single or maybe low double digits. So you could look at some of these stocks, banking, power, and look for, the upside, holding them for maybe 3 years period.
Okay, our next question, in fact, Alex, is from Tom's, and he's also asking about Yes Bank. So since China has already given her view, Vaishali, your view on Yes Bank?
So far, there is nothing really much happening. The stock is continuing to have some consolidation. But I would say that once the stock moves above 22, 23 levels, this would get into a good momentum, and 24, 25 would be the next target. So one can buy at these levels for 24, 25. Once it sustains about 25 levels, it would gain further momentum and conviction. That is how I would look at the stock.
Okay. I believe we've got Satya who's calling us from Hyderabad. Satya, hi, good morning. What's your question for us?
Yeah, hi. My name is Satya from Hyderabad. So I was currently holding sales stocks of quantity to 65.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please? Are you talking about CESC?
So can I hold a share this particular?
Satya, your voice is not coming through to me very clearly. Can you repeat that? You're talking about
Am I audible? Am I audible now?
Yes, you're talking about CESC, right?
Yeah, CESC, yes.
CESC, and you've bought 265 shares at 185, right?
Yes, yes.
And what is your time frame that you're looking at?
2 months.
2 months. Got it. All right, Vaishali, I'll come to you on the charts then. CESC 185 is the current market price as well, and he's more or less bought at that price, and he's wondering whether to hold for 2 months. What are the levels that you would ask him to watch out for?
Well, now this stock has also come in the F&O category, so you are going to see some choppiness. And in fact, this stock we had recommended just a few days back. We've seen a good run up. 185, 186 acts as a near-term resistance. So keep a watch on this. Once it is moving above 188, you can continue holding, then look for a target of 200 to 210. But if it fails to move past 185 levels, it can retest 165 levels again. So that's how you would focus on this, keeping 2 months in horizon.
All right. The next question is from Kusuma, who's from Pune. She wants to buy ABB for the next 6 months, and she's asking whether this is the right price to enter, and she wants a technical outlook clearly for the next 3 to 6 months. So Vaishali, I'll come to you for this one. How does ABB look on charts right now?
So I think capital goods on the whole, they have started showing regained strength, and ABB is also making an effort. So I would say the downside is very limited. 7,200, that's what we had seen, 7,000 levels. I mean, in the recent past, we have seen is 6,500. Market is going to be choppy. We do not have a clarity on the trend. I would say accumulation would be a better strategy, because long-term charts we can see a target of 8,500 to 9,000 levels, but 6,500 would act as a good support. So accumulation as a SIP form would be better. Keep accumulating at every dip.
All right, that's a view on ABB, one of the stocks of the year, you can call it. BLS International is the name of the counter we're talking about next, and this one's for you, Shahina. On the fundamentals, Gautam wants to know what the prospects are for the next 12 to 18 months, if you would suggest buying at this level and accumulating at this level.
Yeah, the prospects are pretty strong. They are actually expanding the number of countries which they are targeting. And in terms of fundamentals also, they have done pretty well in the last quarter. So I think prospects are good. And yes, you can keep adding it to your portfolio at current levels.
All right. We have our next caller, who's Vaibhav from New Delhi. Vaibhav, thanks for calling in. How can we help you?
Yeah, hi, good morning. I would like to know about the counter Ganesh Housing, that whether it is a good time to enter this counter. The results of this company have been consistently very good, and the stock has also moved up, but it is still trading at a PE of around 22. So just wanted to know that the view, whether it's a good time to enter this counter Ganesh Housing.
Okay, what's the kind of time horizon that you're looking out for?
Short term, I would say 3 to 6 months.
All right. Vaishali, I'll again come to you for this one. Your view on Ganesh Housing, 3 to 6 months?
So I would say the trend has been extremely bullish, and we have seen a one-way rally right from 821 to now 1280. So risk-reward wise, it is not a favorable time to buy. Wait for a dip. I think around if it comes closer to 1,000 levels, it would be a good level to buy.
Okay, but I'm still curious. I know that he's got a very short time frame, but China, any chance you've looked at this? Because he did quote the PE, and I guess he's bought it considering the valuations that he found attractive. This is an Ahmedabad-based developer, in case people were wondering and have not come across this counter, around 10,000 crore market capitalization. China, any view on this?
Well, I think it looks very interesting at current levels if you're a medium to longer term investor, because yes, while, of course, yes, the PE is in those levels, but in terms of price to book, it's about 8 times, which is slightly on the higher side. But if you look at the numbers, you saw the last quarter numbers, they are growing almost of about 40-50%. So this strong growth indicates that very soon, over the maybe next 1 to 2 years, the valuations will start looking attractive. It's a smaller company in the overall real estate space. It looks interesting at current levels, in my view. I would say you can buy.
All right. The next query is from, do we have the viewer name? Srinidhi, yes. So Srinidhi is asking about JK Tires, and she's bought 100 shares at 416 per share. She wants to know whether she should keep holding it or she should sell it. What could be the target price next? So Vaishali, I'll come to you for this one. How does the chart look and what should be the target?
So the chart, this chart has been quite a laggard. We have not seen the stock participating at all. But now that if she's holding, I think continue holding, because it is showing some volume and some momentum pickup. I would say keep a watch at 400. It can go towards 400, 410. From there on, we can have a relook. If it continues, the momentum continues, then I think one can aim for a target of 460 to 470. So right now, I think just hold if you have, no, time is not a factor.
Okay, thanks for that view. I do want to interrupt just a short while because we've been talking about it this week, and I have found this a very enriching experience myself. I've been watching this show every day. This is the show that is up next. It's at 11:30. It's called Know Your Company, and the idea, of course, is to get you insight into one specific company every day, and we've had some interesting programs already. My colleague Agam, and the anchor of the show, is joining me to tell you a little bit about what is lined up today. NLC India, why is this the focus today?
Well, only because it's a relatively smaller power generator, but it's also into mining. So, and it's a very interesting combination in terms of operations. And of course, this is a public sector entity. But given the fact that while we've seen revenue growth over the past few years, which hasn't been that staggering, its profitability has been substantial. So we thought that it would be a good idea to look into the company, perhaps take a look at why we're seeing such a sharp growth in its profitability, the kind of ratios that we're looking at, and of course how we're seeing the change in its revenue structure, the overall pie change over the past few years. So that piqued our curiosity, and that's the reason why we're taking this up today.
By the way, I have told our viewers to write into us for suggestions, and one of them has come through. Deepak Fertilizers is something that I think Naresh, if I'm not mistaken, said that he'd be very keen on hearing from. And you told me yesterday it's on the list. So that's good news for you as well. 11:30, do tune in if you have the time. You can also catch it later on YouTube in case you don't. We've got our next caller, Benson, who's calling in from Mumbai. Benson, hi, good morning. And what is the stock that you are looking to find out about?
Hey, very good morning, and I hope you all have a good day. First of all, I would want to know about Sukhjit Starch. I had purchased this at a rate of 244.5 and just wanted to know from the experts whether is it still a good hold or shall I sell it?
What is the time frame that you have? It's a very small company, Benson. So I'm curious, where did you come across this company, and why? What was the thinking? Did you find out about what it does and then invest in it?
No, nothing like that. Actually, I invested in this company last year and I really made a good profit. But then the charts, what I see is already on the upward trending. So I just wanted to know from the experts whether is it still good to continue or is it the right time to sell?
Okay, got it. So you bought it based on the technicals. Let me go across to Vaishali then on the charts. Vaishali, a really small company, 880 odd crore market capitalization. Sukhjit Starch and Chemicals is the name of the counter, 281 or thereabouts. It's up about 16% year to date, and he is making gains right now. He's bought at 245. Should he book or exit? Book or hold?
Actually, the volume is very poor, but the stock chartically it is showing an uptrend. Currently, it is at a keep a watch at these levels once free. So keep a watch at these levels once it's crossing 283. I think this can go towards 300. So continue holding with the trailing stop loss.
Right. The next question is from Sahiti, who's from Bangalore. She's having IDFC First 1500 shares bought at the level of 86, and she wants to know whether it's a good bet from a long-term perspective, or and she also wants to know whether this is the right level to enter or not. Vaishali, I come to you for this one. Your view on IDFC First?
So chartically, it all looks fine at these levels, but the volume, the momentum, etc., it just fizzles out. So I would say, right, if you really want a confirmation, might as well get into an HDFC Bank or an ICICI Bank, which are all matured trends, and we can see a good upside. So my focus would be on those banks first.
I believe we've got Vijay Prabhu calling us from Mumbai itself. Vijay, hi, morning. And where in Mumbai are you calling from? What can we help you with?
Hey, hello, good morning, and a very warm welcome to the esteemed guests. And I also wanted to say that I'm looking forward for the 11:30 show.
Yes, okay. Thanks so much. I'm glad. Okay, how can we help you, Vijay?
Right. So my question is about HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics.
Yes.
I bought 50 shares at around 3,890 rupees per piece.
Yeah.
But although I don't intend to sell it, but my question is that strategy correct? I keep on buying each month.
Interesting. Okay, and so you don't have a time frame in mind. You bought based on the fundamentals. You're buying into the defense story in India. Yes?
Correct.
Got it, Vijay. Let me take your question to Shahina on the fundamental. Shahina, a number of these defense stocks have, some might point out, bottomed out after that drop, and they have seen an uptrend in the recent past. But the strategy that Vijay is employing is to purchase a few units every month. Is that the right approach?
I think that's the perfect approach, especially if you're looking to invest in something like a HAL, which is a defense stock. The order book position is very strong, and as they improve their execution, also expand their product portfolio, I think it will be a multi-bagger over a long term, say 5 to 10 year period. So I think this strategy will work for the long term.
That's the view coming in on HAL. But viewers, it's time for a short break. So Shahina and Vaishali, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back answering all your queries on the other side. When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit, and this show gets you answers to all of your stock-related questions. We've been taking your calls all of this week and last, but I do want to point out that quite a few of you are trying to call the WhatsApp number, and that's not going to work because we can't patch it through to what we're doing right now, which is live television. If you are calling us, you should call us on that landline number that you see flashing on your screen. And of course, if you send us a WhatsApp, we'll do our best to take the question as well. I believe the first question that we have on this side of the break is Arcade Developers, and this is a question coming from Dhruv Parekh, who's writing in from Ahmedabad, and he's asking whether he should hold on. He's bought at levels of 132, so he's in the green right now. He's bought 200 shares. The question is, on the fundamental, Shahina, should he continue to hold?
Well, it's a very small cap, so it's a little difficult to say in terms of, how the stock will look over a period of time. Very tiny company. But in terms of performance, it's doing pretty well. It did very well in the last quarter, or even on a sequential basis, and balance sheet looks pretty strong. So I would say you can hold at current levels and, watch how the numbers turn out. But it looks good as of now.
All right, we have our next caller. Shailaja is calling from Hyderabad. Shailaja, thanks for calling NDTV Profit. How can we help you?
Thank you. I want to know regarding Ola Electric. I have 100 shares at 98.5. So I have to hold for some more time or else I should sell it.
All right. Are you looking for a shorter term perspective or a longer term perspective?
It's short term. It's maybe a span of 2 to 3 months.
2 to 3 months. Okay. Vaishali, I'll come to you for this one. Fundamental side, I know Ola is seeing a lot of pressure, but technically, does the charts look attractive?
So technically, we saw the stock bottoming out at around 69-70 levels. From there on, we have seen a one-way rally coming, and now it made a high of 102. So short term, well, it's very difficult to say because we can see some profit booking and the stock retracing to around 80 levels. So I would say continue holding, at least wait for 110, 120, because once it gets into new round of momentum, 110, 120 would be the next target.
Okay. All right. So let me check. Do we have it? Yeah, okay, we do have it. Girish is asking about Ola Electric incidentally, and he's asking on the fundamentals. He's bought at elevated levels, Shahina, 120 or thereabouts. Should he hold it or should he exit? And I mean, we've spoken at length over the past several weeks about the issues about after sales and technology. What do you think about the company?
I would say he should look to exit in a bounce. Of course, the stock has given a pretty good rebound in the last couple of days. Maybe a further bounce, and he could look to exit because we have more competition coming in in about 6 months. So the space is going to get extremely competitive. So wait for a further bounce and keep a stop loss, and then you could exit.
You're referring to the Activa, right? The electric Activa as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The next query is from Srinivasa Rao, who is writing to us from Vijayawada. He's holding 18,000 shares of Shriram Properties, which was bought at 114. And he wants to know as to what are the prospects of the company for the next 1 year. He's sitting on a significant loss of around 82,000. So, Shahina, your view on Shriram Properties, whether he should keep holding it or book the loss?
Well, as of now, he can continue to hold. Basically, if you see the losses are coming down, if you see on a sequential basis, they've made a small amount of profit. In terms of valuations, it's pretty attractive. It's just about one-time book. So I would say hold for now.
Hold for now. All right. Vinod is calling us from Bengaluru. Vinod, good morning. And thanks so much for calling NDTV Profit. How can we help you this morning?
Good morning. I want to know whether I need to hold or sell Indore Mines.
Indore Mine is the name of the counter that you've got. Okay. And what was the time frame that you had when you bought the stock?
It was on 11 November, I think.
Okay, 11 November, so not too long back. But when you bought it, Vinod, what was the time period that you intended to hold it for? Was it less than 1 year or more than 1 year?
It was short term, 2 to 3 months.
2 to 3 months. All right. And you're in the green right now. So essentially you're looking to either book or hold for potential gains. Got it.
Yes.
Vaishali, on the charts then, 175 is the buy price. He's in the green. Should he hold or should he exit?
I would say today, in fact, there is an exceptionally high volume and it is moving past the previous high. So I would say continue holding, because if the momentum continues, the stock can go towards 240. So that would be the target that he should look for.
All right. The next query is from Lavish, who's from Indore. He's saying, I called on your landline, but it's busy. So Lavish, we're taking your WhatsApp question then. He's bought 500 shares of TD Power Systems, bought at 455 a piece, and he wants a 1-year view from you, Vaishali, specifically. So Vaishali, TD Power Systems on the charts?
So TD Power is in a gradual upward move. Keep a stop loss of around 420 because that is the crucial support level. And once the stock moves above, it can retest 470, 480. So hold it with a stop loss of 420.
Okay. All right. So we've got. So TD Power is the next counter that we're talking about, and we just taken Lavish has got that question answered. Tata Motors is the next counter that we're talking about, and this is another question to you, Vaishali, on the technicals, because we're talking about a period of 6 to 12 months, and Shruti wants to know, she's bought at a price of 842, and she's wondering whether to hold because she's losing a little bit of ground.
I would say auto index is quite in a lull right now, overall full auto index, and Tata Motors has shown substantial corrective move. So 760, 770 is a very prominent support band. So I would say if 6 months is a horizon, continue holding. In fact, I think at lower levels, one can average out also.
All right. The next caller is Suresh from Hyderabad. Suresh, thanks for calling in. Good morning. I believe your query is on SBI. What do you want to know?
Good morning to you all. All of you are doing a wonderful job. So is your back-end team, courteous and professional. I just wanted to ask you people about State Bank of India. I bought it a few weeks back at 847. Thereon it fell down below 700. What I noted is that in the month of June this year it was at 900, 912. My thought process was around budget time in February to go above 900. So now it has come back to my buying price, which is today it is 1% above my buying price. 847 was my buying price, which is 1% above that. So shall I really hold on with my thought process of till February budget time?
Okay, so it's a shorter term horizon that you're looking for. Thank you so much, Suresh, for those kind words. Vaishali, I'll come to you for this one. Should he keep holding SBI till February?
Well, in fact, public sector index banking stocks have started showing a lot of momentum. And of course, to start with SBI, it is quite well placed. In my opinion, this can go towards 880 to 900 levels. But keeping disciplined trading intact, I think 830 should be the stop loss that he should follow.
Okay. All right. Hope that answers your question. And thanks so much. It's very kind of you, Suresh. Thanks so much for your kind words. And I'm glad that my team also, I'm sure that my team also thanks you. So I'm thanking you on their behalf. Sastamani has got the next question. Premier Explosives is the name of the counter. And we've got a buy at 691. The quantity is 1,110 shares. He's seeing a loss at this juncture and a quite considerable one at that. Shahina, on the fundamentals, would you continue to hold on to Premier Explosives even if you're witnessing a sizable loss?
Well, I would say it's better to switch from Premier Explosive as of now. In fact, while it's a small cap, market cap about 2,500 crores, but I believe it's better to exit. There are better opportunities available.
All right, that's the view coming in on Premier Explosives. We have our next caller, Surya, who's calling in from Bengaluru. Surya, how can we help you?
Yeah, hi. First of all, thanks for taking my question, and I've been watching your show for quite a while. And my question is on EMS Limited. I'm holding it at the price point of 760 around, and holding a quantity of 100 shares. I bought this shares to get into this water treatment and sewage treatment business growth prospects only, and I wanted to hold it for more than 2 years.
Okay, so basically you want a fundamental view. Have you studied the company already?
Yes, I did so. Just wanted to know what will be the business growth on this business in CAGR perspective, just to understand.
Okay, Shaina, I'll come to you for EMS Limited. Do you have a view on this particular counter?
Yeah, it's a small cap, very interesting space, doing pretty well in terms of numbers, strong growth in terms of profitability, as well as revenue. So it's a hold at current levels. It's a good investment.
Hold. And it's done pretty well. Surya, hopefully it continues to do well for you, and that's the view on the fundamentals. The next question is Deepika's writing in from Hyderabad. She's asking about Credit Axis Grameen, which she's bought at levels of 936, and she's wondering whether or not to hold or exit. 54 shares is what she's got. The stock is currently trading at 882. Vaishali, on the charts, what would you do?
I think continue holding, because all these stocks for long-term perspective also they should do well. Right now, of course, we have seen a good corrective move, but indicator-wise, I think it is ready for bounce back. So I would say for now, continue holding at least till 1,000 levels, and there on we can have a relook, because the actual strength lies only above 1,000. So I would say wait till it bounces to 1,000, and then we can reassess.
Right, so it's a hold from Vaishali. But Shahina, quickly your view on this one, because Goldman Sachs recently double downgraded the stock, and the stock did see a lot of tanking.
Fundamentally, they're doing very badly. So it's fundamentally a exit. But technically, I think the bounce is coming. It's consolidating. So I will agree with Vaishali, exit at a bounce.
Exit at a bounce. Okay, I believe we've got our next caller, and it happens that the caller's name is Alex. So it's Alex calling Alex. Alex, you're tuning in from Kerala. Where in Kerala? And first of all, thank you so much for calling.
Hello, I am calling from Kerala, Cochin.
Okay, Cochin, all right. I love Fort Kochi, and I've been to the Putta stores there, and they're quite nice. What do you want to know about with regard to Concor?
Actually, Vinyam Port first part is completed. When it is coming up, is it best time to enter Concor or any other freight movers like All Cargo or the SW Infra? Is it good time to enter Concor or wait for it to come to full operation, Vinyam Port?
Okay. So it's a fundamental question, Alex. I will take your question to Shahina. Shahina, if you've studied the port space, and I guess what he's asking is ancillary business related to ports. If I'm not mistaken, Vizhinjam Port is being handled by Adani Ports. So do you have a view on that business per se? Of course, Adani Ports handles over 2/3 of the maritime trade in India. So would you play the development of Vizhinjam Port through a Concor, thinking that there will be an increase in trade activity, or would you play the port?
Well, ports by itself is a very good long-term story. And I think all the three companies in ports, including Concor, you have Adani, as well as you have JSW Infra. I think all three will do well over the longer term, and you can take your pick. I think all three look interesting. Adani Ports has corrected because of the, the news-based correction. But of course, they've got the largest market share. So if you're a long-term investor, you can be there, but you have to take that risk in case, any news, it's news-based. Something comes up, you'll see the correction. Concor, a public sector, so you'll see a gradual improvement in terms of price. You're not going to see a doubler, tripler in the shorter term. JSW Infra has got very good projects, especially in Maharashtra coming up. In valuation wise also, it is pretty interesting compared to the rest of the remaining two. So you can look at, making a portfolio of port stocks and hold it for the longer term.
Okay, all right. A standard disclaimer, of course, I was the one that asked the question, but it is Adani Group company, and so is NDTV Profit through the NDTV Group.
Right. We have our next caller, Alex, who's Sailesh Prabhu from Mumbai. Sailesh, thanks for calling NDTV Profit. I believe you have a question on Laurus Lab.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. What's your question?
I have 200 shares of Laurus Labs. The price has now gone up substantially in the last 15 days. Do you think it is worth holding it? Because the P ratio on a trailing basis is 235, and the last 7 quarters the working is not good at all. So does the price justify this?
Okay, so basically you bought it from a fundamental perspective when you bought this, and how long ago did you buy this?
About a month back.
Okay, so I think I'll get you a fundamental view on this. Shahina, your view on Laurus Labs, what he's saying is absolutely right, but there's so many stocks that are actually defying, the theory of PE. So does Laurus Lab also fall into that category?
I think he's absolutely correct. Laurus Labs, in terms of fundamental valuations, is extremely expensive at current levels, and the financial performance has been pathetic if you see over the last 1 odd year. Having said that, I think in the CRAM space, there is opportunity in the longer term, but I think there are better stocks available in the overall pharma sector, like, for example, even Biocon. So to that extent, you can look at Biocon, Cipla. There are a lot of other stocks which are doing better even in the shorter term. So I would say that yes, you can hold for now because it's in a momentum, but look for levels to exit and switch.
I must say, Shailesh, I'm very impressed with the fact that you've taken the time to read and understand and base your investment decisions on proper data. And kudos to you and to everybody who's tuning in. I must say, speaking to you directly has been an incredible experience, and I hope that everybody takes the time to study their investments as you have. Rajesh from Bengaluru has got a question on Adani Green. He has bought at levels of 1,200 and he's got 220 shares. The stock is currently trading above that price. It has recovered quite sharply from the low point. On the technicals though, would you hold on to this, Vaishali?
I would say the stock is actually weakened its trend, but technically 1,000 was the prominent support which was retested, and now it's making an attempt to again bounce back. So 1,500 is the near-term resistance. At least hold till there.
All right, we have our next caller, Shalini, who's calling from Kerala again. Shalini, thank you for calling NDTV Profit. Good morning, and how can we help you?
Yeah, good morning, ma'am. Yeah, I just have 100 shares of KCP, and I just want to know whether I should hold it or sell it.
All right, this is KCP Limited or KCP Sugars and Industries?
The shares name, I just see it is KCP only, and the current price is 251.
Okay, so that's KCP Limited then. And what is the time horizon that you're looking for?
That is a short term only, ma'am, because I have been holding it since 4 months.
Okay, so shorter term view it is. Vaishali, I'll quickly come to you for this one. KCP Limited.
I don't have this chart. I'll just look for it.
Sure. Meanwhile, Shahina, if you have a view on KCP Limited.
Yeah, it's a hold. It looks like the momentum will continue for some more time. So do hold it. I think you can keep a target of close to about 270, 275 before you exit.
All right. Vaishali, do you have the charts in front of you now?
I think my view matches with China. You can hold 270 is the resistance.
Fantastic. All right. All right. On that note, let's move to South Indian Bank, and we've got Hiran who's writing in from Pune. Hiran Das. Hiran, thanks so much for writing in. You've bought at levels of 24.8 rupees per share, and 304 shares is what you own, and it's more or less where the stock is currently. So on the fundamentals, what would the strategy be, Shahina? Would you like this from the banking space, or are there better banks? She can exit at this juncture with no loss or profit.
Well, it's a very small bank and valuations are very attractive. It's just about 0.7 times price to book. So you can hold for now, but I think there are, of course, better banks available. In fact, I would even prefer a Yes Bank over a South Indian. But as of now, you can hold.
All right. We have our next caller, Srinivas, who's calling from Mumbai. I believe, Srinivas, your question is on Zomato. Thanks for calling NDTV Profit. Tell me what's your query.
Yeah, I'm right now holding 250 shares of Zomato. I have bought them at 275 rupees. So I'm looking, should I hold it or should I stay for some time in holding it?
Okay, why did you buy Zomato over Swiggy? I don't know. What's your view?
Putting him on the spot.
Yeah.
No. Actually, I was very much interested in Blinkit then. So I just averaged it recently. I was interested in Blinkit and also the management, the vision he has.
Right. So I think your line of thinking is pretty clear, and it's on the right track, I must say, Srinivas. So I think you want a long-term perspective, right?
Yes.
Okay. Shahina, I'll come to you for this one. Zomato, what's your view on the particular counter? And also if you have a view on Swiggy.
Well, I think Zomato I would prefer over Swiggy, given the fact that it is a larger, it has got a larger market share. And I think the competition in this space is going to really hot up with Amazon coming in with its stage in the near term. So I think the largest and the biggest and I think Blinkit is a good reason to be buying Zomato. At the same time, I would say keep a stop loss, keep say closer to your buy price 270 types, and then you can look for a target of about 315, 320, and at that point you can relook at the stock.
Sharat Kothari from Bengaluru is asking us a question on Samvardhana Motherson, and this is a question on whether or not it is the right time to accumulate this stock. In the automotive ancillary space is a very large player, of course, but he's asking about the current market price. And so from that perspective, Vaishali, I'm asking on the technicals, would you say that this is a good point to accumulate?
I would agree so, because the stock had seen a very good uptrend, and then the recent past we saw a good corrective move coming in. So currently it is the downside. I don't think 150 acts as a very good support even from a longer term perspective. So I guess these are attractive levels, and on a daily chart also what I'm looking at, it's consolidating on a 200-day moving average, so which should hold as a very prominent support. I would say yes, start buying from here on.
All right, we have our last phoner for day. Viral from Mumbai is calling in. Viral, thanks for calling. How can we help you?
Hi, good morning. So I have actually 44,834 shares of Jai Corporation. And I bought this share at 280 rupees a piece.
Okay.
So I wanted a basic outlook. I'm ready to hold for next 2, 3, 4 years.
And holding Viral, I'm just curious about the thinking behind this.
Yes, it's me.
It's a very large holding. Did you acquire it at once or over a period of time?
I acquired it over a period, about a year and a half. So I started accumulating from 206 rupees onwards and up till 340. So my average is about 280 rupees a share.
And what did you see in the counter that gave you the confidence to buy so much?
So I'm basically banking on the SEZ policies that are going to be the SEZ amendment policies, which we are looking forward for in probably in the next few weeks or so. And a huge development near the Navi Mumbai airport, right? So they hold about 4,000 acres of land bank, and they hold about 25% stake in the entire SEZ policy in that area. So I see a very huge
so that's what it is. So I'm sorry, you mentioned your time horizon, what your ideal time horizon is. Can you reiterate that for me, please?
Sure. 3 years, 4 years, I'm okay. I have no time restriction. I'm okay for long term. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, doesn't matter.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the chart, and it's for the year. It's not done too much. It's actually been quite range bound per se. But since you're asking on the fundamentals, Viral, let me go across to Shahina on this one. Shahina. Everything that he's looked at, and he seems to have studied the fundamentals. Have you looked at the counter, and what are the prospects that you see on the earnings front?
Well, it's an interesting small cap. It always has been because of the promoter group, which holds a substantial part of the equity. I think he's absolutely right. They've got a huge land bank. And if you see the numbers also, FY24 was a very, very healthy growth in terms of profitability. Balance sheet is pretty strong. He can hold, he can keep a stop loss maybe, and then continue to hold for the long term. I think 2 to 3 years down the line, he can see much better in terms of profitability than he's seeing now.
Viral, hopefully that answers your question, and you've got a considerable holding, and congratulations for the conviction that you have in buying that stock. Let's move to the rapid fire segment. Both of you, Shahina and Vaishali, know what this is about. I'm going to toss as many questions as possible at you over the course of the next 2 minutes. Chandan Jain from Hubli has got the first question, and Hal, it's something we've already spoken about. He's got 1,500 is the buy price, 38 shares. Should he book profit or hold for the long term? Shahina, what's the view?
Hold for the long term.
Okay. Ranjan Iyer has a question on ITC. He's holding 100 shares for the last 15 years, and he's just waiting for the demerger. Should he switch to CDSL after the demerger is what he's asking. Shahina, your view on this one?
I will review it later. Let the demerger happen, but hold as of now.
Okay. IREDA is the name of the counter, and Vaishali, I'm coming to you on this one. If you bought at levels of 32, would you hold on, which is considerable gains, but only 100 shares? Would you sell at this point?
I would say continue holding.
Okay, Umar from Karnataka is writing in and he wants a view on NTPC. He's bought it at 409. How does it look on charts, Vaishali?
Positive, continue holding.
NTPC Green is the next counter that we're talking about, short-term view, but I'm not sure if you have enough data, Vaishali, so I'm going to go across to Shahina. If you bought at levels of 133, you're still making profit. Would you sell at this point or hold?
I would book my profits.
Okay. Rajesh Patel from Indore is writing in on BEL and he wants a long-term view on this particular counter. Shahina?
BEL is a hold, got very strong order book position.
Okay, Skipper is the name of the counter, and another great increase in the value of the stock. We've got an investor, Kumar, who's bought at levels of 550, which is not too far away from the current market price. But would you hold or sell at this juncture? Long-term view, Shahina?
It's a hold. In engineering space, it's doing well.
Okay.
All right. Z Entertainment is the next counter that RK Menon wants to know about. I think he wants a short-term view. So, Vaishali, your view on Z Entertainment?
Hold with a stop loss of 125. Look for a target of 155, 160.
Okay. Last question. Navendu is asking, HDFC Life and ICICI Pru, based on the recent murmurs that you've seen on the banking channels and sale of insurance policies, would you exit Shahina?
Yes, exit.
Okay. All right. That brings us to the end of this edition of Ask Profit. Shahina and Vaishali, thanks as always for taking the time. Pleasure having you on the program. And to all the viewers that tuned in, that called us, well, it was a fantastic experience for the both of us and indeed our team. And hopefully you took something from this program. I'd encourage you to stay tuned. Up next is Know Your Company, and this is NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Log Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow, the newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Log Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow, the newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Log Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow, the newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So
Hello and welcome to KYC, a brand new show at NDTV Profit. In this fast-paced world of stock markets, investors are bombarded with information, but what they often lack is a deep, comprehensive understanding of the companies they invest in. Know Your Company is a show designed to give you regular investors powerful, actionable insights into the fundamentals of a single NSE-listed company every single day. Today, we talk about NLC India. Now, this company actually, in fact, started off as a mining company. Lignite specifically, that is a strong play. But over the course of the last few years, we've started to see a little bit more contribution coming in from power generation as well. So it is, of course, a company which has a Navratna status, which means it's also PSU, and it's a major production of lignite. It also looks at generating electricity from thermal sources of energy. But that said, let's take a look at how the revenue contribution has changed over the past few years. And as you can see, and as I was telling you, while the contribution of mining is still a major, well, it's come off to a certain extent now, just a third. Well, the contribution from power generation has moved up from 15% to 23%, likelihood of this moving even higher. Now, as usual, what we also try to do is give you a rating of how this company has performed over the past few years in terms of its income. We talk about the balance sheet as well as cash flows and many other factors. And we try to give you an overall rating with respect to how the company has done. Based on that, let's start off with the first one as usual, and I'll talk about the income statement. Now, overall, it's a company which gives you revenues around 13,000 crores on an annual basis. It stands at a little over 4,600 crores in terms of its operating profits, as well as net profits standing at a little less than 2,000 crores. And if you consider the CAGR, that's not been substantial and certainly not up to the standards of many of its other larger peers in the industry. So we do have about a 4% CAGR over the last 3 years in terms of its revenue. Profitability, on the other hand, has seen a compounded annual growth rate of around well over 31% over the course of the last 3 years. Overall, this is how things have panned out as far as the income statement is concerned. But on that note, I'm also going to get in my colleague Mihika to take us through and guide us through several other financials here as well. So Mika, thanks for joining in. You know, we've spoken about the income statement. It's been pretty steady, though the top line growth has not been very impressive. The bottom line certainly has been. What is the balance sheet telling you?
So in terms of shareholder equities, well, it stands a little over 20,000 crores, but the gross debt mark is actually higher than the shareholders' equity. It stands at over 22,500 crores, and this could be attributed to the aggressive capex plans that the company has. It's increasing its capacity, a lot of projects, coming its way, but the cash and bank balance right now as of Q2 FY25 stands only at 943 crores. So it has been indicated that the company will have to raise money, whether it's from internal sources, from external sources, or its asset monetization plans is what we'll have to look out for from watching when as we go ahead. But something that has stood out is its return ratios. That's on equity and capital. Agam, how do those look like?
Right. So well, it's a thumbs up for the income statement because we've seen good profitability growth, but I would give it a neutral because of the balance sheet. So it's about 1.5 points so far. In terms of the return ratios, we are seeing an improvement there as well. Even though the return ratios are not impressive because we actually tend to see return on equity and return on capital employed at marks of well over 20%. Still, as you can see on your screen there certainly is an improvement from sub 10% on return on equity has moved up to around 12%. Return on capital employed accordingly has also moved up. So while the numbers are not impressive, Because of the fact we're seeing an improvement, I would give this another thumbs up. But what about cash flows, Mika?
Yeah, so it's been volatile over the past few years. You know, in 2021, it stood over 2,500 crores. 2022 is where you actually saw the jump at 6,200 crores. But 2023 saw a big dip in numbers at around 2,400 crores. But 2024 did see a recovery. And this is, I'm talking about financial years, by the way. So, you know, I'll give it a thumbs up as well, because while we're nowhere close to the 2022 levels, we are seeing the recovery. And, you know, H1 performance of the company has been strong in terms of, you know, the top line, bottom line numbers, as well as the cash flows that we are seeing. So thumbs up on, you know, in regards with the cash flows of the company.
Point taken, Mega. But let's also talk about the shareholding then. And the reason why we want to talk about shareholding is, firstly, we want to see how closely the company is being held. So naturally, the promoter, that is the President of India, that's the government of India, will hold the majority, that a little over 72%. And that hasn't changed in years. What has, however, changed is, well, you know, a little bit of an increase in terms of the retail holding. That comes up at around 11.8% from around 11%. Not necessarily a bad thing, because we still have well over 89%, about 88, 89% of the company still being held by institutions and the promoters, which is why I'd give this one a thumbs up as well. But let's move on and talk about the street credentials as well, Mika. How has the stock done over the past few years, as well as what you can give us about in terms of the dividend pay?
Yeah. It's a thumbs up in terms of share performance. We've seen strong growth. Now, when you talk about the 5-year share performance, it's grown at 383 times, which is a 4 times growth. And in terms of 1-year share performance, also done pretty well. It's up over 45% in the past 1 year. In terms of dividend payment, we did see some kind of contraction in dividend yield in FY24. It's 11.2% versus 14.9% in FY23, but it's still well above the historical averages, and the company will be hopefully be announcing dividends in FY25 as well. So it's a thumbs up on the dividend front as well. But in terms of street coverage, Agam, I guess that's where it lacks.
It certainly does. So it doesn't have ample street coverage. We don't have as much in terms of, you know, analyst reports, or for that matter, we don't have too much in terms of, you know, all your updates with respect to, well, you know, your conference calls. That said, you know, if you consider the overall rating as far as NDTV Profit is concerned on the 8 parameters that we have considered, it's still about 6.5 out of 8. So that's certainly not a bad rating at all, at least as far as the company's credentials are concerned. But among the many other things, maybe the top line growth could be a concern. But I'm going to stop right there, and I'm going to talk about the SWOT analysis. So, Mika, tell us about the strengths and the weaknesses of the company.
That's right. So, you know, starting off with the strengths, first of all, it's diversified its revenue stream over the years. Now it operates across thermal, across coal, as well as lignite mining, and its venture into renewable energies. It also has a steady cash flow visibility because the company's capacities are tied up with power purchase agreements, and these power purchase agreements are long-term power purchase agreements because they usually range to 20 to 25 years. And the company is also operating on a regulated equity business model, which means that the kind of return on equity that is set for the company is already regulated by the regulator. The company also has lower fuel risk because of its mine ownership. It has lignite and coal-based mining operations, and a lot of this capacity is used for its thermal power plants. In terms of, it also has seen improving return of assets and operating cash flows in the last year, as we're seeing. It also benefits from being a government-backed company. We spoke about how it has a strong parentage in terms of the central government as well as the state government, and its plants are strategically located in terms of where their mining production stands and where their thermal plants stand, as well as renewable operations in terms of how the grid infrastructure is taking place. In terms of weakness, one, like we've mentioned, is the slower pace of revenue and EBITDA growth. It's only seen a 4 to 5% CAGR over the last 3 years. So that could be, in terms of how the plants are operating in terms of capacity utilization. They've also seen muted margin expansion just around 30 basis points over the last 3 years. They also have a strong reliance on lignite. So while, having those captive mines is a plus, but the, cost of these lignite assets also varies because it's a commodity. And lastly, it does have complex operational challenges, whether it's in terms of project execution, equipment challenges, as well as getting labor. But in terms of, its opportunities and threats, Agam, what can we talk about this?
So it's tied up to some of the strengths and weaknesses that you address as well, Mika. I'm going to talk about the capacity expansion across segments. And I've been telling you about, mining operations, but also the plans that it has in terms of power. And that perhaps can be, a big opportunity there. Announcements of further projects and, of course, expansion in them as well. And that could potentially give the growth that the company so far has lacked. In terms of threats, again, it will be exposure to fluctuating fuel prices. This is always a problem with the entire sector, and NLC India is no different here. There is increasing competition from private players, especially in the renewable space, and that's a big area to keep an eye on. Land acquisition, again, becomes a little bit of a challenge considering the kind of traction that we're seeing in property prices, and of course, a delay in realization of dues from discoms. That's the big one, isn't it? Because that's where we have a considerable amount of weakness, not just for companies like NLC India, but also several other larger players like something like an NTPC for that matter. But on that note, Mika, I'm just going to end by asking you very quickly about the company's capex plans, because I do believe that they have a very aggressive capex plans here.
That's right, very aggressive. Their installed capacity is expected to rise 3 times by FY30. They have laid out and proposed a capex of 1.25 lakh crores until 2030. In terms of allocations, if you go to see, the thermal segment is allocated 53,000 crores, renewables is allocated 45,918 crores, while mining is allocated around 15,000. And across their different portfolios, which is power, thermal, as well as renewables, they have different targets. Agam, what's the road ahead in terms of capacity expansion?
Again, Mika, in terms of the road ahead, we are keeping an eye on the power portfolio, which is looking at about 20 gigawatts in terms of power generation by FY30, and they're certainly looking to expand the renewable capacity as well, expected to go at well over 10,000 megawatts from the current 1,400. Moving on to the thermal capacity as well, that they have plans for expansion, but I'm going to talk very quickly about mining too. That's where the mining projects worth about 53 million tons are in the pipeline. That's the big positive. And they're looking to increase the capacity, in fact, double the capacity by 2030. So that's what we have in terms of all the plans which are on the annual. But on that note, Mika, I'm going to thank you for joining me and taking us through and giving us all that insight with respect to the company going forward. But let's take this conversation forward also with Rupesh Sankhe, the Vice President of Research at Elara Capital, who actually tracks NLC India as well. Rupesh, good afternoon and thanks for joining in. Let's start off with your analysis, your view on NLC India. What's the way forward here and how are you rating this company?
Yeah, good morning. Definitely, company has entered into renewable space as well as capacity addition on the thermal side. Earlier, company were facing a lot of issues in terms of land acquisition. So they had a lot of under recoveries, around 600, 700 crore per annum basis. Now, what we understand that there is still under recovery we are expecting for FY25 because of a modification which is happening on the thermal side. But on the lignite mining side, there is no under recovery as such. So by FY26, we can expect significant reduction in their under recoveries. And now the Ghatampur plant phase 1 is already commissioned. I think the entire capacity will get commissioned by March 25. Then Pachwara coal mine is getting commissioned in the March 25. And other than that, the renewable capacity addition, then Talibara project is close to 2.4 gigawatt. So, and given the strong regulated cash flow from their existing operational assets, I think there is the equity contribution will be significant from the existing operating cash flows. So in terms of capacity addition target from 7 gigawatt to 20 gigawatts, quite achievable. And it's a mix of regulated assets, backward integration in terms of fuel cost, complete pass through, as well as renewable capacity addition. I think the company is well placed in terms of growth. And in terms of valuation, I think it's trading at 1.7 times price to book value based on FY27 estimates. I think it's a far discount to other players in the similar business profile. So we are positive on the NLC at the current market price. and our fair value comes to around 380 rupees from the current levels.
Right, and Rupesh, you know, the other aspect here is that while it does go at a discount to its peers, the question is also about its top line growth. Of course, its bottom line growth has been a function of various other factors. Just wanted to understand as to what it can do in terms of your top line growth. And secondly, here onwards, do you think that the bulk of the revenue growth will come essentially from power generation, or will mining equally be involved in terms of the contribution to revenue going forward?
See, in terms of mining, whatever they produce 24 million tons, largely it is going to their existing plants, where it is a completely pass-through kind of thing is there. Only 3 million tons they are selling in the open market. So going ahead, we expect that the contribution from the thermal asset, existing operating assets will continue. The Ghatampur will, in terms of earning growth, we are expecting from 1,700 crore currently, it will close to 2,500 crore in next 3 years, because only capacity is adding on the earning side is a Ghatampur. But I think next 2 to 3 years, we don't expect much growth on the earnings side, other than the Ghatampur addition as well as under recoveries, which they were reporting earlier. But the capacity addition they are projecting for 2030, which is quite achievable. I think after 3-4 years down the line, we can see significant growth there on the earnings side. So definitely still earnings and the revenue will be driven by the regulated assets.
Right.
But the renewable
Right.
after 5 to 6 years.
Rupesh, I'm going to have to interrupt there because we actually do have breaking news. And after days of speculation, the BJP has in fact announced who it's going to be as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Let's cut right across.
आपल्या सर्वांच्या परिचित आणि आपल्या सर्वांना व्यक्तिगत आपल्या सर्वांची ज्यांची ओळख आहे अशा आपल्या देशाच्या वित्तमंत्री आदरणीय निर्मला सीतारामनजी या ठिकाणी आल्या आहेत. त्यांचंही मी मनापासून विधिमंडळ गटातर्फे आणि भारतीय जनता पार्टीतर्फे स्वागत करतो. या बैठकीला आपले राष्ट्रीय सहसंघटन महामंत्री श्री शिवप्रकाशजी, आपल्या पक्षाचे राष्ट्रीय महामंत्री विनोद तावडेजी, आपल्या मुंबई शहराचे अध्यक्ष आशिष शेलारजी, आपल्या विधान परिषदेचे गटनेते श्री प्रवीण दरेकरजी, या बैठकीला आवर्जून आपल्या पक्षासोबत ज्यांनी आपल्या भारतीय जनता पार्टी युतीमध्ये ज्यांनी निवडणूक लढवली असे जनसुराज्याचे माननीय विनय कोरेजी, युवा स्वाभिमानचे रवी राणाजी आणि उपस्थित आपले सर्व, कारण आता सर्वांचे नावं मी उल्लेख करू शकणार नाही, सर्वांनी क्षमा करावी, आमच्या कोर कमिटीचे सर्व सदस्य, उपस्थित सर्व बंधू भगिनी. मी आधीच सांगितलं की हा ऐतिहासिक दिवस आहे आणि हा ऐतिहासिक दिवस एक माफ करा, मी आपले नेते माननीय देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस साहेबांचा उल्लेख करायचा राहून गेला, ते उपस्थित आहेत. खाली असल्यामुळे वर नाव घेतलं. खरं तर आपल्या सर्वांकरता आज आनंदाचा दिवस आहे. त्यात जो ऐतिहासिक विजय आपल्याला मिळाला आहे, आपल्या लाखो कार्यकर्त्यांनी, आपल्या सर्व भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्रातील पदाधिकारी कार्यकर्त्यांनी, आपण सर्वांनी भारतीय जनता पक्षाचे आपले सर्व उमेदवार आपण होतो, आता आपण आमदार आहोत, पण आपण सर्वांनी या ठिकाणी माननीय पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र मोदींच्या नेतृत्वामध्ये, त्यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली आणि माननीय आपले नेते देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वामध्ये आपण हा महाविजय, ऐतिहासिक महाविजय व्हावा याकरता सर्वांनी खूप प्रचंड ताकद लावली, खूप प्रचंड मेहनत केली. माननीय मोदींच्या नेतृत्वामध्ये आपण या ठिकाणी डबल इंजिन सरकार या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये, या महाराष्ट्राला पुढे नेऊ शकतो. महाराष्ट्र हा देशातलं सर्वोत्तम राज्य होऊ शकतं आणि हे जनतेला मतदारांना पोहोचवण्याकरता आपण सर्वांनी काम केलं आणि जनतेनेही आपल्याला भरभरून यश दिलं. जनतेने प्रचंड मोठा विश्वास आपल्यावर टाकला. आपले महायुतीचे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदेजी आणि राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे अध्यक्ष माननीय अजित पवारजी आणि आपल्या महायुतीच्या सर्वच नेत्यांनी या ठिकाणी आपल्या महायुतीसोबत ही निवडणूक लढली. खरं तर यावेळी जास्त भाषणाचा स्कोप नाही आहे, पण या महाराष्ट्राच्या 14 कोटी जनतेचं आपण आभार मानलं पाहिजे की जनतेने भारतीय जनता पार्टी आणि महायुतीवर विश्वास त्या ठिकाणी टाकला. आणि आपल्याकरता आनंदाची गोष्ट आहे की आपण 149 सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी म्हणून लढवल्या. आपल्याला आतापर्यंत भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या प्रवासात आणि इतिहासातलं सर्वात मोठं यश म्हणजे 132 सीट आपल्यासाठी निवडून आल्या. जर आपण आतापर्यंत इतिहासातला आपला सर्वात मोठा विजय आहे. शिवसेनेच्या आपल्या 57 सीट निवडून आल्या, राष्ट्रवादीच्या 41 आल्या.
And now, as is the custom, let's shift focus and hear from the management itself. And Mihika, in fact, did catch up with Prasanna Kumar Motupalli. He's a CMD of NLC India, who spoke about the second half of this financial year's outlook, as well as how it's shaping up for them. Listen in.
During the first half of the financial year, there is a substantial improvement in all-round performance of the company. Be it lignite production, coal production, the power generation, and the capacity addition. In all the areas, there is substantial improvement. We produced 30% more coal than the last financial year, and lignite also 20% more, and power generation almost 10% more. And going forward, in the second half of the financial year, already there is more improvement in the coal production, lignite production, and power generation. So we are hopeful that we will end with substantial improvement of around 15 to 20% for the last year's physical performance.
Got it, sir. In terms of your production targets for both lignite and coal, what do they stand for FY25? And is the company confident that this will be met, or could we surpass this target?
In last financial year, we produced all-time highest ever lignite plus coal production of 36 million metric ton. This year, we are targeting for more than 40 million metric ton. And already, if you take the pro rata, already we are in line with that target. So we are hopeful to produce around 40 million metric ton. Out of that, 25 million metric ton will be 25 metric ton will be from lignite, and around 17 million metric ton from the coal. So total we will be producing around 42 million metric ton in the current financial year.
Got it, sir. And in terms, for my understanding, when you talk about your coal and lignite production, is almost all of it used for your power generation business, or does the company have, sales outside the business itself?
Madam, we are having pithead thermal power stations, and most of our lignite is used in our pithead thermal power stations, lignite-based thermal power stations. But we do sell some lignite from our Barsingsar mine in Rajasthan through e-auction route. Otherwise, majority of our lignite we use for power generation in our thermal power stations.
Got it. And could you also give us, some outlook in terms of the thermal and the new coal project that is set to be commissioned over the next few years? I believe the coal project is set to be commissioned next year itself. In terms of, how it's going to benefit the company, could you give us more details on the same?
Madam, first I will give about the mining sector. As on date, we are around 44 million metric ton producing company, around 20 million metric ton coal and 24 million metric ton lignite. We are targeting to take it to 100 million metric ton by 2030. So in line with that, already we got 3 commercial coal blocks in the recent auctions. One, the North Dadu in the state of Jharkhand. The second one is Machakata in the state of Orissa, and New Patrapara in the state of Orissa. So if we combine all these capacities, the total capacity is more than 100 million metric ton. Particularly the Machakata coal mine is having huge reserves of 1.4 billion tons and having annual capacity of 30 million metric ton. And the new Patrapara recently which we got, that is adjacent mine of Machakata. So there also around 15 million metric ton production is possible. So as on date, we already tied up for 100 million metric ton. This is the regarding the mining sector. And in this also, whatever the government timeline is given, we are targeting to start production much before the target set by government. Government set target of 55 to 57 months. We are targeting for 36 months. Coming to thermal power generation, as on date, we are a 6.4 gigawatt company, 1.4 gigawatt renewables and balance 4.4 gigawatt thermal. We are targeting to increase this capacity of 6.4 gigawatt to 20 gigawatt by 2030. Out of that, 10 gigawatt will be thermal and 10 gigawatt will be renewables. Particularly in the renewable, as on date, we are having 1.4 gigawatt. We want to increase this 7 times. While the entire globe and the country is targeting to triple the renewable capacity, we are targeting to increase our renewable capacity by 7 times. So by 2030, we will be having 20 gigawatt of power generation and 100 million metric ton of coal plus lignite production.
And that's the management of NLC India telling you about how things could potentially pan out for the second half of this financial year. But that is all the time we have in this edition of KYC. Don't go anywhere. Lots more lined up on NDTV Profit. Stay tuned in.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. the newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters?
Welcome to Hot Party. You are watching NDTV Profit. I'm Hiral Tatia, and joining me is Puneet Javeri. Puneet, good afternoon. Clearly, from a markets perspective, if you see, it's pretty much muted. Last 2 to 3 trading sessions, we're not seeing any major moves, right? No major announcements that are coming in. Though currently, if you see, we're seeing a sharp drop that has come in terms of Nifty 50 as well. We are below that 24,400 mark, cuts of around 0.3% coming in there. Apart from that, you've some breaking news wherein BJP has actually approved Devendra Fadnavis as well with regards to where the leader of the Legislative Assembly goes, and the BJP has gone ahead and addressed that in the media. The Maharashtra government formation breaking news that we are picking up. So far, you're seeing some bit of downtick that's coming in terms of markets as well. Biggest loser being RIL, Bharti Airtel, Infosys, Tata Motors. These are the ones which are seeing that downtick, but a sharp fall with regards to where markets go. Let's quickly pull up Bank Nifty on the screens as well and see what's happening there, because the banking space as well as the PSU space is going to be absolutely crucial right now. But there you go, Bank Nifty. It is in the positive, but again, a sharp downtick on that front as well. It's mainly Indocent, SBI, Axis Bank, AU Small, as well as IDFC First. These are the ones which are leading the downtick. It's interesting to see how HDFC Bank is holding up to gains of almost 1.5% in trade. Let's pull up the PSU Bank Index and see what's happening on that front, and the PSU Index, because that's going to be interesting from the government formation perspective as well. On the back of the news that we have picked up so far, wherein the BJP has approved Devendra Fadnavis as the leader of the Legislative Assembly, and this is with regards to where the Maharashtra government formation goes. Overall, if you see Nifty PSE, there you go, sharp downtick there as well, pretty much trading flat now. It did hit a high of around 10,348, 150 points correction coming in on the PSE index as we speak. And if you see the PSU Bank Index, if we can have that one on the screens as well to understand the kind of impact that we're seeing on that one. That's again still in the positive, but a correction below the 7,000 mark, trading in the positive with gains of around 0.5%. The Sensex has seen a fall of almost 580 points from the day's highest levels. So that's with regards to where the Sensex goes. Bank Nifty, a fall of nearly around 290 points from the day's highest levels is what we are picking up. Puneet, very quickly in terms of broader markets as well, what's the kind of impact that you're seeing right now on the back of the political announcement also that we're seeing?
Well, let's look at the mid cap 150 as well as the small cap 250 as well. We've seen as mentioned on the day, it's been a decent performance. Small cap 250 250 is largely flat, just 25 points up. Let's also look at some of the key winners as well, of the Nifty 500 as well, because we did see some, very strong moves coming in on a lot of stocks. HEG is continuing its, bull run. We did speak about it yesterday as well. HEG as well as Graphite India were of strong moves. We're also seeing some strong moves on data patterns on the back of the announcement by the Defense Council as well on that aspect. And, we are seeing some visuals as well of Mr. Fadnavis as well coming in. And as Hiral mentioned, elected unanimously as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra as well. I also just want to pull up a couple of stocks. Atul Auto is definitely one of them. It's been on a tear, up 5% again today. And apart from that, we are seeing some buy calls on... Yeah.
Here we are getting live visuals coming in right now where Devendra Fadnavis will be sworn in as Maharashtra CM. In fact, this will happen from here on. In fact, he has been elected as the legislative leader for BJP. So live visuals that we are picking up so far right now. You have Nirmala Sitharaman also, who's pretty much present there. So with regards to the visuals, Devendra Fadnavis elected as the legislative party leader by BJP so far. His name was finalized in the BJP's core committee meeting also that was held. But we will be joining by, Tamanna will be joining us as well to get us more details on how we will be picking this up. But clearly, as the news is flashing on your screens, Devendra Fadnavis is elected as the legislative leader for BJP. That's the news that we have been picking up so far, sworn in to be the Maharashtra CM. Interesting news coming in there. With this, let's just quickly pull up the lines as well, because the swearing-in ceremony is expected to happen tomorrow, which is the 5th of December. You did see some bit of a knee-jerk reaction with regards to where markets were concerned, but this was absolutely the race for the next Maharashtra CM. Everyone was talking about this as to what's going to come in, because this is one of the most important states that everyone watches out for. Let's just pull up Nifty as well as Bank Nifty on the sidelines as well, because that will give you an indication. Those are live visuals that are coming in there. Nifty again in the red at the day's lowest levels, 24,414 is where Nifty 50 is trading at. Bank Nifty, PSU Bank Index and the PSE Index. These are few of the ones which do see some bit of an impact coming in there. In fact, let me get in Tamanna. Tamanna, everyone was watching out for this as well. Now that Devendra Fadnavis has been elected as the legislative party leader by the BJP and will be sworn in as the CM tomorrow, what does it tell you from what the street was expecting?
So the only reason there was a question mark at all was because of how long it took to make this announcement, and it's come right a day before the actual swearing in. Otherwise, frankly, it's a no-brainer looking at how the Maharashtra election results stacked up with the BJP as the dominant player, 90% plus strike rates on all the seats that it fought in, and Devendra Fadnavis being the foremost face of the BJP in Maharashtra, a rarity in the last few years of a chief minister who completed a full 5-year term, steadied the ship through what was a very tumultuous political term for Maharashtra, especially 2.5 years, the last 2.5 years of the term of the Mahayuti saw Devendra Fadnavis play a very important role as an anchor. Even though Eknath Shinde was the chief minister, as deputy chief minister, Devendra Fadnavis holding that ship together. And remember, these visuals are crucial, they're important, because when the Mahayuti was formed, and if you look at all of the ups and downs of this formation, when Eknath Shinde broke away from the Shiv Sena, when Ajit Pawar came on board, even then, the BJP had the largest numbers in the Legislative Assembly. But Devendra Fadnavis at that time chose not to push for the chief minister's position. Eknath Shinde was the chief minister. So this is an important moment politically where Devendra Fadnavis is getting his much deserved moment in the sun. In fact, I think it would have been quite a surprise if this is the announcement that was not made. There was some speculation about, can you have a Brahmin chief minister in Maharashtra? Will that be acceptable to OBCs, etc.? And clearly, that's not an issue. I wonder if we have audio of Nirmala Sitharaman speaking. She's one of the conveners of the BJP. Let's listen in.
MLAगण सबको मेरा बधाई और इस सदन में उपस्थित वरिष्ठ नेतागण और मेरे साथ आए हुए ऑब्जर्वर के नाते विजय रूपानी जी जो गुजरात के वरिष्ठ मुख्यमंत्री थे इससे पहले, और सांसदगण बहुत सारे भी आए हैं इस मीटिंग में, उनका भी मेरा प्रणाम। और अभी नवनिर्वाचित विधिमंडल के नेता के नाम में देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी का मेरा बधाई और नमस्कार। इस चुनाव के दौरान महाराष्ट्र के 14 करोड़ जनता जनार्दन के डिसीजन पूरे भारत के लिए एक संदेश है। ये रेगुलर असेंबली इलेक्शन नहीं है। लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद महाराष्ट्र के इस चुनाव, इससे पहले हरियाणा का, इन दोनों से जनता के संदेश स्पष्ट है और महाराष्ट्र से ऐसे अनएक्सपेक्टेड, अनप्रेसिडेंटेड विक्ट्री is a big message towards Vikasit Bharat. मैं मानती हूं कि जनता उनके अनुभव के अनुसार पिछले गठबंधन के सरकार जो कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व में चला, उसके वजह से महाराष्ट्र के पर्टिकुलरली और देश के लिए कितना अनसर्टनिटी और डेवलपमेंट के रास्ते में रुकावट पैदा हुआ, उससे जनता बहुत टायर्ड होकर के मन में उनको क्या चल रहा है हमारे महाराष्ट्र में, ऐसे भावना आकर के आज स्पष्ट निर्देश दिए हैं और उसको सही आगे लेके चलने के लिए आप सब उत्सुक है। और मैं ये जरूर संदेश देना चाहती हूं कि डबल इंजन के सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में महाराष्ट्र के लिए और महाराष्ट्र के भविष्य के लिए उत्साह से, उमंग से और जैसे चुनाव पत्र में आपने घोषणा की है, उन सभी वायदों को पूरे करते हुए महाराष्ट्र को आगे लेके जाएंगे। ये तो स्पष्ट है और अभी ये स्पष्ट है कि हम सब महाराष्ट्र का पिछले कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व में चलने वाली सरकार के द्वारा कितना नुकसान हुआ, उन सबको जनता को याद दिला करके हम तेजी से काम करते आगे लेके जाना है। चाहे वो किसान के मामला हो, चाहे इंडस्ट्री का इन्वेस्टमेंट हो महाराष्ट्र में, चाहे हर रीजन का डेवलपमेंट हो महाराष्ट्र में। और प्रमुख बड़ा आज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को उपयोग करते हुए हमारे ही युवा स्टार्टअप के रूप में इतना नए नए सोच के साथ सॉल्यूशंस दे रहे हैं भारत के इकोनॉमिक और आर्थिक व्यवस्था को सुधार करने के लिए। उन सब का इतना प्रोत्साहन महाराष्ट्र में मिलना चाहिए, मिल रही है, मगर और ज्यादा मिलना चाहिए। उनसे हमें स्पीडीली बहुत सारे काम को आगे ले चलना आसान होगा। महाराष्ट्र फाइनेंशियल कैपिटल मुंबई है, देश का फाइनेंशियल कैपिटल मुंबई, और फाइनेंशियल वर्ल्ड में स्टार्टअप के इतनी कंट्रीब्यूशन दुनिया में एक देश हम जैसे नहीं है जहां फिनटेक में हम सामने नंबर 1 के पोजीशन में आ रही। सिंगापुर से जब हमारा बात होती है, वो हमारे फिनटेक के ऊपर इतना इम्प्रेस्ड है और मानते हैं कि फिनटेक के द्वारा ही हमारे इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट जल्दी होने का संभावना है। अगर फिनटेक का इतना महत्व है और उसमें पैसा डालने के लिए बहुत सारे लोग तैयार है विदेश में, महाराष्ट्र में उनको प्रोत्साहन देने वाले काम बहुत होना चाहिए। उससे महाराष्ट्र का लीडरशिप रोल बरकरार रहेगा। और जैसे इससे पहले महाराष्ट्र की कल्चर, लिटरेचर, भाषा और थॉट लीडरशिप का स्थान था, वो स्थान हम तुरंत और दोबारा प्राप्त करना है। और उसमें मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का याद दिलाऊं, इस विषय में उनका कदम हम पिछले 6-8 महीने में जो हुआ उसको याद दिलाना जरूरी है। मराठी भाषा को क्लासिकल लैंग्वेज स्टेटस देना, और उससे पहले वर्करी संप्रदाय के लोग जुलाई में जब जाते हैं आषाढ़ के एकादशी के समय, उनके लिए वो कॉरिडोर बनाना, ये सब महाराष्ट्र और मराठी और महाराष्ट्र के थॉट लीडरशिप और कल्चरल लीडरशिप का प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रमुखता देते हैं, उसका एग्जाम्पल्स उदाहरण है। और महाराष्ट्र का एक बड़ा एक निर्णय पिछले 50 साल में होना था, वो कभी नहीं हुआ, पता नहीं कारण क्या है, मगर अभी मोदी जी के द्वारा वदावन पोर्ट, जो उनका ड्राफ्ट के वजह से भारत में ही सबसे ड्राफ्ट ज्यादा अधिक है, ऐसे पोर्ट 76,000 करोड़ का अनाउंसमेंट होना सामान्य निर्णय नहीं है। ये सब स्पष्ट करता है कि केंद्र में मोदी जी की सरकार महाराष्ट्र के उन्नति के लिए कितने सारे स्कीम्स ले आ रहे, उसको तुरंत इंप्लीमेंटेशन करना। और मैं इसमें उदाहरण में देती हूं क्योंकि इसको मैं क्लोजली मॉनिटर करती हूं। बुलेट ट्रेन का व्यवस्था, अब तक ट्रेन चलता होगा अगर बीच में वो कांग्रेस लेड गवर्नमेंट नहीं आते और उसमें रुकावट ना पैदा करते। जापान से हमें इतना सस्ता से लोन मिला उस कारण, मगर डिले के कारण वो इधर उधर हो करके इतना कष्ट हम झेल रहे। ऐसे ही आ रहे शेड, मेट्रो का, कार्स का शेड, कितने डिले किसके लिए? मुंबई सबर्बन ट्रेन्स का भीड़ हम देख रहे हैं, उसमें जनता का सुविधा के लिए हम काम करने के लिए सामने आए, रुकावट पैदा करने वाले दूसरे पार्टी है। अभी मैं मानती हूं जनता इन सबको देख लिए और समझ लिए, इसलिए हमें इतना बड़ा सा मैंडेट दिए हैं। और इधर इस हॉल में नव निर्वाचित एमएलए गण के उत्साह देखकर मैं जरूर ये कहना चाहती हूं, मुंबई का अग्रणी स्थान हम तुरंत वापस ले आने के लिए काम करेंगे। नासिक और उस बेल्ट में जितने भी एग्रीकल्चर संबंधित, चाहे वो कंदा, ऑनियन और गार्लिक, इन सभी ग्रेप्स, इन सभी का प्रॉब्लम के लिए जितने भी हम गोडाउन्स बनाना है और उसके लिए साइंटिफिक तरीके से पैक करके एक्सपोर्ट करने के जितना भी काम करना है उन सब के लिए प्रावधान देंगे। और डिफेंस का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में अग्रणी स्थान, इधर कॉरिडोर नहीं आया मगर उससे ज्यादा काम हो रही है, उसके लिए केंद्र सरकार के द्वारा डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, डिफेंस कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए हम डेफिनेट डेवलपमेंट के लिए हम काम करेंगे। ऐसे ही विदर्भ क्षेत्र के लिए हम जरूर काम करना है, अच्छा सा ग्राउंड लेवल तक लेके जाना है डेवलपमेंट, वो भी हमारे मन में रहेगा। जैसे मैं हैदराबाद में बहुत सारे साल जीत चुकी हूं, इसीलिए लातूर, नांदेड़ उस प्रांत के ऊपर मेरा पर्सनल परिचय है, उस इलाके का भी हम प्रावधान देना है। आई एम श्योर आप सबके उत्साह से, एंथुसियाज्म और ग्राउंड में आपका कनेक्ट के वजह से और अभी नवनियुक्त नेता के लीडरशिप में हम सब जाएंगे और दिल्ली में केंद्र सरकार के द्वारा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के द्वारा पूरे कोऑपरेशन के साथ डबल इंजन, पावरफुल इंजन बन करके महाराष्ट्र को फर्स्ट इन द कंट्री स्टेट बनाएंगे। ये हम सब साथ होकर के काम करना है। बहुत आनंद हुआ इस एक मत निर्णय में, यूनानिमस रेसोल्यूशन के ऊपर मैं आप सबको बधाई देती हूं। हम एक है तो सेफ। धन्यवाद।
Right, so that's Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman thanking with regards to the first speech that has come in on the back of Devendra Fadnavis, who will be set to be Maharashtra CM. The swearing-in ceremony that will be taking place on the 5th of December will be the 21st CM of Maharashtra. Tamanna, interesting comments that have come in as well from Nirmala Sitharaman.
You know, I thought it's very interesting because the whole focus was on the infra projects that the state will see. She's talked about Vadhavan Port, Finance Minister has spoken about bullet train, Finance Minister has spoken about, everything that will be put forward. Listen in to the Chief Minister-elect.
छत्रपती शिवरायांना मानाचा मुजरा करतो. भारतीय राज्यघटनेचे शिल्पकार भारतरत्न डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर यांना मानवंदना अर्पित करतो. आज आपली सगळी प्रक्रिया पार पाडण्याकरता या ठिकाणी उपस्थित झालेले गुजरातचे माजी मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय रुपाणीजी, त्यांच्यासोबत आलेल्या भारताच्या वित्तमंत्री आदरणीय निर्मलाताई सीतारामनजी, आपले अध्यक्ष चंद्रशेखर बावनकुळेजी, माननीय विनोद तावडेजी, माननीय शिवप्रकाशजी, मंचावर उपस्थित असलेले सन्माननीय आशिष शेलारजी, प्रवीण दरेकरजी, या ठिकाणी आपल्या सहयोगी पक्षाचे जनसुराज्यचे विनय कोरेजी, त्याचप्रमाणे युवा स्वाभिमानचे रवी राणाजी, रासपचे रत्नाकर गुट्टेजी, आपल्याला ज्यांनी समर्थन दिलं ते एकमेव अपक्ष आमदार शिवाजी पाटील, भारतीय जनता पक्षाचे विधानमंडळातील माझे सर्व ज्येष्ठ सहकारी, कोर कमिटीचे सर्व सदस्य, माझ्या सर्व भगिनी आणि बंधूंनो, सर्वप्रथम आपल्या सर्वांचे मी आभार मानतो की आपण एकमताने या ठिकाणी विधिमंडळ गटाचा नेता म्हणून माझी निवड केली आणि ही निवड प्रक्रिया करण्याकरता या ठिकाणी आलेले माननीय रुपाणीजी आणि माननीय निर्मला सीतारामनजी यांचे देखील अतिशय मनापासून मी आभार मानतो. खरं म्हणजे आपल्या सर्वांना याची कल्पना आहे की यावेळची निवडणूक एक अतिशय ऐतिहासिक अशा प्रकारची निवडणूक राहिली आहे आणि या निवडणुकीचं विश्लेषण करायचं झालं तर मी असं म्हणेन की या निवडणुकीने एक गोष्ट आपल्यासमोर निश्चितपणे ठेवली आहे, ती म्हणजे एक है तो सेफ है आणि मोदी है तो मुमकिन है. मोदीजींच्या नेतृत्वामध्ये देशामध्ये विजयाची मालिका ही लोकसभेनंतर पुन्हा एकदा हरियाणापासून सुरू झाली आणि महाराष्ट्राने जे मॅन्डेट या ठिकाणी आपल्याला दिलेलं आहे, खरं म्हणजे महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला मी साष्टांग दंडवत घालतो अशा प्रकारचं मॅन्डेट महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने आपल्याला दिलेलं आहे. विशेषतः या संपूर्ण प्रक्रियेमध्ये आपल्यासोबत पूर्णपणे तनमनाने या ठिकाणी असलेले महाराष्ट्राचे मुख्यमंत्री माननीय एकनाथराव शिंदेजी आणि महाराष्ट्राचे उपमुख्यमंत्री सन्माननीय अजितदादा पवारजी यांचे देखील मी अतिशय मनापासून आभार मानतो आणि तद्वतच आमचे RPIचे नेते रामदास आठवलेजी आणि आमच्या सगळ्या मित्रपक्षांचे देखील मनापासून आभार मानतो. खरं म्हणजे अतिशय महत्त्वाचं अशा प्रकारचे वर्ष आहे. एकीकडे आपण सगळे लोक ज्या प्रक्रियेतनं निवडून येतो ती प्रक्रिया ज्या संविधानाने आपल्याला दिली, भारतरत्न डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांनी तयार केलेलं आमचे संविधान, या संविधानाची 75 वर्ष पूर्ण होत आहेत आणि म्हणून सर्वार्थानं एक अत्यंत महत्त्वाचं अशा प्रकारचे वर्ष आहे. कारण आपल्याला कल्पना आहे की देशाचे प्रधानमंत्री माननीय मोदीजी हे देखील नेहमी सांगतात की कुठल्याही ग्रंथापेक्षा, धर्मग्रंथापेक्षा माझ्याकरता भारताचं संविधान सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं आहे आणि एक असं संविधान की ज्या संविधानाने प्रत्येक भारतीयाला जगण्याचा, मोठं होण्याचा, समृद्ध होण्याचा अधिकार दिला आणि भारताला जगातले एक उत्तम राष्ट्र म्हणून प्रस्थापित करण्याचं काम केलं. अशा या संविधानाच्या 75 वर्ष पूर्ण होणाऱ्या अमृत महोत्सवी वर्षात पुन्हा एकदा या ठिकाणी आपण सरकार स्थापन करतोय. दुसरं, आपल्या सर्वांना कल्पना आहे की ज्यांनी समस्त हिंदुस्थानामध्ये मोगली आक्रमणानंतर आमची श्रद्धास्थानं जी उद्ध्वस्त झाली होती त्या सर्व श्रद्धास्थानांचं पुनरुज्जीवन केलं. त्या राजमाता अहिल्यादेवी होळकर यांचंही 300व जयंती वर्ष हेच आहे. त्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं की ही देखील एक अत्यंत महत्त्वाची गोष्ट आहे. त्यासोबत ज्यांनी इंग्रजांच्या विरुद्ध जल, जमीन आणि जंगल वाचवण्याचा लढा उभारला आणि खऱ्या अर्थानं इंग्रजांना सळो की पळो करून सोडलं, ते भगवान बिरसा मुंडा यांची ही 125वी जयंतीचं हे वर्ष या ठिकाणी आपण साजरं करतोय. आणि अर्थातच आपल्या सर्वांचे लाडके नेते ज्यांनी नवभारताची संकल्पना मांडली, जिची मुहूर्तमेढ केली, आज मोदीजींच्या नेतृत्वात जो नवभारत तयार होतोय त्याचा पायवा ठेवणारे श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयीजी यांचं देखील हे 100वे जयंती वर्ष आहे. त्यामुळे अशा या अत्यंत महत्त्वपूर्ण वर्षामध्ये महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने ही सगळी जबाबदारी आज महायुतीवर या ठिकाणी सोपवलेली आहे. खरं म्हणजे इतका मोठा जनादेश हा आपल्याला या ठिकाणी जनतेने दिलेला आहे की या जनादेशातून मी एवढंच म्हणेन की आनंद आहे, पण त्याहीपेक्षा जबाबदारी आपली वाढलेली आहे. प्रचंड मोठी जबाबदारीची जाणीव करून देणारा अशा प्रकारचा जनादेश हा जनतेने आपल्याला दिलेला आहे. आणि विशेषतः आपल्या लाडक्या बहिणी असतील, आपले लाडके भाऊ असतील, आपले लाडके शेतकरी असतील, आपले लाडके युवा असतील, या सगळ्यांनी आणि समाजातल्या दलित, वंचित, ओबीसी, आदिवासी सगळ्यांनी जो जनादेश आपल्याला दिलेला आहे त्या जनादेशाचा सन्मान राखण्याचं काम हे आपल्याला करावं लागणार आहे. आणि म्हणून निश्चितपणे आपली प्राथमिकता आपण सुरू केलेल्या योजना आणि आपण दिलेली आश्वासनं ही पूर्ण करणं याच्याकडे आपली प्राथमिकता तर असेलच, पण त्यासोबत महाराष्ट्राला पुढे नेण्याकरता महाराष्ट्राला सर्व आघाड्यांवर पहिल्या क्रमांकावर आणण्याकरता आपल्या सर्वांना या ठिकाणी सातत्याने कार्यरत राहायचं आहे. आपल्याला कल्पना आहे की 2019 साली देखील जनतेचा कौल आपल्याला मिळाला होता. दुर्दैवाने जनतेचा जो कौल होता तो हिसकावून घेण्यात आला आणि जनतेसोबत एक प्रकारे बेईमानी त्या काळामध्ये झाली. मी काही त्या इतिहासामध्ये जाऊ इच्छित नाही, एक नवीन सुरुवात आपण करतोय, पण या गोष्टीचा निश्चित उल्लेख करेन की सुरुवातीच्या 2.5 वर्षामध्ये ज्या प्रकारे वेगवेगळ्या पद्धतीनं आपल्याला त्रास देण्यात आला, आपल्या आमदारांना त्रास देण्यात आला, नेत्यांना त्रास देण्यात आला, अशाही परिस्थितीमध्ये मला या गोष्टीचा अभिमान आहे की 2.5 वर्षात एकही आमदार आपल्याला सोडून गेला नाही. सगळे आमदार, सगळे नेते संघर्ष करत होते आणि त्या संघर्षामुळेच 2022 साली पुन्हा आपलं सरकार तयार झालं आणि त्यातूनच आज पुन्हा एकदा पूर्ण बहुमत आपल्या महायुतीला, प्रचंड बहुमत हे महायुतीला मिळालं आणि आपल्या भारतीय जनता पक्षाला 132 आणि आपल्या मित्रांसोबत 137 जागा, एक प्रकारचा इतिहास या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये लिहिला गेला. हा इतिहास मला असं वाटतं की अभूतपूर्व अशा प्रकारचा आहे. या निमित्ताने देशाचे प्रधानमंत्री माननीय मोदीजींचे मी मनापासून आभार मानेन की माझ्यासारख्या बूथचा कार्यकर्ता म्हणून ज्याने काम चालू केलंय, वर्डाचा अध्यक्ष म्हणून काम चालू केलंय, अशा एका कार्यकर्त्याला या सर्वोच्च पदापर्यंत 3 वेळा माननीय मोदीजींनी या ठिकाणी बसवलं. अर्थात त्यातला एकदा 72 तासाकरताच होतो, पण तरी देखील टेक्निकली होतो. त्याच्यामुळे 3 वेळा मला महाराष्ट्राच्या मुख्यमंत्री पदावर बसण्याचा मान सन्मान त्यांनी दिला. हा पक्ष ज्या प्रकारे त्यांच्या नेतृत्वात मोठा झाला, त्यातूनच सामान्य कार्यकर्त्यांना वेगवेगळी त्या ठिकाणी पदं मिळाली, चांगली पदं मिळाली, आपल्याला काम करण्याची संधी मिळाली. म्हणून मी आदरणीय मोदीजींचं मनापासनं या ठिकाणी त्यांचे आभार मानतो. पक्षाचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय JP नड्डा साहेब यांचे देखील अतिशय मनापासून आभार मानतो. आणि त्याचसोबत ज्यांनी या संपूर्ण निवडणुकीमध्ये अतिशय ताकदीनं
Okay, Devendra Fadnavis said to be the 21st Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and I suppose with one of the most stable mandates that the BJP has ever got in the state. Aditi Fadnavis is joining us from the Business Standard, political editor, and of course someone who watches the state and national politics very, very keenly. Aditi, no surprises with the name of Devendra Fadnavis. The only surprise maybe of how long it took to announce it. But how does it augur for Maharashtra in terms of stability of the government? And I'm asking you from the point of, investors who are watching the show right now and wondering what this means for the economy of a crucial state.
Yes, indeed. I can understand worries on this account because instability has led to a lot of problems in the last 3 or 4 years in Maharashtra. In the past also, there were unstable governments, but Maharashtra managed to get decisions taken. But this time, it has been extremely difficult since 2019. Now the locus of the power matrix is now in the hands of the BJP, absolutely, indubitably, and frankly, no matter what the feelings of the NDA alliance partners, which are, I think, who are quite unhappy about the current state of affairs. No matter what their feelings, that will be rendered more or less irrelevant. We have to discuss the challenges which Maharashtra faces. The first, of course, like many other states, is a massive debt burden, almost 8 lakh crore, and financing all the schemes that have been proposed, which led to the NDA's, the Mahayuti's fantastic electoral success. So finding money for all this is going to be difficult. Plus, the finance minister has already underlined the ongoing schemes that need to be financed and also need to take off the ground. To that, perhaps what she did not refer to needs to be added, and that is the nuclear power plants, which are for which there's for more than 30 years there's been a debate going on. Well, not 30, but maybe 20 years about Betapur power plant, nuclear power plant, which had run into a lot of trouble because Shiv Sena was not ready to accept it, etc., etc. So now all those things will have to be revisited, and I'm pretty sure that everything will take off the ground, because whatever you may say about Devendra Fadnavis's politics, his administrative acumen cannot be questioned. He's established that in the past.
Is the big point, and if you notice the speech that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman gave also before Devendra Fadnavis spoke, focused a lot on the big pending projects in Maharashtra, and that becomes very crucial, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely, and it's not just the projects which are pending, but also new projects which can be launched now that there is a certain amount of political stability. Because, apart from the RA, the coach locomotive issue and the bullet train issue, for which land acquisition was a big problem, particularly in tribal areas like Gadchiroli, and so many other things that were to take off, but, capital just, industry just got fed up and just moved to other states. Also, there was I think, a deliberate kind of undercutting which led to a flight of capital out of Maharashtra for reasons that we don't have to go into now, because this is not the time to discuss those. But so this is one part of it. The second part of it, which the Chief Minister also mentioned in his speech in Marathi just now, is the problems of doing business in Maharashtra, specifically the cost of doing business, specifically the rental income that people have had to pay. Now we hope that this will stop and it will be easier now to do your business without having to pay bribes.
Thank you so much, Aditi Fadnis there of the Business Standard, explaining what a crucial time this is for the state of Maharashtra. And of course, the politics continues, but we have a stable government in view. And I think that's what's important, Hiral and Puneet, when you look at Devendra Fadnavis as the Maharashtra Chief Minister in a stable government, because you've had 3 chief ministers in the last term. Correct. This time you know that you have a stable government for the next 5 years, which is what's important. Otherwise, you have a flight of capital outside the state.
Absolutely, because now the expenditure will be absolutely crucial in terms of how much the state is willing to spend, how much it has in its kitty to spend as well. Because this next cycle of growth, not only from the infrastructure perspective, but if you talk about the markets perspective as well, will be driven from here on as to what happens in just the last quarter of FY25 and how much will be the spillover that will go into FY26, because that will actually help you decide as to what the execution is also going to look like. But clearly, Tamanna, a stable government is what it is from here on, and that is what the markets are taking cues as well. And that's the reason why you're seeing that recovery also that has come in from the day's lowest levels on Nifty, on Bank Nifty, in terms of broader markets as well. If you see all the charts from the day's lows, we've again bounced back on an uptrend. So let's see how the closing is as well in today's session. But let's quickly slip into a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Please stay tuned to Hot Money.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the large street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the large street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the large street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter.
Markets trade flat for 3 straight days amid ongoing volatility. Nifty Realty and banks gain most post Maharashtra CM announcement. Big news coming in after 10 days of deadlock. BJP's Devendra Fadnavis to be sworn in as Maharashtra's Chief Minister on December 5th. Swiggy stock jumped 7% post its second quarter earnings as experts point to the company's quick commerce segment entering into a hypergrowth phase. Amid ongoing discussions about Zepto's alleged toxic work culture on social media, the co-founder Adit Palecha sparks heated debate by dismissing the concept of work-life balance. The RBI Monetary Policy Committee begins its 3-day meeting today, set to review key lending rates. RBI Governor Shaktikant Das will deliver the verdict on December 6th.
The announcement has been made of Devendra Fadnavis as the 21st Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra. While this is not a big surprise considering the kind of results that the BJP got in the recently concluded Maharashtra Assembly elections, the decision was made after quite a bit of delay, conversations within the Mahayuti alliance, and now finally we have a decision. Now what does this mean for the state of Maharashtra, an economic driver really for India, one of the largest contributors to the GDP? What does it mean for the stock market, which has also reacted positively? To speak on all of that and more, I'm joined now by veteran investor Vijay Kedia. Kedia ji, welcome as always. Great to have you on NDTV network. And wow, you're colorfully dressed, I think, to celebrate the occasion. Colorfully dressed to celebrate the occasion. ज़्यादा surprise तो नहीं था नाम में, लेकिन market ने election के बाद ही positive reaction दिया है. Even FII flows have reversed. Why do you think that is?
नहीं, देखिए, पहला बात तो अब यह समझिए, शेयर मार्केट इसी का नाम है. ये बीज बोने के पहले पढ़ लेता है कि कौन सा पेड़ निकलेगा, कितना बड़ा होएगा, कितने फूल खिलेंगे, कितने फल खिलेंगे और इन फल की क्या वैल्यू होती है. तो शेयर बाजार परसों की चीजें आज पढ़ लेता है. ये शेयर बाजार में हमेशा आप देखेंगे, चाहे कंपनी के नंबर्स हो या कोई बड़े बड़े इकोनॉमिस्ट जो फोरकास्ट करते हैं वो भी फेल हो जाते हैं, लेकिन मार्केट ज्यादातर हमेशा सही होता है. तो ये मार्केट ने भाप लिया था जब वो नंबर जो 65% जो टर्न अराउंड हुआ, जो पोल, उसी से में लोगों ने भाप लिया कि कुछ तो तोड़फोड़ होने वाली है. और वो मार्केट उसका आप देखिए परिचय 3 दिन से दे भी रहा है. तो ये उस बात का प्रमाण है.
ये तो प्रमाण है आपकी बात से कि मार्केट पहले भाप किया था. मैं उसका फंडामेंटल रीजन पूछ रही हूँ. व्हाट इज द रीजन व्हाई द बीजेपी's numbers and Devendra Fadnavis as the chief minister seen as a positive by the market?
देखिए, one thing I would like to tell you, maybe my opinion is biased, but I don't care. This entire election was fought, on the shoulder of Devendra Fadnavis ji. That we all have to agree. और मार्केट को जो सबसे बड़ा क्या होता है ना मैडम, जो मार्केट के अंदर में जो सबसे हम लोग कंपनी के अंदर में भी क्या देखते हैं कि कंपनी का मैनेजमेंट का कितना स्किन इन द गेम है, उसका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड क्या है. लुक एट फडणवीस जी, आई एडमायर हिम पर्सनली only because of, not only because of, one of the biggest reason is उनका जो त्याग उनका जो रहा. आप सोचिए मेरे को, इंडिपेंडेंस के बाद में शायद आप कोई ऐसा एक उदाहरण दे पाएंगे कि कोई व्यक्ति चीफ मिनिस्टर बनता है और उसके बाद में डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर बन जाता है. वो ऐसा उदाहरण मेरे जीवन के अंदर में मैंने तो कभी नहीं देखा. तो वो मेरे को लगता है कि लोग इन सब चीजों को समझते हैं कि ये कितना बड़ा त्याग है, कितनी बड़ी एक सेक्रीफाइस है एक पार्टी के लिए. लोग चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब उतार दीजिए तो चले जाते हैं, दूसरी पार्टी कर लेंगे, या नहीं भी जाए, जो लॉयल आदमी होते हैं वो नहीं भी जाते, लेकिन वो कोई पोस्ट नहीं लेते हैं, लेकिन डेप्यूटी सीएम बन जाते हैं. ऐसा तो मेरे निगाह में ऐसा त्याग कोई आया नहीं है. तो मेरे को लगता है ये एकमात्र इतना बड़ा एक उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया है फडणवीस जी ने जनता के सामने और लोगों के सामने कि देखो इसे कहते हैं सेक्रीफाइस, इसे कहते हैं लॉयल्टी और इसे कहते हैं पार्टी को, संगठन को एक साथ लेकर चलना। तो मेरे को लगता है ये एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा इनकी जीत के अंदर।
नहीं, ये तो दिस इज एन इमोशनल रीजन एंड यू आर राइट इन टर्म्स ऑफ अ पॉलिटिकल जेस्चर. दिस इज very very big that you were willing to be a team player when it required and now is your moment in the sun. But in terms of market view, and I'll come to the politics of it in a little more detail केडिया जी, लेकिन एक मार्केट पर व्यू इस वक्त थोड़े से रेंज में चल रहा है बाजार, दिशा ढूंढ रहा है बाजार, FIIs धीरे धीरे वापस आ रहे हैं. Do you think that now the consolidation phase is almost over for markets and we are waiting for the next big leg up?
You see, Tamanna ji, market always moves on sentiment. Sentiment is most important than money. You know, this market was under pressure because of this heavy selling by FIIs in the month of September, October, and also November. Now, market उसके कारण जो भी होना था, so many stocks. I remember we had spoken 15 or 20 days back on your channel only. 30-40% शेयर्स को जो गिरना था वो सब शेयर्स गिर गए, सब मार्केट के अंदर में करेक्शन आ गया. लेकिन जो इंडिया का जो फ्लो है, जो डोमेस्टिक जो फ्लो है, वो तो रुकने का नाम ही नहीं लेता. ये कैसी आंधी है? याद है मैंने एक बार आपको पहले भी कहा था 15,000 करोड़ रुपए महीने का आ रहा है, या 15,000 करोड़ रुपए एक टाइम ऐसा आएगा डेली का आएगा. तो मेरे को लगता है मार्केट हैज गॉन थ्रू दैट काइंड ऑफ कंसोलिडेशन. आई थिंक द बॉटम इज देयर इन द प्लेस एंड आई थिंक नाउ मार्केट इज ट्राइंग समहाउ टू कंसोलिडेट एंड राइज फॉर ए फर्दर राइज के लिए मार्केट अपने आप को कंसोलिडेट कर रहा है. और ये जो इलेक्शन का जो रिजल्ट आया है, जो बीजेपी की जो समझिए हरियाणा के अंदर में उन्होंने एक चमत्कार किया, महाराष्ट्र में चमत्कार किया. महाराष्ट्र माने एक इंडिया का महाराष्ट्र एक नाक है मैडम, आप समझिए. तो आज सबसे ज्यादा कंट्रीब्यूट जो इकोनॉमी के अंदर में करता है वो महाराष्ट्र से जाता है. तो वहां पर एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट होना, एक इस तरह का एक यहाँ पर आना, और इन्होंने जो विकास किए हैं वो कंटिन्यू करना. इसके पहले भी जो चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं शिंदे जी, उन्होंने भी अच्छा काम किया, उनके अगेंस्ट में कुछ भी नहीं है. लेकिन जो बीजेपी के नंबर आए ना, ये ऐसे लगता है कि लग रहा है कि वापस एक स्थायी सरकार होगी. और शेयर मार्केट को क्या चाहिए? एक गवर्नमेंट ऐसी चाहिए शेयर मार्केट को जिसका नीयत साफ हो, जिसका रिकॉर्ड साफ हो, और जो विकास को बढ़ावा दे. तो लोगों को ऐसे लगता है कि all those things are back in place.
So what are the plays now? The new Maharashtra government stock market play. Real estate, especially Mumbai-based real estate companies, हम already उसमें काफी interest देख रहे हैं. Infra projects, कौन से इसमें से आपको interesting लग रहे हैं?
नहीं, मेरे को लग गया इंफ्रा का पहले भी मेरा ध्यान ऐसा ही था. मैं हमेशा यही बोलते आया हूँ कि अभी इंडिया बहुत पिछड़ा हुआ है so far इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज कंसर्न, और गवर्नमेंट का भी फोकस है और इन्वेस्टमेंट उसी में करना चाहिए जहाँ गवर्नमेंट का फोकस हो. तो मेरे को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के अंदर में लगता है कि अभी 5-10 साल का इसके अंदर में ऐसे लगता है कि शायद इसके अंदर में तेजी रहनी चाहिए. इसके अंदर में इसमें डिफरेंट कंपनियों का चुनाव करना चाहिए. तो मेरे को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लगता है. थीम वही पुरानी रहेगी, कोई थीम मेरे माइंड में नहीं. इसके कारण वही जैसे इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन होने वाला है, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स वगैरह आने वाले हैं का जो चल रहा है, और भी जो नई जो थीम चल रही है वो बरकरार रहेगी मार्केट.
एंड यू नो उसमें एक जो थॉट है, अब अगर आप सुने जो वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन भी कह रही थी बिफोर द अनाउंसमेंट वाज मेड ऑफ देवेंद्र फडणवीस एज द नेक्स्ट चीफ मिनिस्टर, शी टॉक्ड अबाउट अ लॉट ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट्स व्हिच वर स्टक. शी सेड कि अगर ये चेंजेस नहीं हुए होते तो बुलेट ट्रेन चल चुकी होती महाराष्ट्र में, अब ये आएगा. तो काफ़ी सारे ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स है. रियल एस्टेट की हमने बात की, एक धारावी प्रोजेक्ट को भी ग्रीन लाइट मिला है. क्या इस सबको आप एक बड़ा पॉजिटिव देखते हैं, ना कि सिर्फ मुंबई के लिए लेकिन स्टेट के लिए?
ऑफ कोर्स मेरे को लगता है जरूर ये एकदम बहुत बड़ा पॉजिटिव चेंज होएगा. और ये पॉलिटिकल कारण से ये सब रुकते रहते हैं, तो उसके अंदर में तो हम नहीं जाते हैं. लेकिन आप सोचिए अगर धारावी जैसा प्रोजेक्ट अगर वहां पे अगर ये इसका नया निर्माण होता है, तो क्या बॉम्बे को आप क्या दे रहे हैं? माने आज के दिन मेरे को ऐसे लगता है, एक जगह मैं पढ़ा था, शायद मेरा डेटा गलत भी हो सकता है, कि दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा जो क्रेन है, जो यूटिलाइज हो रही है, वो मुंबई के अंदर में हो रही है. मैंने महाराष्ट्र में, बॉम्बे में हो रही है, मुंबई में हो रही है, सॉरी. तो कहने का मतलब है कि ऑफकोर्स ये सब चीजें अभी जब स्थायी सरकार आएगी तो ये सब जो भी विकास के जो भी ये सब निर्माण जो भी रुके हुए हैं जो तो तेज गति से बढ़ेंगे. तो ऑफकोर्स इसका फायदा सीधा इकोनॉमी को होना है. अल्टीमेटली इसका फायदा भारतवर्ष को ही होने का है.
पॉलिटिक्स में अक्सर बहुत सारी चीज़ें घिर जाती है, स्टॉक मार्केट भी घिर जाता है. अब हाल फिलहाल में जस्ट टू गेट अ कमेंट फ्रॉम यू केडिया जी ऑन द होल थिंग अबाउट डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ जस्टिस एक्शन on Adani Group, with standard disclaimers here of course, and then see what has happened with the stocks after that. इस पर कोई कमेंट्री आपकी?
देखिए मेरे को अदानी जी के बारे में, अदानी ग्रुप के बारे में एक ही बात बोलना है कि गिरते हैं सहसवार ही मैदाने जंग में, वो तिफल क्या गिरेंगे जो घुटनों के बल चलते हैं। तो कोई भी आदमी तेजी से बढ़ता है ना, तो इसको खींचने वाले बहुत सारे आ जाते हैं। तो अभी संयोग से आप ये समझिए खींचने वाले विदेशी भी आ गए हैं और कुछ देशी भी उनका साथ दे रहे हैं। तो ये सब तो देखिए चलता रहेगा। जो आदमी मर्द को अगर ऊपर बढ़ना है ना, तो ये सब चीजों की तैयारी करनी पड़ेगी। पहले भी वो इंजन का जो भी हुआ उससे भी वो निकल कर आए। मेरे को एज ए उस सेंस से मेरे को ऐसे लगता है कि ये सब चीजें चलती रहेंगी, और जो जो इनसे निपटना जो सीख जाता है ना लाइफ के अंदर में, वही आगे बढ़ता, वही इतिहास रचता है।
कमिंग बैक टू देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, और हम एक वीडियो भी दिखा रहे थे, आपका ऑलरेडी वीडियो तैयार है, आई एम श्योर आपके डायलॉग और शेरो शायरी भी तैयार है केडिया जी, बट यू नो बिफोर आई कम टू इट, और आपने शुरू किया कि अगर हम बाहर से तब भी क्या हुआ, ये इन टर्म्स ऑफ जो एक्सपेक्टेशन है इनके लीडरशिप से, क्योंकि चूंकि जितना बड़ा नेता उतने हाई एक्सपेक्टेशंस भी रहते हैं, तो आपके एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या है इस सरकार से अगले 5 साल में?
नहीं, एक्सपेक्टेशन तो यही है कि देखिए जो विकास चल रहा है, और अभी क्या हो गया ना मैडम, अभी विकास का कंपटीशन, अब इंडिया वर्सेस यूएसए, चाइना, इंडिया वर्सेस चाइना, वो तो अलग है। अभी आप देखिए स्टेट टू स्टेट अभी कंपटीशन शुरू है इंडिया के अंदर में। जैसे सदर्न स्टेट्स हैं वो भी कुछ अच्छा कर रहे हैं, वेस्टर्न में समझिए गुजरात भी अच्छा कर रहा है, और महाराष्ट्र हमारा ये भी अच्छा कर रहा है। तो मेरे को लगता है ये स्टेट वाइज जो कंपटीशन हो रहा है ना, फेयर कंपटीशन है जिसको बोलते हैं, हेल्दी कंपटीशन है, ये बहुत अच्छा है। तो मेरे को बहुत आशा है कि फडणवीस जी आए हैं तो इनकी छवि इनके बहुत साफ है, और ये कुछ ऐसा बड़ा काम करेंगे कि जिससे हम जो स्टेट से हम compete कर रहे हैं, वो स्टेट से compete करके हम चाइना से कैसे compete करें, ऐसी स्थिति में हम पहुंचे।
एक और जो चीज़ इससे होती है, और फडणवीस जी ने अपने स्पीच में भी कहा था कि मोदी मैजिक की जो बात है, हरियाणा के नतीजे हमने देखे, अब महाराष्ट्र के नतीजे देखे थे, जो जुलाई के महीने में थोड़ा सा एक डाउट था मार्केट के मन में कि जिस तरह के लोकसभा इलेक्शन के नतीजे आए, अब वो गायब हो गए हैं।
नहीं, गायब क्या, मैं आपको, आपने जो मैजिक की बात बताई मोदी जी का, मैं एक बात बोलना चाहता हूँ, मेरे दिमाग में कई बार बात आती है, और ये शेयर बाजार में भी मैडम वो लागू होती है। मेरा एक कोट है, थोड़ा सा अटपटाई कोट है, कि चलती हुई गाड़ी का बोनट नहीं खोलने का। जब गाड़ी सही रफ्तार में चल रही है, बराबर चल रही है, तो बार बार बोनट खोलकर मत देखिए उसमें ये सब बराबर है ना, ये सब बराबर है। तो क्या होता है मैडम, हम मार्केट में भी ऐसा करते हैं, जब वो शेयर बड़ा तेजी से बढ़ रहा है, मल्टीपल हो रहा है और सब कुछ ठीक ठाक है, फिर भी हम जबरदस्ती डाउट करते रहते हैं कि सब ठीक है ना, सब ठीक है ना, हम बेच दें, हम निकल जाएं। एक चीज आप देखिए मैडम, मैं एक आपको एग्जांपल देता हूं कि एक दूसरा डायलॉग है भगवान, एक पिक्चर का, कि भगवान जिसका साथ देना उससे पंगा नहीं लेता। मेरे को ये मोदी जी पर ये कहावत पूरी चरितार्थ होती नजर आती है। आप देखिए मोदी जी के साथ में जो जो आदमी इनको छोड़ के गए हैं ना, आप उनका देखिए उनका क्या भविष्य हुआ उनको। सबसे पहले चंद्रा बाबू जी ने, नायडू जी ने ये छोड़ के गए। चंद्रा बाबू नायडू माने क्या क्या महान नेता, जिन्होंने आंध्रा की तकदीर पलट दी, तस्वीर और तकदीर पलट दी 2000 के अंदर में। साइबराबाद नाम हो गया और सीईओ बताने लग गए लोग उनको, क्या बिल गेट्स को लेकर आए, क्या उनका प्रभुत्व, क्या उनका शक्ति उनकी, वो उन्होंने सबसे पहले छोड़ा। उनकी क्या हालत हुई आप सोचिए। जहां तक मेरे को शायद ध्यान, एक बार राज्यसभा से वो रोते हुए निकले कि मैं कभी नहीं आऊंगा, जो भी जगन रेड्डी जी ने जो भी उनका जो किया, मैंने उनका व्यक्तित्व तो खत्म हो गया था। आप सोचिए एक मिनट। दूसरा उदाहरण लीजिए, सिद्धू जी, क्या महान खिलाड़ी, सिद्धू जी इनके साथ में थे, जब छोड़ के गए तो सिद्धू जी का क्या होगा आप ये खुद समझ सकते हैं उनको। ठीक है, मैं इनको आदर भाव से इनकी बातें मैं कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन आप इनका कनेक्शन समझिए। शत्रुघ्न सिन्हा जी, महान अभिनेता, वो इनको छोड़ के गए। मैंने देखा शत्रुघ्न सिन्हा जी के लड़के की शादी में मोदी जी आए। सोचिए क्या सम्मान, क्या मैंने उनको वो ओहदा मिला उनको। उसके बाद में वो छोड़ के गए, तो मालूम नहीं कभी वो यशवंत जी सिन्हा जी के साथ में थे, कभी ममता दीदी के साथ में थे, आजकल किधर पता नहीं मेरे को। कहने का मतलब आप ये समझिए, उद्धव जी देखिए, बाला साहब जी ठाकरे, उनके नाम लेकर आदर भाव आता है कि एक शेर एक जैसे समझिए। उनकी पार्टी का देखिए क्या हश्र हुआ इनसे अलग होने के बाद में, जब तक साथ में थे। तो आप ये बात में पूरा आप समझ लीजिए कि उनका मैजिक है, या उनकी प्रतिभा है, या उनका व्यक्तित्व है, या उनके काम है, या जो भी है, भगवान जिसका साथ देना उससे पंगा नहीं लेगा।
केडिया जी, मुझे लगता है आप पॉलिटिकल एनालिसिस बहुत अच्छी करते हैं अलॉन्ग विद स्टॉक मार्केट एनालिसिस, लेकिन अगर मैं आपको गाने के बिना छोड़ूं तो मुझे लगता है व्यूअर नाराज हो जाएंगे। आई एम श्योर आपने कुछ प्रिपेयर किया होगा, खास करके फडणवीस जी के इस अनाउंसमेंट पर।
ऑफ कोर्स, फडणवीस जी के मैंने गाना लिखा मैडम 20 दिन पहले, 1 महीना हो गया सर उस गाने को। और मैंने ट्विटर पे डाला और उसमें मैं लिखा कि सीएम, तो लोगों ने मेरी खिंचाई करना चालू की कि बच्चे ये सीएम नहीं है।
आज आप बोल
तो मैं बोला हाँ सॉरी,
आज आप बोल दीजिए, आज कोई खिंचाई नहीं करेगा।
नहीं अभी करे भी तो क्या, अब देखो प्यार किया तो डरना क्या। तो वो गाना मेरा, मैडम आप चलाइएगा जरूर। वो गाना ऐसा था कि भारत माँ की शान हो तुम, महाराष्ट्र का मान हो तुम, राजनीति की कमान हो तुम, विकास का निर्माण हो तुम, त्याग की पहचान हो तुम, देवा भाऊ हमारी जान हो तुम।
अरे वाह, thank you so much. Vijay Kedia, ace investor, talking about why the market is looking at this development positively, and I think the focus is on a stable government that we will see in a very, very crucial state and contributor to the Indian GDP over the next 5 years. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया केडिया जी हमसे बात करने के लिए.
Thank you, madam. नमस्ते, धन्यवाद.
Right. With that, it's back to you, Rucha.
Thank you, Tamanna. Very interesting conversation with you and Vijay Kedia ji. But let's bring back the focus on the markets. Well, we'll start with talking about defense stocks. Well, defense companies are in focus after the government approved proposals worth over 21,000 crore rupees. And if we look at defense stocks, names like Data Patterns up about 5.5%. Also followed by Mazgaon Dock, almost up about 4%. Garden Reach, Cochin Shipyard, all buzzing in trade. But then we have Anushi, who is bringing in from the report of MK on Maharashtra. Anushi, what have you got? Can you give us some insights on this one?
Right, Rucha, thanks for that. So a lot of stocks and sectors are buzzing on the back of the Maharashtra elections outcome. Devendra Fadnavis back in focus as CM, 21st CM. So which are the particular sectors that we should be looking at? First is realty pack. The whole realty sector is buzzing today. We have names like Macrotech Developers, Oberoi Realties, Godrej Properties, Prestige Estates, even Phoenix Mills, Kolte Patel and Ajmera Realty. This is on the Maharashtra Mumbai side that I'm looking at. The major names, and realty will remain as one of the important structures because a lot of developments over here would now be on the focal point, especially on the affordable side. Stamp duties reduction, which is expected, and industry classification. Just some of the key tasks that we should be looking out for real estate space. Coming to capital goods space, we have companies like L&T, ABB India, Cummins India, Bharat Electronics and Siemens India in focus. Here the developments would be more on the ordering side and how this would lead to a better infrastructure for the company. So if we talk about infrastructure, we have to mention port names like GSW Infrastructure and Adani Ports. Along with that, J. Kumar Infra Projects and IRB Infra is also some of the counters that we should be watching out for with the development expected on the infrastructure development side, on the roads, highways, rails. These are some of the counters that we should be watching out for. But what MK had said earlier, this is an earlier report after the Maharashtra Maha-victory elections that had taken place. Firstly, with the current government coming back in picture, ease of concerns with respect to delay in awards. So there would be less concerns on that part. No award delays for infrastructure companies in general. Awards worth rupees 1.5 lakh crore awarded majorly in roads, railways, realty. So railways is another pack that we should be looking out for. Some of the key players that they have highlighted in this note include L&T, HG Infra, GR Infra, J. Kumar and Ashok Buildcon. Just to see their proportion of order book coming from Maharashtra, so HG Infra about 25% of the order book. Similarly with GR Infra also same number that we are saying, J. Kumar Infra 64%. This is one of the companies that is playing an essential part in the infrastructure development of the state, and Ashoka Buildcon around 24%. So these are the sectors and the stocks that one should be looking out for Maharashtra in general going forward.
Well, thanks for that, Anushi. But let's shift focus to the FMCG sector. Well, Swiggy is out with its second quarter numbers. Revenue was up about 12%, but the net loss has widened. The loss reported came in at about 626 crore rupees versus 611 crore on a quarter-on-quarter basis. But let's look at the stock right now. Swiggy up about 3%. Well, it started with a 7% gains, but as we can see, the gains have been booked a little. But let's also pull up the Zomato stock. Well, Zomato is also buzzing in trade today. It is in the green, up by almost at a similar level, 2.5%. But is it Swiggy or Zomato that one should bet on? Well, we have Mahima who breaks that down for us. Mahima, over to you.
So most of the metrics, Zomato is still ahead of Swiggy as we speak. But the kind of con call that the management had yesterday, they have high aspirations and there's positive commentary coming in terms of the dark stores as well as the expansion and the margins as well, which is why Zomato is zooming in trade today. But let's have a look at as to how H1 overall has panned out for Swiggy as well as Zomato. In terms of revenue, Swiggy stands around 6,800 crores, Zomato stands at 9,000 crore. So Zomato is still around 20% ahead of Swiggy in terms of revenue. In terms of the EBITDA profitability and loss, Swiggy still stands at a loss of around 1,000 crore, whereas Zomato has turned profitable few quarters ago and stands at around profit of 400 odd crores. In terms of margins, of course, Swiggy will have negative margins, but Zomato stands at a margin of around 4.5%. Net loss, Swiggy is currently standing at around 1,200 odd crores versus that of profit of 429 crores for Zomato. But if we take a look at how the segmental performance has been in terms of growth percentage for both of these companies, in terms of food delivery, Swiggy saw a growth of 24%, and this is first half of FY25, and this is a YOY growth, so it saw a 24% growth versus that of 36% growth overall in terms of gross order value for Zomato. And quick commerce, YOY has seen a growth of 57% for Swiggy versus that of 136% of Zomato. So Zomato clearly in both of these aspects has seen a higher gross order value growth. But if we see the gross order value growth for Q2, that is sequentially, the gross order value for Swiggy is lower versus that of Zomato for H1 FY25. And even for Swiggy, it is indicating, so this basically indicates a further loss of market share for Swiggy, which is kind of alarming for the investors as well. Now, in terms of the gross order value, Swiggy around 30% in terms of food delivery, and Zomato stands around 55%. In terms of the quick commerce, if we see, the range is further wider, and it stands around, as we discussed, it stands at around 57% and 136%. Now, in terms of how overall key updates have panned out, this is the difference between the QOQ growth of gross order value. This is sequentially, Swiggy has seen a 5.6% growth and Zomato has seen a 5% growth, and Swiggy has seen around a 24% growth in quick commerce, and Zomato has seen a 25% growth. So sequentially, both the growth, GOV growth rates for both of these companies are pretty similar, but a YOY, Swiggy still lacks the growth as compared to Zomato. Now, in terms of key updates that came out for first half, well, Zomato raised a QIP of 8,500 crores, acquired Paytm ticketing business, and in terms of Swiggy, they launched their IPO, and they've also, they're ready to invest 1,600 crores in Scootsie via right issue, and they've also approved an incorporation of new unit in terms of the sports and amusement recreation. Now, in terms of outlook, Zomato has a positive outlook. In terms of the guidance, they have given a guidance of their EBITDA margins ranging between 4 to 5%, and they've said that they will cross the 1,000 dark stores mark by March 25 and 2,000 dark stores by FY26. In terms of Swiggy, the outlook again remains strong. The management said that the adjusted EBITDA margin will achieve a break-even by December 25, and overall, they are targeting doubling of the dark stores capacity by March 25. Lastly, in terms of valuation quickly, valuations in terms of market cap to sales, Swiggy stands around 15.3 times and Zomato stands around 8.5 times. So valuations is a bit expensive here in terms of Swiggy. And lastly, in terms of brokerages consensus, Swiggy versus Zomato, if we can check, in terms of the Bloomberg consensus, there are 4 buy calls, 1 hold and 1 sell for Swiggy, and there's a negative return potential of around 11.5%. But for Zomato, there are 24 buy calls, no hold calls and no sell calls, and the return potential stands around 6.2%. So this is the overall view of how H1 has shaped up for Swiggy and Zomato overall.
Well, thanks for that, Mahima. A bullish stance amongst the brokerages covering the stock on the Bloomberg is what we could see over here. But let's move focus to Zepto. Well, Zepto's co-founder Adit Palicha has sparked a debate on work-life balance with a pointed remark amid allegations of a toxic work culture at the quick commerce startup. Well, we have Haripriya to join us with more details on this one. Haripriya, over to you.
Zepto's co-founder Adit Palicha has taken a dig at the work-life balance debate that's been going on in his recent post. There he says that he has nothing against work-life balance and recommends it for Zepto's competitors. Now this comment comes around the same time when an anonymous Reddit post has been making rounds in social media which talks about the toxic work culture at Zepto. This particular post has instances of unprofessional work culture at the company where it mentions that the founder holds meetings at 2 a.m. and often the town halls and other meetings are delayed. It also alleges that the app has dark patterns to extract more money from the customers, and the company has high attrition levels where 10 employees leave every week. Now, Palicha has not directly responded to this particular post. He has mentioned that he's quoting from Daksh Gupta's interview. Now, Daksh Gupta is another startup founder who recently had taken a stance that his company does not have work-life balance. Zepto has not officially commented on this particular post so far.
Well, that's all that we have on the show for now. From me and team members who put the show together, thank you so much for watching. Do stay tuned for more.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the long street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the long street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the long street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter. The long street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed.
The mutual fund show, and we'll talk about mutual funds, but just wanted to quickly just take a moment and mark what's happening in the equity markets in the session today. So, banks led the move in trade yesterday, and if you just look at the Nifty, it may look completely flat, but selectively look at Nifty Bank in particular, 0.88% higher. Simultaneously, we should try and point out the Nifty PSU Bank Index as well, because yesterday that was the one that had the biggest rally. I think ahead of the MPC move, the expectation is that the PSU banks will do well. We spoke about this in the trade setup today as well. Look at that, 1.8% higher for the PSU Bank Index, and a clutch of those participants are doing so well. A CRR cut would help all of these banks, and I think that is what you're seeing play out in trade currently. Extremely strong showing by the PSU banks. Now, what is thwarting this? If you just pull up the top point contributors for the Nifty, you will see that there are some banking names out there which are doing well, HDFC Bank in particular, and then ICICI Bank. What is thwarting it is telecom. Airtel and RIL, both of them are really cracking, and Airtel would have a large percentage fall as well. Reliance would be a relatively muted percentage fall because it's a big heavyweight. But Airtel individually, just the last stock that I want to mark, and the intraday should come up on your screen for Airtel, because it was looking good until yesterday. A couple of chartists that actually recommended the stock to, but that's a 2% downtick on Airtel and has hit some of those stop losses that people might have given. So weakness in Airtel and weakness in Reliance Industries kind of itching the markets currently and doing away with the kind of gains that some of the banking names are posting. Just one more set of stocks that I want to mark, which is the BSE 500 winners and losers, before we get to MFs per se. But the BSE 500 winners and losers, and HEG for a second on a trot, up about 13%. There is this talk of how Chinese exports of anodes and graphite electrodes to the US might be lower, and as a result of which 2 days on a trot now, HEG's had a very serious up move in trade. There is also strength in Swan Energy, Star Cement, Graphite India naturally because of HEG's move. I mean, both of them would move together. What's correcting? Easy Trip, Adani Green, Balrampur, VIP, Adani Total, and Vedant Fashions. So some of the wedding sheen seems to be coming off as well in trade. Okay, now before we get in our guests, live guests on the show, hear out a voice following a disappointing second quarter GDP growth number that came in as well. Will things improve going forward? I think that's the question on everybody's mind. Nilesh Shah of Kotak Mahindra AMC. Hear out what he has to say.
Forward, we believe second half will be better than first half, thanks to festival season, where two-wheeler sales, cement sales, diesel sales have picked up. But GST collection still remains below nominal GDP growth. We are also seeing festival season. I am sure all of you have received multiple number of wedding invites. My recommendation will be, please go and attend all the weddings. If they don't spend, our economy will not grow. But about 4.8 million weddings, resulting into about 6 lakh crore spending, will support second half. And finally, we believe government will step up capex to achieve budgeted target. They have to increase it by 68% per month. The first half average was about 69,000 crore per month. If they want to achieve budgeted target of 11,11,111 crore, they need to spend about 1,16,000 crore a month. Let's hope and pray. Between Diwali festival season, Diwali to Christmas festival season, wedding season, and potential pickup in government capex, second half will turn out to be better than first half. The Agriculture has been bright spot in second quarter GDP. Kharif production is bumper, and we believe Rabi crop also should be good because of high water levels in reservoir. Consequently, rural demand is doing better than urban demand. Let's hope and pray this trend continues on the consumption side. Tractor sales, rural two-wheeler sales are growing at a faster pace. The water reservoir levels are above 10-year average, and hence Rabi crop also should be bumper, which can prolong this rural consumption. The real question is revival of private capex. There has been ups and downs in private capex. Corporates are deleveraged. Capacity utilization is at around 75% level, plus or minus few percentages. And yet, capex revival by private entrepreneurs, private industry is not happening. Let's hope and pray this picks up and provides boost to economy.
Well, all of these boosts will be welcome. Now the question is, how do you make use of all of this? Do you also believe that big can get bigger? Do you believe that there could be a network effect as well? And if you do believe all of this, then the next conversation that we are about to have on the mutual fund show might be interesting for you, because Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC is coming out with a conglomerate fund. Now, I haven't read too much about it because I would want to approach this with the curiosity of what all of you might have. That why is it that a conglomerate fund could do well? Is there a network effect in place? Would it be that the size will give some of these conglomerates the heft to actually expand or grow faster than what some of the other companies might? I think that's the key question that I have for Harish Krishnan. He'll be joining us in moments from now. He'll be co-CIO and head of equity at Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC. But it's an interesting option that they are coming out with. Also, we'll have on the show Saloni Sanghvi. She's been on the show a number of times, founder of My Wealth Guide. It'll be interesting to understand from her if she believes that there are some things like this that could help. Actually, I'm told Saloni is here with us, so maybe I can start off the show with Saloni if she's there. Okay, Saloni, you're here. Good seeing you, Saloni. Been a while. Thanks so much for joining in. Hope all is well.
Thank you so much for having me on the show, Neeraj. It's great to be back.
Great. So, Saloni, before we talk about other things, I want to start off with this topic because of which we are getting Harish also on the show. They're coming out with something called as a conglomerate fund. Now, NFOs generally are not preferred by advisors. I'm presuming that would be the same this time. You might want to wait and see the proof of the pudding, etc. And I'll come to that argument too. But what could the logic be behind a conglomerate fund? If you were to think about whether a conglomerate fund can have advantages, how do you think about it?
So, Neeraj, interestingly, there are two NFOs in the space right now. There's a passive fund by Tata, which is the BSE Select Business Group Fund, and the active fund by Aditya Birla. I feel the management of a company plays a pivotal role in determining its success, particularly for smaller or younger companies. One of the key advantages for companies, which is part of a conglomerate, is the brand reputation, the scale, and the financial strength. They can raise capital at lower rates. They can invest in a lot of emerging or sunrise sectors. In fact, to put things in perspective, top 10 conglomerates in India account for 33% of the total market cap. So we have large conglomerates which account for a large part of India's market cap across 41 sectors. You'll often hear people who will be like, oh, I invested in this company because it's an Ambani company or a Tata company or, various other business groups like that. Now, as you correctly said, typically I don't favor investing in NFOs because they lack a track record, and often there are already existing opportunities in the same space. But I think in this case, this is a very different and interesting investment approach. It's not something that's already there. We don't have funds doing something like this already. And, if you kind of look at between the currently active and passive approach, I definitely prefer the passive approach in this case, the active approach in this case. The passive approach invests mostly in large cap companies, whereas the active fund, which is the Aditya Birla fund, has a higher tilt towards the mid and small cap companies. While mid and small are more volatile, and they don't have the same level of corporate governance as larger companies, those which are under the umbrella of large business groups actually have a higher probability of success. So I think this is actually a very interesting space and opportunity that is there.
Saloni, it's a rarity. I haven't seen you talk about an NFO. I mean, not that you are against them completely, but you just want to see the track record. But here you're making an exception. So do you believe that things like, I mean, for lack of a better word, a network effect or the management competence and larger the management, the more economies of scale, etc., might be at play, intergroup benefits might be at play. Would all of that come into play, and therefore would an active fund like this, I mean, we don't know what they will do, but an active fund like this be able to choose the best performing companies within a particular group and within multiple groups, and therefore create a portfolio which could be dramatic? What stops let's say a flexi cap fund from doing the same?
I think one thing that is definitely there, the advantages that you mentioned are definitely available. Secondly, for me, what is a concern in a lot of mid or small cap companies is the level of governance. So, that is something which is very important in companies which are part of a conglomerate, because obviously the larger companies follow a certain level and then that flows to all the companies within the conglomerate. So I think that is a huge advantage when you're evaluating small and mid-cap companies, and automatically which belong to a certain business group, there is a higher degree of comfort for that. So I think this is something that definitely, would benefit from that. In terms of other funds, I think when we look at other funds, because they have a different universe and the focus is a little different, I think, they don't actively invest in this particular segment. They may be investing in companies which belong to certain business groups, but not specifically that. So I think within the small and mid-cap allocation, this could be an interesting fund to have.
Got it. Saloni, would this be a part of a satellite portfolio, even if you're going for it or if somebody is going for it, or is it a part of a core portfolio?
I would definitely recommend looking at this as part of the satellite portfolio because, again, in the small and mid-cap space, you do have a lot of options. If you remove the top 250 companies, everything else essentially is in the small cap universe. This universe is obviously a little more restricted. So I would say that this would be part of the satellite portfolio.
Okay, a part of the satellite portfolio. If we can get in Harish Krishnan at some point of time on the show, I believe there's a technical issue there. We'll try and get his views as well. But and that will help you understand from the fund manager's perspective what is his theory. But Saloni here believes that it's an NFO that she might make an exception to as well, because usually she doesn't recommend NFOs, and it's a part of a satellite portfolio for Saloni. Okay, Saloni, just wondering, yesterday, day before, we've had CEOs and CIOs to whom are asking that if indeed you're making a portfolio afresh for 2025, what would an ideal portfolio mix be? Can I ask you to just, at the top of the bat, assuming that you didn't have any investments thus far into markets or mutual funds, and you have to create a fresh SIP portfolio, Saloni, starting investing in January, what would your own personal portfolio be like? What kind of funds? What's the segregation between large, mid, small, debt, multi-asset, commodity funds, ETFs, etc.? How would you segregate it broadly?
So I think whether you're starting the portfolio fresh or you have an existing portfolio, I think the same principles kind of apply to both, which is investing based on your asset allocation, and how much risk you're comfortable taking. So I think that principle applies whether it's a new portfolio, existing portfolio, whether you're doing SIP investments or lump sum investments. I think, again, depending on what is the time to goal. So if you were to ask me my personal portfolio, again, I am investing for a very longer horizon. So it may not be applicable to most people. But given that my horizon is at least 10 to 15 years and I have a more aggressive risk profile, So my portfolio, in terms of investment is around 50% in large cap companies, around 25 in mid cap and 25 in small cap. I don't have international funds because it is a little difficult to invest, because RBI does not allow any incremental investments. And I think that these three segments are more than enough for most people because there are a lot of options within these segments as well to kind of look at different funds within the segment. So this is essentially what I'm looking at. But again, say for example, if someone had to start a portfolio fresh, I would again highly recommend looking at how comfortable you are with what level of risk, whether you're more conservative or you're more aggressive, and how much time you have. So say for example, if you have less than 5 years, then you would only look at flexi cap, large cap, or index funds, regardless of your risk profile. But if you have, say maybe 5 to 7 years, you can look at adding a mid cap fund if you're more aggressive. And if you have more than 7 years, you can look at adding small cap funds as well to your allocation.
Noted. Okay. Well, that's a good mix. Harish Krishnan, co-CEO and head equity at Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC, also finally is with us. Harish, good having you. Before we come to the NFO that you're launching, it's an interesting one. We have an advisor here, Saloni, who usually doesn't recommend NFOs, but is willing to make an exception because of the kind of or the nature of the fund is. So we'll talk about that. But I was asking her that if she were to start off a portfolio construct afresh currently for 2025, what would her own portfolio construct look like between large, mid, small, multi-asset, hybrid, commodity, what have you? Can I ask the same question to you very quickly, Harish? If you were to create a portfolio right now, what would your portfolio have?
Sure. Good afternoon, Neeraj. So our portfolio would also mirror some of the choices that Saloni mentioned, which is to have a greater focus on large and flexi at this point of time, which is where we see a greater risk-reward opportunity from a perspective. Unless somebody is very aggressive and has got a real long-term horizon, one should dial down the overall risk profile from that perspective. So the way in which we kind of contextualize this response is that if you as an investor were very comfortable with small cap in 2023 and 2024, we think that it makes sense to at least come down a notch and move into mid caps. If you were primarily focused in mid caps, then to go down a notch and move into large and mid caps as a category. So move down one notch in terms of risk profile rather than be completely absent into equities. Asset allocation plays a pivotal role, especially in markets where there aren't too many seemingly cheap pockets where one can invest in, and therefore one needs to have a more balanced approach to investing. I would also add a reasonable amount of international exposure wherever it is possible, maybe through gift city route, etc. That could be another option for diversification. So yeah, broadly a diversified basket with the fulcrum of the investments in large and flexi cap as the primary vehicles of wealth creation.
Okay. Now, Harish, where would a fund like a conglomerate fund feature in? Because it's a very interesting offering. And also tell us a bit about this fund that you're launching.
Sure. So, see, let's go to business 101, right? How do businesses succeed? You need to have broadly three things. You need to have access to capital, you need to have access to talent, and you need to have access to customers. If you have these three buckets, you have a reasonable chance of success. Now, what we've seen is that there are certain business houses which are part of conglomerates, wherein these three are actually in abundance of. So if you look at some of our larger conglomerates, many of them actually have got rating profiles which are even better than the sovereign rating profile. So access to capital, especially low cost capital, is actually quite good when it comes to conglomerates. And this is seen, even from the bond market perspective, wherein lending to conglomerates, businesses which are part of a larger conglomerate typically attracts a lower cost of capital. In terms of access to talent, again, these conglomerates actually get access to some serious large talent pools. But more importantly, in Indian context, these conglomerates have pretty much been part of Indian lifestyle for the last 50, 70, 100 years. And therefore, conglomerates have got access to customer bases, which means that a new venture or a new product can be very easily cross-sold into these customer cohorts that they, in which case, naturally enjoy with. So therefore, I would think that, conglomerates are a vehicle wherein the odds of success are quite high. Now, why conglomerates at this point of time is, I think, far more important than, because we are talking about household names here. These are not groups that, are undiscovered or people are not aware of. I think at this point of time, we see three confluences that are happening, which makes us positive on conglomerates as a theme. First is that we are going through an initial surge of private capex. Private capex, if I were to think about how it has panned out over the course of the last 25 years, in the first decade, it went from about 25,000 crores to as high as about 6 lakh crores. We saw almost a 20-30x jump in private capex, right? Then from 2010 to 2019, we saw private capex meander at that 6 lakh crores. There wasn't any growth capex that came through. And then post-COVID, we've seen that 6 lakh crores going to 10 lakh crores. So that seems to be the broad journey, a very accelerated kind of a curve in the first decade, meandering in the second decade, and now a gentle kind of a takeoff that we are starting to emerge to see through in the last 2-3 years. Now, the reason why conglomerates are attractive is that out of this 10 lakh crores, these conglomerates, which we have identified as 35 business groups in India, account for about 50% of the capex. So that really is the first key reason for us to get excited, because capex that people do today is the source of future cash flow and profits 3, 4, 5 years down the line. And these are the conglomerates that are actually investing significant portions of their profit pools into capex of tomorrow. So that is point number one. The second reason why we are excited about conglomerates is that in many conglomerates, we see the next generation or a change agent coming into fore. What we've seen is that, management teams and promoter teams in their 40s are possibly where, vibrancy is at their peak. They have the energy and drive to reimagine their business houses in a new construct, and they've got reasonable experience to understand the business cycles of their respective businesses. What we are seeing today is that in many business houses, the next generation stepping up, and therefore we are seeing a reimagination of these business conglomerates where they have dominant cash flows of legacy profit pools. It could be in mining, it could be in utilities, it could be in cement, etc., into trying to redeploy these cash flows from these sectors into sectors of tomorrow. Which brings me to the third point. We often hear about the fact that, Make in India has to happen. There needs to be a reimagination of manufacturing, renaissance in India, etc. These are the groups that are actually investing in the hydrogen ecosystem, in the solar value chain, in the semiconductor value chain, into space and technology. So now these are some very big, gutsy, bold bets that these entrepreneurs and conglomerate chieftains are currently pursuing, which makes us exciting. So I think it's a confluence of these three things: the fact that there is some very big capex that is happening, the fact that new generation is coming on board in many of these groups, and the fact that they are reimagining and repurposing the cash flows of yesterday into the sunrise sectors of tomorrow. And that is where we think that there is a value re-rating opportunity that can come through over the course of the next 3-5 years, and which is why we think the conglomerate fund makes a lot of sense.
We have a minute left. Saloni, can I just ask you to chime in before we wrap up the show? You've heard the fund manager's view as well. You mentioned it's a part of the satellite portfolio. Is this something that you would give time? Saloni, we have about 45 seconds. So is this a fund that you would give time, or would it be something that you would buy for a short-term perspective?
I think this is something definitely that we would give time to, something that you'd like to hold for a longer period of time. It's not something I would look at for a shorter period, at least not less than 5 years for sure.
Okay. Well, on that perspective, Saloni, Harish, thank you both of you for joining in today and giving us your thoughts, and also explaining how you would construct your portfolio, aside of course, talking about the conglomerate fund from the House of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. So thank you so much, both of you, for joining in.
Thank you so much.
And viewers, that's all at the time that we have on this leg of the Mutual Fund Show. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the large street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the large street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the large street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the large street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Market Close here on NDTV Profit. I'm Harsh Sait. A quick check on where markets are at as we run into the last hour and a half of trade for today. 1/3% higher, and if we can have the intraday as well on the Nifty 50, we'll see that it's more or less been able to hold 24,500 pretty much through the day. Of course, we clocked a low of 24,366, but we've bounced back post that. So 1/3% thereabouts higher on the Nifty. Can we pull up the heat map as well? Talk about some stocks which are doing well. And of course, life insurers and HDFC Bank leading in terms of the top rung of companies. You also see a ton of financials there. NTPC doing well after a successful NTPC green listing, and the stock also performing well. You're seeing TCS as well among the pack, which is doing well. But it's even Steven in terms of advances and declines on the Nifty, 24, 26, and not often we get to see that. But that's how it's essentially playing out. Bajaj Auto seeing a bit of pressure. You're seeing pressure on Adani, on Power Grid, on Bharti, on Cipla. Those are some other names where we're seeing a bit of pressure, including the heavyweight Reliance. Let's pull up the contributors. Likely Reliance being one of the top drags on the Nifty. And there you go. Reliance is one of the top drags in terms of positive contributories. You see HDFC Bank and TCS and ICICI Bank. So some of the heavyweights pulling a bit of punch to nullify Reliance being down around 1% or thereabouts. So let's pull up the broader markets. Let's first focus in on the advanced decline post looking at the mid cap and the small cap indices. 1% higher on the Nifty mid cap. It's been a relatively good day and a good week as well for the broader markets as of now. 0.7% higher on the Nifty small cap. Let's pull up the advanced decline now, and yeah, breadth of the market nearly 2:1. Decentish kind of tilt towards advances. That's how it's essentially playing out. Let's pull up the sectoral heat map as well, see which sectors are doing well. And the Nifty PSU Bank, second day in a row, the top gainer. The Nifty Realty has bounced back well. The Nifty Bank as a result, including the Fin Nifty, the Nifty Bank, that Nifty Private Bank, all of which are among the top gainers. In terms of the losers, and let's focus in on that one, Nifty Auto not doing as well after Bajaj Auto dragging that one down. Nifty Pharma is mild bit of red, and Nifty FMCG as well, mild bit of red. Some of the defensives not doing as well, but that's how it's playing out. The BSE 500, top gainers, top losers. Before we go to our guests, you have HEG doing well, second consecutive day of gains. Graphite also doing fairly well, maybe not on that list, but up 6.5% as well. You have a UCO Bank among the PSU banks, Central Bank of India, IOB. So PSU banks, especially the smaller ones, really pulling a punch in trade today. What's not doing well? Easy Trip, Balrampur, Vedant Fashions, VIP, just some of the names on the list of the stocks not doing as well. But Neeraj, plenty happening in markets as a whole.
Most certainly plenty happening, and I think it's good time to go to our guests to try and take a sense of what to do with some of these. On the technicals and derivatives, Ajit Mishra, and on the fundamentals, Lancelot Dikana. Gentlemen, both of you, thanks for joining in. Ajit, we'll start off with the narrow subset first before I get to the broader end of the spectrum, or rather the Nifty first. But PSU banks, it's an obvious guess that because of the belief of a CRR cut, there is traction yesterday and today. Very strong moves that have come in both these days. Do you see more upsides in the very short term here?
Good afternoon, Neeraj. So certainly yes, because Neeraj, there's clear identification for the performers, and in the last 4-5 months we saw that the PSE basket, when the PSUs were also declining alongside with the other names, they didn't participate much on the downside after a certain percentage, means from 7,500 mark to 8,000 mark from the record highs in the PSU banking index to around 6,200 mark. And after that, almost like for 1.5 months, we were seeing consolidation around the major averages. And finally, we have breakout from the same decisive breakout, I would rather say, in some of these PSUs named like Bank of Baroda, SBI, they are leading from the front. Then now we are started seeing catch-up move in Union Bank, Bank of India. So it seems like that the next leg of the up move after almost like 2-3 months of consolidation PSU banks alongside with the select private banking majors like SDFC, ICICI are likely to lead this rally towards the new high in the banking index.
Okay. Within the PSU banking space as well, there are certain banks which will likely benefit disproportionately in case of a CRR cut. Some of those gains will likely get offset in case of a repo rate cut as well, because you'll see margins come off, if not permanently, but at least temporarily, maybe for a quarter or two. Let me ask Lancelot your views with regard to this space and any specific stocks that you're liking, because we've seen a decent bit of correction and now we're seeing a bounce back in some of these stocks.
Well, I think, there was a period of time when the PSU's stocks rallied a lot because mainly on the valuation, then we saw a bit of correction. And now you're seeing a rally because of the, expectation that there will be a CRR cut and that will automatically bring their cost of funds down. But, these are things that will move on the basis of, what announcements are to be made. And it's better to see in terms of the actual financials that we've been getting from the PSU bank pack. The results have been relatively good, though there have been some concerns in some of the PSU banks about asset quality, especially in the microfinance or in the small loan book. What we are seeing is that there has been a little bit of a slowdown in terms of growth in the consumer loan segment, in the unsecured lending. So I think one has to take these into account and then do valuations and then consider whether one should increase exposure to the PSU bank basket or even into stocks in that space. Because we have seen that with the slowdown in the economy, growth in terms of lending is also going to slow down, and we have seen it in certain segments. And then that should mean that the growth may not come back as easily as what is anticipated.
All right. That's the views coming in with regard to banking especially. But let's pull up. Let's ask Ajit. Actually, Ajit, let me come to your picks for this afternoon.
Yeah, so basically, in line with the tone, SBI from the PSU pack is almost like a week-long consolidation that we have seen in the stock. And after a very tight range, this consolidation looks set for the next leg of the up move. And we are eyeing 890 in the immediate future. So with stop at 848, one can go long in SBI. Other name from the pharma basket, which is outperforming the sector, Divi's Lab. It's consolidating around its record high. Off late, we are seeing a marginal pause. So it's basically offering opportunity to those who are sitting on the sidelines for any fresh buying opportunity. And in the next move, 6460 is something that we are eyeing as an immediate target. So with stop at 6150, one can buy Divi's Lab at current levels.
Interesting that a pharma name keeps on propping up, but I think the bigger question is that if we indeed close above 24,500, aided by a very strong move in banks, can that actually spur some more upsides for the Nifty? Because the real juice right now, led by the Nifty Bank, of course, is also there in the Nifty, because we are now at 24,537, well and truly about that crucial level of 24,500. 10 days, less than 10 days ago, 23,500 was considered to be the crucial level, which if broken could take us all the way to 23,000. I think that is now, for now, a distant memory, because it's been 4 straight days now of gains for the Nifty and 9 straight gains for the mid cap and the small cap indices to have done well. And that just shows the solid move. This is not a dead cat bounce. This is something that is looking very, very sustainable. Aiding this, Harsh, are the defense stocks, right? Because the Defense Acquisition Council has approved for 5 capital acquisition proposals worth over 21,000 crores, and it's spurring these stocks as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at something like a data patterns up 5% plus. You're seeing good traction, especially among the shipbuilders. Garden Reach, Mazagon Dock doing fairly well. You're seeing a Paras Defense also up 2.5%. Context here, Anushi is joining us to tell us what it's about and which companies will benefit from this 21,000 crore. Anushi.
Right, Harsh. So you've mentioned about the 21,772 crore of 5 capital acquisition proposals which have been approved by Defense Acquisition Council. Now this includes procurement of 31 new water jet fast attack crafts for the Indian Navy. So all the shipbuilding companies come back and focus on this one, which includes your Cochin Shipyard, Mascot Dock and Garden Reach. Other than that, there's also procurement of electronic warfare suits along with next generation radar warning receivers. And this is to enhance the operational capabilities of the Sukhoi aircraft. So stocks in focus on this side would be something like a Bharat Electronics, Data Patterns, and even Astra Microwave that one should be looking out for along with L&T. But importantly, what is continued to be seen as a positive for Hindustan Aeronautics is the procurement of 6 advanced light helicopters for surveillance, and this is to enhance the coastal security and surveillance as we speak about. But do note that these acquisitions which have happened come at a period after a slowdown that we had seen in the last 3-4 months as we speak. So Bharat Electronics, Astra Microwave, some of the key beneficiaries to this, but do note that these AONs, that's the acceptance of necessities, do take a long gestation period, about 18 to 24 months for this to take place. So the time period is also an important factor when we are considering this on the outlook forward. So these are a couple of stocks in focus, and what does this mean for the defense industry in general?
And, Neeraj, and a fair bit of correction also that some of these stocks have seen, right? Let's go to Lancelot. Lancelot, your views with regard to some of the defense counters. Are you buying into it? Especially when we saw the Nifty correct, we also saw some of these defense names really correct. Have you already bought into it? Are you constructive on any of them, positive on any of them?
Yes, I do believe that, the long term, the defense sector is seeing in a long term growth trend. And you are seeing as it growth unfolds, both in terms of fresh order book as well as execution, profitability of these PSUs will grow, and especially when you look at companies like Bharat Electronics, Data Patterns, L&T, these are the ones who are actually going to be the initial beneficiaries of all these movements. And over a period of time, we expect this part of the business to cater to a larger proportion of their profit as well as revenues. So given that they are in a strong growth upcycle, we should look at this space, and we have been accumulating these companies at lower levels.
Interesting. Ajit, your views, especially, and I'll stick to maybe 3 or 4 names which are really buzzing today. Garden Reach, maybe 3+%, Mascot Dock as well. Paras Defense and Data Patterns. Any of these that you like, and any levels that you look out for?
Yes, sir. See, all these stock has started buzzing off late. But if you talk about the sector, relatively outperformance, we have seen from HAL and BEL. They were the one basically who started this rebound, and then we are seeing a catch-up move in Majgaon, Cochin Shipyard, and the other names. Within the pack, I feel Majgaon Dock, because this stock has also witnessed decent time-wise correction. In fact, price-wise too. And of late, we have seen a reversal, short-term reversal in stock. So probably it might take a breather after this recent up move. So one should not go aggressive on buying. One should rather accumulate the stock within the range of 47 to 4,800 and maintain a stop loss at 4,500 on the closing basis for the potential target of around 5,400, 500 in next 1 to 2 weeks.
Okay, so those are some names for you in the shorter term. The entire life insurance pack actually in focus, but HDFC Life in particular, they've decided to hike life insurance premiums on by 5 to 10%, and this is on their term life products, and it's across age categories, and hence that band of 5 to 10%. They've done this earlier this year as well. They've hiked premiums, the second hike of premiums, and it comes at a very interesting time because you likely see GST rates for life insurance products and term life in particular likely to be reduced, and this could well nullify that reduction in GST rates. Passing on costs straight up to the customer, or rather the savings coming and accruing straight to the companies, is obviously a clear benefit for them. And along with it, how do some of their peers react? How do competitors react? Will they also hike prices? That's one question. The other question is, will this also spill over to other products that HDFC Life does market? So some of the non-par and par products which they do, currently there's no hike in premium that we've been told about, but could that also be subject to a premium hike as a result now? That's something that we'll have to keep our eye out on. But the reaction, stock is up 2.5% in trade, and whether this could structurally aid life insurers, because life insurers on one hand have somewhere, there's been a hint from the government saying that they're not particularly pleased about the fact that there's a lot of push of life insurance products through banking channels. Will that also, or will there be some kind of regulation to restrict that? That will impact life insurance. There are plenty of moving parts. Lancelot, let me come to you with regard to this. There's, as I did try to kind of put it in a nutshell, plenty of moving parts when it comes to life insurers. Any specific ones that you like? That's my first question. And second, do you expect this price hike to be carried out by pretty much all players? Will they follow HDFC Life in the price hike?
Well, I think they may not follow HDFC because each company may have a different policy as far as, term life insurance premiums are concerned. It also a lot depends on their, mortality ratios as well as, their own actuarial benefit calculations. So I think that we may not see everybody hiking their premium rates in line with HDFC. But at the same time, term life is becoming a product that is like a pull product. So as of now, more and more people are looking at term insurance to cover their life insurance needs. And to that extent, even if HDFC has hiked their premiums a bit, I think there'll still be a market, acceptance, and hopefully they will maintain their market share even at the increased premiums. As far as, which are the best companies in the sector, I think, HDFC Life is definitely amongst them. And the other would be SBI Life, which is also, having a very good spread of both term as well as par and non-par products. So that overall, over a longer term, definitely looks a good proposition. And I would look at it this way that, life insurance is in a structural bull market for maybe the next 5 to 7 years because of the penetration and because of the awareness, and more people are taking life insurance, especially since after COVID, things were very uncertain about, people's health and life. And that's why a lot of people started to move towards taking protection. So given that background, I think, yes, there is significant growth coming up in these companies. And over the next 3 to 5 years, this will be a good space to remain invested in. Short term, one has to ignore a little bit of the short term moves and maybe buy when the valuations become attractive and be prepared to sit on it for 3 to 4 years to get good returns.
Okay, well, let's hold that thought, gentlemen. Let's welcome in Santosh Pandey on the show. He's president and head of Nomura Professional Clients Group and joins us on the sidelines of the Nomura Emerging Ideas Conference by Nomura PCG. Santosh, good having you. Thanks so much for joining in. I believe it's day 2 or the ending of the conference. What has been the key takeaway or a set of key takeaways from 2 days of what I believe would have been engaging conversations?
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I think it's very exciting situation here. You have to be here to see the vibration, what is going on right now. It is 11th year now we are doing this conference, and every time we invite good small and mid-cap companies. This time we have invited some SMEs also. People are very excited. You can see the theme, what India is going on right now, and a lot of good participation. I think we have invited 60 odd companies here, including mid, small and SMEs, and approximately 400 to 450 clients. Total meeting, if you'll see, approximately around 6 to 6,500 meetings we are doing in 2 days time, which is getting over today.
Okay. So Santosh, what has stood out? I mean, I know it's difficult to call the one over the other, but where has been the highest client, how do I say, client focus, in what sector, within what kind of companies? Could you share some details?
I think renewable is the main focus. Along with renewable, you can see focused on recycle theme, renewable, recycle, and power instruments and all. So a lot of new theme which is coming up, people are focusing there.
And what about, it's been a softish kind of H1. Is there commentary around how recovery is playing out in H2, whether it is playing out or not, and with what pockets really stood out for you in terms of sectors which are seeing recovery?
See, I think we have seen a decent correction in last 2 months, and a lot of good opportunities are there now. And we have seen decent correction, be it mid and small or large cap segment. So across the board, if you see, be it renewable, be it power, be it NBFC, banking, everywhere there is good opportunity now. And we are hoping that next quarter will be decent enough to take the market at the new level.
Okay. And Santosh, how are investors reacting? Because you interact with investors, and therefore, how are your clients, how are investors responding? Are they still happy to sit on funds, or are they actively looking to invest, or is it bottom-up stock picking? Are they looking for buy on dips? What's the strategy that some of your investors are following?
See, I think from last week or 10 days time now, post seeing the correction, people started putting in money. Yes, it is not that aggressive, but yes, there are some good sectors and stocks where people are seeing good valuations. They started putting in money, but it's not at that extent what you say. But what I believe, in shorter term, there may be some pain in months or two, but in 6 months to 1 year time, we are seeing decent optimism in the market. And because of that, people started putting in money to some extent. Like if somebody is having 50-60% allocation right now, they started to increase their allocation.
Santosh, I have one last question, and that is the themes that have stood out. But I mean, for both the pockets, right, be it recycling, be it renewables, the starting valuations, even if I take FY26 into account, aren't exactly cheap. So what's the thesis there? Is that the growth will last well into the end of the decade, and therefore you're buying or paying a premium for the future growth?
See, it is not a short-term theme. If you are playing either be it recycle or renewable, it's next 5 to 10 years growth you are playing. And yes, there are few companies which is at very stretched valuation. They will get rationalized in next 2 to 3 years time. But yes, you are also getting good companies at decent valuation where you should focus. People should avoid the stretched valuation companies and should explore the decent one.
Okay, thank you so much for coming in, speaking with us, giving us a perspective on all that's happening, all the action happening there at the Emerging Ideas Conference. But we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll hear from the management of Dollar Industries talking about their performance in the first half of the fiscal as well as the road ahead, along with more ideas coming your way. Stay tuned.
So for FY25, we are looking forward to a great second half. And since in the first half, our overall growth has been around 6%. But overall for FY25, we are looking forward to somewhere between 12 to 13% kind of an revenue growth with an EBITDA level of around 11.5%.
Okay. Ankit, Project Lakshya is doing very well for yourself. I mean, the sales in Q2, not in Q2, but FY24 rose to around 26%. First half did see a growth of around 31%. And you're also planning expansion in Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand and Himachal Pradesh as well. Give us some perspective as to, how Project Lakshya is shaping up and how things will pan out from a longer term perspective, let's say by end of FY26 or 27.
So this Lakshya project, which we embarked upon just before COVID with a pilot run in Karnataka and Rajasthan, the project has been coming up really good. It requires a lot of patience on the company side, from the management side, and a lot of field work is required for this project. This project was taken upon just to change the entire go-to-market strategy that the industry follows. So it was like to break that, what we say, it's really to break how the business used to be done in the hosiery industry, and how we can change the entire future by implementing this project Lakshya. So we have included 3 new states this particular fiscal, and the overall growth, the overall increase in the number of touch points and increase in the range in the market is phenomenal. The results are phenomenal, and going ahead by FY26, FY27, once the majority of the project is being implemented pan-India basis, we'll see next level growth. It will really take Dollar Industries Limited to next level.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the long street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the long street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter, the long street deals, finance and policy news that could shape your tomorrow. The newsmakers, the trendsetters, and the innovators. In 30 minutes, we've got you covered. So stay ahead, stay informed, and stay profitable with Profit 360.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
When the whole day passes like a blur, the news just whizzes past, and you're trying to stay informed. It is our job to bring you news that truly matters. At Profit 360, we cut through the clutter. The Wall Street deals, finance and policy news that
We're back with India market close, and the indices have just given up a little bit of gains. You have to look at the Nifty intraday and just that bit of a pullback right here in the last 5-10 minutes of trade, as a result of which it's completely flattened out. I think the Bank Nifty may have been the culprit because the Bank Nifty is doing so well. It'll be interesting to pull up the Bank Nifty and see if indeed the Bank Nifty has gone down. This chart doesn't quite show it, but yes, a bit of a corrective move that we had just seen on the Bank Nifty coming in the last few minutes of trade. Right here, a bit of a pullback here. So led by the banks, I reckon. But on the whole, not a bad day of trade. Broader market still doing okay. I'd love to pull up some of the top movers and just see what they've been doing for the last few days, weeks, months as well. So maybe the top 3 gainers on the BSE 500 and the top 3 losers on the BSE 500. So Swan Energy, which is up about 13%, has actually been doing well for the past 3 and 6 months as well. Maybe not 3 months as much, but it's because still 10%, but still doing okay. Similarly, if you look at HEG, well, 41%, up 11% today, but 41% in the last 3 months. So not a bad mover over the last 3 months either. This one though is a surprise, much like some of the other PSU banks, 9% up today, but down about 1.2% after this 9% move over the last 3 months, otherwise may have been even lower. What about the losers? Adani Green correcting today, correcting for the last 3 months as well, and adding on to a little bit of pressure today, has bounced back a little bit from the recent lows, but no respite today. Easy Trip Planners, red all across and down about 3% yet again today. And similarly for Balrampur, which is down 3%, but over the 3-month period too, hasn't really done well. So there are some pulls and pressures here, but Harsh, suffice to say, just a bit of a pullback for our markets in the last 15 minutes.
Well, yes, there has been, and that's led by the Bank Nifty, but the Fin Nifty otherwise looking extremely resilient. Let's pull up some of the insurance names, something like a Niva Bupa up 17%. Even outside of that, real exception, you're seeing New India Assurance up 3%, Lombard up 2.5%, Max Financial up 2.5%, HDFC Life up 2.5%, Star Health 2 buzzing in trade. So those are some big buzzers outside of banking, but within the Fin Nifty of sorts. Now, just in terms of other stocks gaining, something like a Wonderla up 10%, Reliance Power is up 5%, PB Fintech is up 4%, mind you. This one on the back of them incorporating their subsidiary, which is going to provide healthcare services. So, taken positively by the street per se. Swiggy up 3% as well, HG Infra is up 2.5%. Some names on the back of announcements, corporate announcements which have come through. Oberoi Realty up 4%, positive note coming through. You're also seeing good traction on a PNB Housing after their commentary that by FY27 they'll have a 1 lakh crore loan book. Gale is up 2.5%. You're seeing Zomato also, Swiggy, Zomato both doing well on the back of a slew of notes coming out, as well as Swiggy results, of course, and several brokerages analyzing those. Defense stocks also doing well. We've spoken about them in the last half an hour or so. But let me bring on board Shivangi Sarda, who is with us. She's Analyst, Equity Derivatives and Technicals at MOFSL. Shivangi, we've started the conversation today with both Ajit as well as, we've started with Ajit as well as Lancelot with regard to how PSU banks are doing today. They've been the standout today. Talk us through your views. Second consecutive day of gains for them. Rally sustainable from a technical standpoint?
So absolutely, very good afternoon. Thank you for having me. So we've seen that, there has been a very quick recovery from the midday spike that we had seen today. And overall, we are looking at Bank Nifty outperforming in the terms that it hasn't, been affected much by the recent market volatility in the last 3 to 4 months. And if we talk about immediate basis, the rollovers which have come in from November to December series have been quite impressive and higher than the quarterly average as well. So overall, we are expecting the heavyweights to now, do the heavy lifting. And some of the banking counters are looking quite positive from here. There has been good short covering move in the index as well as these counters. So overall, we are expecting positive view to continue over here. So one can play out the buy on decline stance for 54,000 and positionally 54,500 marks with a support of 53,000 level.
Okay. Ajit, Shivangi, let me actually take your picks for this afternoon. Let me put that out of the way.
So on my radar, firstly is TV's lab. We've seen that the entire diagnostic and the pharma space, for that matter, have been quite a lot in focus. And this stock has, come out of its range of the last 7 to 8 weeks. And we've seen that there has been 97% rollover from the previous series. And with the kind of open interest addition that we're seeing on the long side, this stock is poised to sustain at these lifetime high levels as well. Despite the overall market volatility, and it's respecting its 50 daily exponential moving average as well. So this is one stock which is looking quite lucrative. So recommending a buy here with a target of around 6,500 and a support of 6,130 levels.
Okay.
It's interesting. Yeah. It's just interesting that Divi's is now featuring on the list of most people, right? Because I think Ajit also spoke about Divi's lab and Shivangi also is talking about Divi's. If you don't mind, Harsh, can I ask Lancelot Dikana on some of the CDMO names, Divi's or a Syngene or a Laurus or any of these, how do they look to you fundamentally?
Well, I think fundamentally they all are in a good space because you are seeing good traction in terms of orders. So Syngene also, a couple of quarters back, they had also announced that they're getting good contracts in the space. And as more and more, global pharma majors are looking at moving their, drug discovery as well as the contract manufacturing to India, and India is able to cater to more and more, of these companies and with the given service standards, you are seeing this particular business expand and grow. So from a longer term perspective, Syngene, Divi's, they all will continue to generate good profits and good growth. The question is at what valuation one should enter into the stock. Now if you look at the stock prices of both Divi's as well as Syngene, they've risen significantly over the last 1 year or even. And then valuations have moved up in anticipation of earnings growth. Now that increases the risk when one has to enter in at these levels. So obviously it's better to wait for any kind of correction and then buy into the stock. But yes, from a portfolio perspective, one should look at adding some of these pharma players into your portfolio.
Okay, so some pharma names, constructive is how Lancelot looks at it. Lancelot, also, let me quickly ask you a follow-on with regard to IPOs. Niva Bupa, you have NTPC Green, both doing very well in trade today as well as have done well since listing. Any of them that catches your eye, which you may feel you're interested in, or your advice? Do you believe that they've overshot in terms of valuation?
You see, most of these IPOs that come in, and when you look at listing day gains, one tends to feel that, the price discovery happens and the market will sort of give a higher valuation. But when you look at it, maybe 6 months down the road, many of these IPO gains get eroded because, over a period of time, whatever pent up purchasing has taken place, that is all complete. And then you really begin to see price discovery. So generally we avoid, buying into these IPO rallies or the listing rallies, because over a period of 6-7 months, you'll find the same companies available at much better valuations. So that's, really what we look at.
And Ajit, let me come to you. Some of these life insurers really buzzing in trade. Any on your radar, and HDFC Life in particular, because it's a Nifty 50 counter. Just your quick views.
So yes, in fact, if you see that almost like 2-3 weeks of move, they are largely underperforming the markets big time, and in fact, most of the name they have corrected roughly around 20%, 15-20% on an average. So yes, most of the name they are slightly oversold, and they are pretty close to their major support areas as well. So that might result in some consolidation or recovery as well. But since most of the time have already slipped below their major averages on the daily charts, so they might be like capped upside also in case if this recovery happens. So for SDFC Life also, I feel that 660, 665 zone is something that it might witness again some resistance. So if you have any existing position, you may stay put with 640 as a stop loss and use any recovery towards 665 and 670 to reduce your position. And stick to the names and themes which are outrightly outperforming or at least trading in line with the index.
Okay, Ajit as well as Lancelot, thanks so much for joining us this afternoon. Believe both of you will have to leave, so thank you so much for joining us. Shivangi, let me come to you. The Fin Nifty has stood out today. We spoke about the Bank Nifty, we spoke about the PSU banking counters as well. Within the Fin Nifty, anything else that's looking interesting to you within the NBFC's insurance pack?
Yes, so absolutely. Bank Nifty is doing quite well, and there is a rub-off effect on the NBFCs as well. We are looking at some of the life insurance and the names. Of course, there is a lot of beaten down names which are showing signs of recovery. So even though these stocks have not done good from the last 2 to 3 months, there is a pullback move from the support levels, but there is still somewhere a little bit of a concern that follow-up is required here. So my focus would obviously be on some of the insurance names, but I just want to shift a little bit of focus to new age digital companies. It might not be related to Fin Nifty, but this Paytm is one stock which is looking quite positive in the related space that we're talking about. And this has been one stock which has consistently moved in an upward sloping channel from the last 25 weeks and ready to surpass its previous hurdle zone. So I think this should be the preferred pick, which is outperforming right now for a potential target of 1,000 levels and with a support of 900.
Okay, let's talk about some stocks on the radar today. We have Mihika, Puneet, Anushi joining us. Mihika, let's start with you. China imposing a ban on graphite exports from the US, impacting stocks back home here as well. We've seen a good rally in some counters here. Talk to us about it and what the kind of impact is.
Yeah, it's HEG and Graphite India, which actually, have been in focus. They've gained around 15 to 30% in the last 2 sessions trade. An intraday high hit of around 11% and 17% for HEG, around 7% and 13% for Graphite India. Now, why are the shares skyrocketing? Well, because China has banned the exports of several materials to the United States, and they will no longer export gallium, germanium, antimony, and super hard materials to the US. And these are mainly materials that are critical for chip making. They've imposed also a stricter review process for the dual use of graphite products, because one of the major reasons that they did cite for this ban was the, concerns over military usage. Now, in terms of the impact on Indian players, well, China's export ban is positive for Indian companies like HEG and Graphite India, which have been buzzing in trade. The restrictions may lead to higher demand for Indian graphite products in the US, and also reduced supply could lead to an uptick in graphite prices globally, which is positive for the realizations of these two companies. When you talk about the presence of these two companies in the export markets, well, in regards with HEG, 67% of the FY24 revenues actually came from the export market, and US accounted for 16.8% of the total revenues and around 25% of their total export revenues in FY24. And Graphite India also has a 35% of its FY24 revenues coming from exports.
Neeraj, you reckon more of this in terms of the way in which the global geopolitical as well as how the entire possible Trump trade will play out globally, you're expecting more of this to start happening?
Which is why I think so many people say that the most watched out thing will be Donald Trump's X account, right? Because policies might be announced there. Who knows? I mean, this is more China taking a step, right, as to be conscious about this, the anode exports, and which is why I think the name of Graphtech, etc., came in as well, along with HEG and graphite. And then people said that, oh, but Graphtech is not into anodes, so therefore leave that out, and therefore only look at HEG and Graphite India for now. But who knows? We've tried to reach out to the management as well, but they've not been talking right now.
Yeah.
But interesting times for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So this entire shift likely will play hopefully into India's hands, but we'll have to wait and watch as to how it plays. So, but you know, another stock which kind of slipped in trade today, UBS retained its sell rating on it. Puneet is here breaking down Bajaj Auto for us, 1.3% lower on the stock. Revised target price indicating a 12% downside. Puneet, talk to us about why UBS is bearish.
Well, thanks for that. So, it is one of the stocks that has been on the radar ever since its Q2 results. Specifically, the commentary was very weak earlier on that, the festive early period has not been very good and the stock tanked 12% after that. But one of the key reasons that UBS has maintained their sell rating, target price 7,900, 12-13% downside, as you rightly mentioned, has been because they've cut the prices of their Freedom 125 CNG motorbike, and that's just 5 months after its launch. So, currently the price has been cut by 5,000 rupees on the entry-level scooter, on the entry-level CNG bike, and 10,000 on the mid-variant one as well. Apart from that, as mentioned, it's just 5 months since the launch, and the company has expected to dispatch roughly about 80,000 CNG bikes since its launch back in August, and then eventual dispatches in September onwards. But the Vahan retail data sales has been mentioning that only about 34,000 have been sold in the last 3 months. So specifically, dealer has a lot of inventory currently of the CNG motorbike, and with the potential increase of CNG prices, we did put out a story as well that while the total cost of ownership does make sense, I think currently it has spooked buyers, and specifically UBS has mentioned that the build-up of inventory might be one of the things to watch out for and potential reason that Bajaj has decided to cut prices now. Apart from that, they've also said that some Pulsar variants have also seen some price cuts post Diwali as well. So it'll be key to watch out for how the